Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Page 401. Sylvia's stern attitude also frightened Carl and Eve, who stood there nervously with their heads down, like children who had made a mistake. "All right, Sylvia." Xiaoyu looked at Sylvia and said softly, "Don't do it for me. I was just a little worried that they might get hurt. It's good that they're not hurt." He knew that Sylvia's strictness was all for his sake. She was afraid he would get angry, so she scolded Xiaoyu first. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sylvia blushed slightly, seemingly a little embarrassed. She smiled at Xiaoyu, her voice soft, and gently pulled on his shoulders as if she were pouting. "I was afraid you would be angry." Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head, then looked at Xiaoyu, Carl, and Eve, the super trio. Xiaoyu's superpower is the power of everlasting, which allows her to connect with Pokémon, share their vision, read their thoughts, accelerate her growth, and heal quickly, among other things. The most unique ability of Viridian Power is that it can bind to a Pokémon and greatly improve its stats. With the power of the Everlasting Rock, Xiaoyu is undoubtedly a born trainer. Xiaoyu had also been thinking about how to train Xiaoyu. In Xiaoyu's initial plan, he intended to cultivate Xiaoyu into the core player of the Rockets, or even his future successor. However, Xiaoyu has recently changed his mind. Rather than training Xiaoyu to be the successor of the Rockets, Xiaoyu would rather train Xiaoyu to be the champion of China, walking openly and honestly in the sunlight. Moreover, in Xiaoyu's plan, after the Rockets have integrated all the underground resources, they also need to find a way to clean up their act and go ashore. Team Rocket cannot remain hidden in the shadows forever. They just need to wait for an opportunity to demonstrate their strength and cooperate with the Pokémon Association to successfully go public. "Xiaoyu, I promise to give you a starter Pokémon." Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoyu and said softly, "I will send you to school in a few days. If you do well, I will give you a Pokémon with excellent potential as your starter Pokémon." "Really?" Xiaoyu's face first lit up with joy, but then she became dejected when she thought about studying. "But I don't want to study. I want to join Team Rocket. I want to be the big villain. I want to be Giovanni." "Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu shook his head, looked at Xiaoyu, and coaxed him like a child. "You have to study hard before you can join Team Rocket. Go to school and become an excellent trainer, and then I'll let you join Team Rocket." "Really? Really?" Xiaoyu nodded, then said to Xiaoyu with a serious expression, "Also, when you're studying, you absolutely mustn't talk about Team Rocket with anyone, understand?" Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "I know, Sister Sylvia told me about it." "Carl, Eve, come here." After speaking to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu waved to the two of them. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Carl and Eve cautiously approached him, their uneasy and timid demeanor causing Xiaoyu to sigh inwardly. Compared to Xiaoyu, Carl and Eve have even more pitiful backgrounds, and at the same time, they have greater potential. However, figuring out where to settle the two people is also a major problem. Chapter 557 Registration for the Hall Master Level 3 League. Both Carl and Eve are Pokémon human hybrids. This unique identity gives them not only superpowers such as communicating with Pokémon and sharing vision, but also the ability to use these superpowers in battle, making them true humanoid Pokémon. In terms of potential, they are even higher than Xiaoyu. The real problem is how to settle them. The two of them have been trapped in the laboratory year-round, completely out of touch with society, and lack essential life and social common sense. It will take a considerable amount of time to change them. "Are you two getting used to being here?" Xiaoyu looked at the two of them, trying to soften her voice. Carl and Eve nodded slightly and responded in a low voice. "You'll get used to it. If you need anything, you can tell me or Sylvia," Xiaoyu said, looking at the two of them. The two of them remained timid and cowardly, bowing their heads in response. Seeing the two of them like this, Xiaoyu didn't say anything more and could only smile and say, "All right, you two can stay here. Sylvia, let's go, we won't disturb them." After the two walked out of the cave, Xiaoyu turned to Sylvia and said, "Give them all a cell phone or something, so they can learn more about the world. Also, try to take them out to see the world every week." "Okay." Sylvia noted down what Xiaoyu said and nodded seriously. Actually, Carl and Eve are both very smart and very serious about their work, they're just a little shy. Also, you don't usually have much contact with them, so they're a little afraid of you. You know I'm usually too busy, Xiaoyu said helplessly. Besides, I'm currently under surveillance by the Pokémon Association, so I can only meet with you guys in the lab. I'll try to contact them more when I have time. Speaking of which, is there any news from Jiangyu and Suakun? Shueyeta said that the capital is heavily guarded now, and it is difficult for her to find an opportunity to meet with you privately. Jiangyu's side is doing quite well. With Xiexuan and Sam's full cooperation, the rockets have taken over the entire underground industry in Gold City. Last month's profits. After listening, Xiaoyu nodded. This period is a critical time, and it's only possible for you to contact them. Thank you for your hard work. Also, make sure the construction team that Jiangyu contacted is ready. When I go to Goldenrod City next time, I need to turn Gigantamax Corviknight and Gigantamax Lapras into aerial and sea fortresses as quickly as possible. I'll remind him. After dealing with the miscellaneous matters of the rockets and the laboratory, Xiaoyu was finally able to focus entirely on preparing for the Gym Leader Level 3 League. Although he has absolute confidence in his abilities, he still has to go all out. Upon returning home, Xiaoyu immediately submitted an application to the Pokémon Association to participate in the Gym Leader Level 3 League. Since we've been under the Pokémon Association's surveillance lately, this is a good opportunity to have a good Gym Leader League match and dominate the field. The Pokémon Association office building. The staff member in charge of preparing for the third-tier league for club owners sat in front of the computer, skillfully turned on the computer, and began to review the applications for participation in the third-tier league for club owners submitted today. Xiaoyu, the champion of the College Cup, can directly skip participating in the Gym Leader N-level league and participate in the Gym Leader 3-level league. The staff member muttered Xiaoyu's name, looking at the photo in the application, and felt that it looked vaguely familiar. Xiaoyu, the champion of the high school cup. The staff member was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. Xiaoyu, is it really Xiaoyu? He really signed up for the Level 3 Professional League for Hall Masters? Director. The staff member was excited and immediately got up and ran towards Director Zhou's office, shouting loudly as he ran. What is it? The office door opened, and the portly Director Zhou walked out. Director, Xiaoyu has signed up. The staff member said excitedly. Hearing his words, the other staff members also turned their attention to him. Xiaoyu has signed up? Director Zhou remained relatively calm. Upon hearing the staff member's words, he immediately walked towards the staff member's workstation to verify the information. I'll go check. The staff member excitedly said, it really is Xiaoyu, the College Cup champion is written on his resume. Director Zhou walked to the staff member's computer, looked at the application photo and resume, confirmed that it was Xiaoyu who had applied, and then frowned thoughtfully. After a long while, he finally spoke. When will the first Level 3 Arena Master competition start after the new year? Check it out. The 16th day of the first lunar month, a week from now, the staff member in charge of arranging the competition schedule replied. It's set for that day. Director Zhou then asked, and the venue? It's a dojo-level venue. It's not particularly large. Change it. Immediately change it to a champion-level venue, the Rayquaza Arena in the north of the city. Director Zhou waved his hand and said directly, that venue can accommodate the most spectators. Director, but there's a performance match by a champion-level trainer at that venue that day, the staff member said in a low voice. Change the venue or postpone it, Director Zhou said directly. Don't rush to change it. Wait until you call Xiaoyu and confirm that he will participate before making any changes. Director Zhou paced back and forth, his hands behind his back, frowning as he pondered. Once Xiaoyu is confirmed to participate, schedule the strongest players from the third-level league for that day. Director, what if Xiaoyu can't win? Can't beat them? Director Zhou glanced at the staff member who spoke. Xiaoyu can even beat Elite 4-level trainers, how could he not beat these people? Isn't it true that you can't use Mega Evolution? Maybe. Director Zhou frowned and said, it would be better if we lost, the buzz might be even greater if we lost. Then remember to release a message to the media that Xiaoyu will participate in the Hall Master Level 3 League. Ticket prices were also set at the highest tier. We also need to contact the TV station. Go quickly. The first thing to do is contact Xiaoyu to find out which day he is available to participate in the competition, and have him come to take official photos, promotional photos, and promotional videos. Get moving, get moving. If this matter is handled well, each person will receive 5 tickets. Beep. Xiaoyu frowned as she looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Xiaoyu? Page 402. Yes, that's me, Xiaoyu replied. I'm a staff member from the Pokémon Association's Gym Leader Pro League. We've received your application for the Gym Leader Tier 3 League. The staff member was quite polite. Oh, hello, Xiaoyu replied politely. We have scheduled your Gym Leader Tier 3 League for next Saturday at Rayquaza Stadium. Do you have time to attend? Saturday? I have time, Xiaoyu replied. Okay, please be on time for the competition. Our staff will contact you later to take your official photos and promotional video. Oh well. Chapter 558 G3 League Pre-Match Preparations. Xiaoyu was somewhat puzzled after hanging up the phone. When did the staff become so friendly? Moreover, Wu Yaezu and his group said that this kind of club owner league usually requires a long waiting list, at least a month to participate in the competition. Why do I have to play a match every week? Moreover, Rayquaza Stadium should be the largest venue in the entire capital city. How can a small gym leader's 3rd division league be played there? Xiaoyu became more and more suspicious. Could it be that he had encountered a scammer? He looked closely at the incoming call number, and it was indeed the Pokémon Association's short number. And they even have to shoot some official photos and promotional videos, making such a big fuss. I thought it was a college cup or a tournament for the top players or the king of the league. How come I've never heard of this before? Xiaoyu felt something was wrong and quickly called Su Musa. Hey, Musa. Xiaoyu, did you miss me? Su Musa was very happy to receive Xiaoyu's call and teased him with a smile. Ahem, I have something important to ask you. Then tell me first, did you miss me? Su Musa's tone carried a hint of ambiguity, stirring Xiaoyu's heartstrings. I want to. Xiaoyu could only reply, didn't you participate in the GN League? I just wanted to ask if you were required to take promotional photos or videos when you participated in the competition. I just took a picture of a promotional poster, and then participated in the competition as usual, Su Musa replied. What happened? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and replied, I signed up for the G3 League for gym owners, and then I received a call from the staff. Xiaoyu briefly explained what had just happened and asked the question that had been bothering him. That's normal. Su Musa replied with a smile after hearing this. They definitely want to use your popularity for publicity so they can sell more tickets. You've signed up for the G3 League, which day is it? I'll come cheer you on. Next Saturday. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu temporarily put aside his distracting thoughts and focused on preparing for the competition. The competition is next Saturday, and time is very tight. I only have 1 week to prepare, so I have to make the most of my time. The first thing to do is to form a team and submit the Pokémon team roster. For the professional league, teams must submit their completed teams to the event organizers for registration 3 days before the competition. Xiaoyu first needs to decide which 6 Pokémon to send out. Once the match starts, he can only choose Pokémon from these 6 Pokémon to fight and cannot change his team. First, Dragapult is a must-have as a backup option. Second, Xiaoyu plans to let Haxorus and Salamence gain experience and be more familiar with the game, so they will definitely be on the team roster as well. This confirmed the 3 Pokémon. Xiaoyu hesitated about the remaining 3 Pokémon. Since it's only a Gym Leader Level 3 league, the competition shouldn't be too intense. Plus, Mega Evolution isn't allowed, so Xiaoyu doesn't plan to let Charizard and Sceptile participate this time. That leaves only 4 Pokémon that meet the competition requirements. Hakuryu, Diancie, Indeedee, Cinderace, and Gengar. Diancie is ruled out first. The legendary beast still needs to be kept hidden. Next, choosing 3 out of 4, Aiguancher Xiaoyu plans to send it out. Because Xiaoyu's beloved servant has an exceptionally high master level aptitude, but rarely participates in battles, now that there is a rare opportunity, it is time for it to make its debut and gain experience. As for the last 2, after a slight hesitation, Xiaoyu decided not to let his brother's captured Hakuryu participate in the competition. Firstly, Dragonair is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and its appearance would cause unnecessary trouble. Xiaoyu would also have to explain its origins, which would be too much trouble. Secondly, it was only recently captured and is still in the training stage. This means the last 2 Pokémon will be Gengar and Cinderace. Xiaoyu's roster for this competition has been finalized, a 3-dragon combination of Dragapult, Haxorus, and Salamence, paired with Cinderace, Indeedee, and Gengar, a deformed team. Haxorus and Cinderace are 2 pure physical attackers. Dragapult and Salamence are also physical attackers, but they can also be used as dual attackers. Gengar is a pure high-speed special attacker, and can barely serve as a harasser. Additionally, Indeedee is also a special attacker and can also serve as a support and special defender, as well as an anti-trick room team. This team composition is utterly terrible. Aside from reckless brute force, it has virtually no tactics whatsoever. Despicable tactics are only used when the opponent's strength is equal or lower. True masters rely entirely on overwhelming skill and understanding. This time, I'll demonstrate how brute force can overcome any skill. In the face of absolute power, all tactics become secondary. After finalizing the list of participating teams, Xiaoyu's remaining task was to focus on training and preparation. The next day, Xiaoyu arrived at the giant laboratory in the morning and had just finished his morning training with his Pokémon when he received a call from a Pokémon Association staff member. "Hello, Mr. Xiaoyu, are you free today to take some photos and videos for your costume fitting?" "I'm free," Xiaoyu replied. "Mr. Xiaoyu, where are you?" "We'll send someone to pick you up. Just tell us your address." "We'll send someone to pick you up." Faced with the enthusiastic staff, Xiaoyu replied, "I can do it myself. Just give me an address." "Okay, the address is in the Pokémon Association office building." The staff member was very friendly. "I'll wait for you at the gate. Just call me when you get there." Half an hour later, Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon Association building and saw the staff waiting for him. "Hello." The staff member recognized Xiaoyu at a glance, waved enthusiastically at Xiaoyu, and ran to Xiaoyu's side. "Hello? Are you going to film a promotional video for the Level 3 League? I had no idea about this." Xiaoyu finally asked the question that had been on his mind after seeing the staff of the Pokémon Association. "Normally we don't need to, but for important third-tier league matches, we'll shoot some promotional videos and raise the standards of the competition." The staff member patiently explained to Xiaoyu, "You were the champion of the previous College Cup and you're very popular, so we're holding this competition at the highest level this time." "Oh, okay." Hearing the staff member say that, Xiaoyu felt a little smug. This was the power of his popularity. "Alright, what do you need me to do?" "Mr. Xiaoyu, since you didn't bring an assistant, I'll be in charge of coordinating with you. Let's go to the dressing room first. The makeup artist and stylist are waiting for you." The staff member walked ahead, leading the way for Xiaoyu. "The shooting of the promotional video and makeup photos won't take long. It can be finished before the end of the day." "Okay." Following behind the staff, Xiaoyu experienced what it's like for a celebrity to run around doing promotional appearances for the first time. Makeup, haircut, then taking promotional photos, shooting promotional videos, and then interviews. By the time I finished all of this, it was already dinner time. Director Zhou of the Pokémon Association's tournament organizing committee also warmly invited Xiaoyu to have dinner together, but Xiaoyu declined, as he was genuinely tired after a busy day. Chapter 559 G3 League. After a long day, Xiaoyu took a shower and lay in bed, wondering if she should hire an assistant. Doing everything herself was getting too tiring. Xiaoyu lay on the bed with her eyes closed, and one name after another flashed through her mind. Su Muze, Gao Yangzhen, Xia Tianming, Zhao Ruohan, Sylvia. Xiaoyu rejected all of these people one by one. After careful consideration, he realized that none of them were suitable and it would be a waste of their talents to have them as his assistants. Ugh. Finding a capable and trustworthy assistant is not an easy task. It takes time. Ask Sylvia to keep an eye out for suitable candidates. Page 403. Xiaoyu immediately sent a message to Sylvia after thinking about this. The next day, Xiaoyu got up early, ate breakfast, submitted the list of participating teams, and then went to the giant laboratory for daily training. With more Pokémon, training them has become a challenge, and Xiaoyu alone can no longer manage the training of all of them. Therefore, Xiaoyu specially invited Carl and Eve to assist him, and also to spend more time with them to reduce their hostility and wariness. Carl was responsible for assisting Xiaoyu in Pokémon training, essentially acting as a teaching assistant. Eve is responsible for feeding and raising the Pokémon and preparing their food. The two possess superpowers, enabling them to communicate with Pokémon and demonstrating unique talent in training them, fully preparing for the G3 League. A day later, the Pokémon Association Gym Leader League Organizing Committee has finally officially announced that Xiaoyu will participate in the Gym Leader G3 League, and has pinned the announcement to the top of their official social media account. The news quickly rose to the top of the trending searches as soon as it was released. Because this match was top-notch in every aspect, from the time and location to the participants, referees, guests, and commentators. This is the first time a G3 League club of this caliber has received such high-level treatment. The competition will be held at Rayquaza Arena, the most luxurious venue in the entire capital, China and even the world, capable of accommodating more than 100,000 spectators at the same time. The final was scheduled for the first Saturday after the Lantern Festival, during prime time in the evening. It was also the first G3 level league match held nationwide this year. As for the contestants, all 16 participants except Xiaoyu are champions of the GN League, and there is not a single weakling among them. Under normal circumstances, as long as you make it into the top 4 of the GN League, you can participate in the G3 League. G3 162 GN4 GN4 GN6 GN. However, this is the first time that all 16 players, except for Xiaoyu, are GN League champions. Such a grand spectacle heightened the audience's anticipation for the day's competition, continuously boosting its popularity. Meanwhile, the official team also kept creating buzz, releasing a player's official photo and pre-match trash talk every 1 or 2 hours to continuously attract traffic and maintain the topic's popularity. Finally, the official announcement revealed the ticketing channels. Tickets would be sold at 8 p.m., and the prices were more than double those of the regular G3 League tickets. Even so, tickets sold out instantly as soon as they were available, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Those lucky enough to snag tickets online have already started showing them off. Furthermore, many people have noticed that it's not just ordinary people who are fans of celebrities. Many internet celebrities, stars, actors, even dojo owners and superstars are posting photos of their competition tickets. Leaving aside the internet celebrities who are just trying to ride the wave of popularity, the key issue is that 4 or 5 of the 18 dojo owners in Beijing are posting pictures of their tickets. Netizens, always eager for drama, flock to other exhibitors' comment sections to leave messages. Is it because you didn't manage to get a ticket? The intensity of the match exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. Xiao Wanyu, who was focusing on her pregnancy, called him, saying that everyone around her was discussing the match, and if it weren't for her physical limitations, she would have liked to come and watch Xiaoyu's match live. At the same time, many people are using connections to get tickets through insider channels. Xiaoyu himself received many requests for tickets from people, and there were people he couldn't refuse. For example, if his father Xiaoyong or mother Lin Suimei asked him to speak, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't refuse. At the same time, Zhaoruohan also called. Since she had no connections, she naturally couldn't get an inside ticket and could only ask Xiaoyu. Given their relationship, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't refuse. Sylvia was the same, shaking Xiaoyu's arm and wanting tickets to the inner VIP box. The key point was that her reason was quite reasonable. She wanted to take Xiaoyu, Carl, and Eve to see the world. This forced Xiaoyu to swallow his pride and make a phone call to Director Zhou, who was in charge of the event's official affairs. Upon receiving Xiaoyu's call, Director Zhou waved his hand and patted his chest, assuring Xiaoyu that there would be absolutely no problem. Director Zhou's solicitous attitude made Xiaoyu sigh, realizing that once he started talking, he was indebted to him, and he would have to repay the favor in the future. That's how things are in China. Sometimes it's a society based on personal connections. However, Director Zhou was a shrewd and thorough person. In addition to the tickets Xiaoyu had requested, he gave Xiaoyu 10 extra tickets, just in case. Most importantly, these tickets were all for the VIP boxes in the inner area. After receiving the tickets, Xiaoyu gave some to family and friends, and then took out 5 to draw for her fans. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the afternoon of the competition day. The competition, which had been hyped up for several days, finally arrived. By 3 p.m., the stadium was packed with people, all eagerly anticipating tonight's match. During the pre-match warm-up session, the camera also focused on some celebrities who were present. More than a dozen gym leaders from the 18 different attributes arrived. In addition, many internet celebrities and stars dressed up in their finest attire and arrived early, turning the venue into a red carpet event. Backstage, Xiaoyu also ate something to replenish his energy and make full preparations for the upcoming match. The rules for the Professional League and the College Cup are slightly different. Compared to the University Cup, the Gym Leader Professional League has fewer participants, with only 16 players competing, but the rules are even more brutal. 16 players must complete all their matches in one day to determine the top 4. The competition usually starts at 4 p.m. The first match will be held simultaneously on 8 courts, and the rules are 1v1 singles. Win and advance to the top 8, lose and you're eliminated. Losing players will be relegated and will need to rejoin the GN League. After a half-hour break following the end of the first match, the second match will begin around 5 p.m. The quarterfinals will be a 2v2 doubles match. Both methods involve winning to advance to the semi-finals and losing to be eliminated. Losing players can retain their place in the league and participate in the next G3 tournament. The winning player will be eligible to participate in the G2 League. The first 2 matches, one singles and one doubles, tested the players' true strength. Next, we'll have a 1-hour break, then the semi-finals will start at 7 p.m., and the finals at 8:1 p.m. The semi-finals and finals both use the 3v3 singles format, with only about half an hour of rest in between, which is a major test of the players and Pokémon stamina. Chapter 560 Sule and the Long-Haired Dog. Dear viewers, welcome to the 3rd Division Professional League match. I believe you have been looking forward to this game for a long time. First, let me introduce the players participating in this G3 league. The first player to take the stage is Xiaoyu from Imperial Capital University, who is also the champion of the previous University Cup. As the host's voice rang out, the large screen at the venue displayed Xiaoyu's competition photos and the lineup of competitors. We can see that Xiaoyu's lineup for this competition has changed drastically compared to the lineup that won the College Cup. Of all the Pokémon he has used in the High School Cup, Dragapult is the only one so far. Sceptile, Charizard, and Noivern are not among the participating teams. In its place are 5 new Pokémon: Haxorus, Salamence, Cinderace, Indeedee, and Gengar. 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, which perfectly suits Xiaoyu's identity as a Dragon-type trainer. Let's look forward to Xiaoyu's wonderful performance. The second contestant to appear. After the 16 contestants were introduced, the most exciting part, the draw, began. The numbers on the big screen at the scene scrolled randomly, and Xiaoyu eventually drew number 7. His opponent was contestant number 8, Sule. The draw is complete. The competition begins. All players, please come forward. The competition started simultaneously in 8 venues, but the director was very considerate and immediately cut the first shot to the venue where Xiaoyu was playing. Immediately, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. After all, most of the people here are here to watch Xiaoyu's match. Page 404. The match begins. Both sides, please release your Pokémon. As the referee's voice rang out, Xiaoyu and Sule on the opposite side simultaneously threw out their Pokeballs. As for Xiaoyu, there was no suspense. In the 1v1 match, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyu naturally sent out his ace Pokémon, Dragapult. Sule sent out a normal-type gym leader-level Pokémon at its peak. Normal and ghost types are also mutually effective against each other, making normal-type Pokémon effective against ghost-type Pokémon. We can see that the director is very considerate and has already shown the camera to Xiaoyu and Sule in court number 4. Xiaoyu sent out his signature Pokémon, Shiny Dragapult. Sule sent out a normal-type Griffin. If I remember correctly, Sule's Griffin has the ability Courage, and normal and fighting-type moves can attack ghost-type Pokémon, which is a slight advantage against Dragapult. The match has begun, let's watch the game. Sule's expression was not good during the competition, or rather, his expression had been not good ever since he was drawn into the same group as Xiaoyu. Everyone has witnessed just how strong Xiaoyu and Durambarito are. Xiaoyu's Dragapult has even defeated the Elite 4-level Pokémon Dragapult. In matches of the G3 League caliber, Durambula's performance was a complete one-sided massacre. It's not fair, it's not fair. From the moment Xiaoyu's name appeared on the roster for this match, everyone knew that the goal for today's G3 League had become competing for second place. Given Draco's strength, Xiaoyu should directly compete in the Gym Leader ranking tournament to vie for the Gym Leader position. Why do we still need to play in the G3 League? Long-haired dog, use electromagnetic wave. Su Liqiang mustered his spirits and ordered the long-haired dog to use its disgusting electromagnetic wave skill first. A head-on collision between the long-haired dog and the Durambulu would be no match for it. Only by using all sorts of underhanded tactics would there be even the slightest hope of victory. However, Xiaoyu's next move shattered Sule's faint hope of victory. Durambarito, you stand. The stand ability is arguably one of the most unique abilities. Consume stamina to create a substitute, allowing the substitute to take the damage and effects of attacks in your place. The stand state can not only block damage, but more importantly, it can block some of the changing moves. For example, right now, the stand can perfectly block the electromagnetic wave attack for Draco. Drambert unleashed normal-type energy, expending its stamina to create a stand in front of it. At the same time, the long-haired dog's electromagnetic wave skill arrived, but it hit Draco's stand directly and had no effect. Stand-up moves. Xiaoyu is too cautious. In this way, if long-haired dog wants to damage Draco or have status moves effective against Draco, it must first break through Draco's stand. Seeing the stand appear in front of Durambalto, Sule's face grew increasingly grim. Xiaoyu was truly not giving him any way out. I'll fight you to the death. Long-haired dog, repay kindness. Durambarito, Dragon Arrow. As the two gave the order simultaneously, the long-haired dog gathered normal-type energy throughout its body, let out a huge roar, and charged towards Draco. Meanwhile, Draco Barat unleashed his Dragon Arrow skill, with Draco Mesias on either side of his head enveloped in Dragon-type energy, his body tense, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Boom! The Dragon Arrows were incredibly fast before anyone could react. They saw 2 streaks of indigo light flash through the air, trailing long flames, and strike the long-haired dog directly. The first dragon arrow collided with the long-haired dog, causing energy to surge and produce a huge roar, directly shattering the normal-type energy on the long-haired dog's body. Immediately following, a second arrow struck the long-haired dog, the immense force sending it flying and slamming it against the wall. The terrifying power cracked the solid wall. 2 dragon arrows severely injured the long-haired dog. The gap in hard power is too big. It's a pure crushing defeat in terms of strength. The gap is so big that no tactics are useful. They can't even fight each other. This match also serves as a reminder to the other participants. To fight Xiaoyu's Dragapult, you need at least the strength of a near-elite 4-member. Gym leader level Pokémon are simply no match for them. Actually, Sule should have sent his psychic-type Pokémon to battle. Although it was type-countered by Xiaoyu, it at least had the strength of a near-elite 4-member. What a pity. Sule's strength is actually quite good. Durambarado's Dragon Arrow once again demonstrated its formidable power to everyone. In the realm of near-champion level, Draco is among the strongest. Xiaoyu looked at the dying long-haired dog, then at Sule beside him. Seeing that he still wouldn't admit defeat, he could only order to Durambalu, the final Dragon Arrow. I surrender. Chapter 601 Payu. Isn't this too fast? It's only been a minute, right? Drambert used 2 skills, Substitute and Dragon Arrow. How did it end so quickly? I haven't had enough yet. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. The audience at the scene chanted Xiaoyu's name wildly and waved their light sticks at him. Xiaoyu smiled and waved back to each of them, then headed backstage to prepare for the next doubles match. Xiaoyu finished his first match at lightning speed, giving him ample time to rest. Well, actually, there was no need for a break. Draco quickly used a substitute and Dragon Arrow to win the match. After winning the first match, the second match was a doubles game. Xiaoyu has played very few doubles matches and has less experience. Compared to singles, doubles actually requires more teamwork and technique. Xiaoyu had already decided that Dragapult would definitely continue to appear in the doubles battle, and he would send out an DD for the other Pokémon. Assassin can learn the help and watch me skills, making him a perfect doubles player who can effectively support Draco. To be honest, it's not entirely clear who's assisting whom, especially since, after absorbing the Crescent Feather, Ndidi's aptitude has reached the master level, a level higher than Draco Balto's. Maybe later it will turn into Draco Valkyrie using both its powerful abilities and Will-O-Wisp, obediently supporting Esper. After resting backstage for nearly an hour, Xiaoyu finally had his second match and took to the stage again. Cheers erupted as Xiaoyu appeared. After all, most of the audience came for Xiaoyu, but in the first match, Xiaoyu finished the battle in just 1 minute, and everyone left before they were satisfied. Xiaoyu stood on the field, facing player number 6, Payu, a dark-type trainer with considerable skill, but unfortunately, he encountered Xiaoyu. Game start. At the referee's signal, Xiaoyu and Payu simultaneously threw out their Pokeballs. Go, Durambalu, Steward. Go, General Servant Blade, Blazing Roaring Tiger. All 4 Pokémon appeared at the same time. Incineroar immediately activated its Intimidate ability upon entering the field, its ferocious face accompanied by a terrifying roar, reducing the attack power of Dragapult and Ndidi. At the same time, Ndidi's Psychic Creator ability activated, and purple psychic energy surged from Ndidi, instantly covering the field and turning it into a psychic field. Payu's Incineroar's Intimidate ability activated, reducing the attack power of Ndidi and Dragapult. This reduces Draco's physical attack threat. As a result, the damage of Draco's signature moves, Dragon Arrow and Phantom Assault, has been significantly reduced. At the same time, we can see that Xiaoyu's favorite servant has the extremely rare Psychic Creator ability. It activated its ability to turn the field into a psychic field as soon as it appeared. This is also the first time Xiaoyu has sent AI Guanxia to appear. Let's wait and see what kind of wonderful performance AI Guanxia will give. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the blazing roaring tiger. Tiger, the #1 muscular man in the universe, a god in doubles, possesses a unique kind of beauty in his strength. Even in the god-tier environment, Tiger remains a top-tier Pokémon in doubles battles, and it was one of Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. Page 405. However, the Blazing Roar Tiger was unable to fully utilize its advantages in this match. Because this battle is a 2v2 doubles match, not a 4v4 doubles match, you cannot change Pokémon midway through. Incineroar's strength lies in its Intimidate ability, as well as its interchangeable moves like Fake Out, Throw a Taunt, and U-Turn, which allow it to repeatedly intimidate and control the field, creating a favorable environment for other Pokémon to attack. Of course, this doesn't mean that Incineroar is weak in 2v2. Incineroar can also learn top-tier status moves like Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, Swords Dance, and Bulk Up. Offensively, it also has many powerful moves such as Flare Charge, DD Hook, Knock Off, Abyssal Thrust, and Earthquake. Fiery Roaring Tiger, the Eternal God. Incineroar, use Will-O-Wisp on Dragapult. Peiyu's voice rang out as she calmly commanded Incineroar to unleash the Will-O-Wisp skill on Dragapult. Because of the combination of Draco Balthus and Ndidi, it's obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that Draco is responsible for dealing damage, while Ndidi is responsible for providing support. In Peiyu's view, as long as they could shut down Durambaret, they would have almost secured the victory in this match. General Servant Blade, Sword Dance. On the other side, he also commanded General Servant Blade to use Sword Dance to enhance his abilities. Essence, use 8 on Draco. Xiaoyu gave the order at the same time. Normal type energy surged from Essence and flew towards Draco, amplifying the damage of its next move. Dragon Ball, dodge, Will-O-the-Wisp, then unleash Flame Burst. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and he immediately ordered Duran Barado to concentrate his firepower and take down General Servant first. General Pudeo, hold the line. Peiyu reacted quickly and decisively. He had watched the replay of Xiaoyu and Su Lei's match and knew how strong Durambaret was. Even though Flamethrower isn't Dragapult's signature move, he still made Pokémon use Protect. Fire energy surged from the Incineroar, glowing with green phosphorescent light and eerie ghostly flames, as it lunged at Draco. Durambarado's body flew directly into the air, displaying astonishing speed, soaring into the sky like a fighter jet, easily dodging the Ghost Fire skill, and closing in on the Servant General. Immediately afterwards, Duranbalto's body burst into flames, and fiery energy erupted, creating towering waves of flame that formed a big, shaped flame in front of him, surging towards the Servant General. The Servant General, sitting on the ground, unleashed normal-type energy, which transformed into a shield of light, blocking Draco's full-force attack. Lovekeeper, shine with magic. Dragon Balls, Dragon Pulse at full power. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He originally wanted to have Draco Baloo use the Dragon Star skill to clear the field, but Incineroar still had a defensive skill up its sleeve. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyu ultimately had Draco use the Dragon Pulse skill. Dragon-type and Fairy-type energy surged. The dragon energy erupting from Dralongbarado transformed into a giant indigo dragon, roaring as it charged straight at General Servant, its momentum astonishing and its power immense. At the same time, Aguanji was also shining with multicolored light, and the Magic Shining skill was activated, which was used to cast the Magic Shining skill on Blazing Roaring Tiger and Servant General. As the light surged, Fairy-type energy burst forth. Chapter 602 The Universe's #1 Roaring Tiger. Infernal Roar Tiger, use DD Hook Arm on Draco Brat. General Servant, launch a surprise attack on Durambaloo. Faced with the combined attack of Dragapult and Ndidi, Peiyu immediately ordered her Pokémon to retaliate. Dark-type energy erupted from Incineroar's body. It spun around, its fist enveloped in the dark energy, and then unleashed a punch. The giant fist of dark energy shot into the sky, heading straight for Dragapult. On the other side, black evil energy surged from the Servant Blade General, enveloping its body like black flames, and finally converging on the Servant Blade above its head. Immediately afterwards, the Servant General raised his head high and kowtowed, then slashed downwards with his huge servant sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash of dark energy that hurtled towards Draco Balto. A giant black energy fist, a black energy slash. It cleaved through the sky, slashing towards Durambaloo. The blazing roaring tiger's DD Golden Hook arm and the Servant General's sudden attack simultaneously struck the flying Dralongarido. Peiyu's tactics were simple and clear: focus fire on defeating Durambalito, and then take out the support Asuna. DD's Golden Hook arm and Sucker Punch, two dark-type stab moves, if they all hit Dragapult, will definitely cause it huge damage, but Xiaoyu's Dragapult has the special move Phantom Strike, which can be avoided by hiding in another dimension. Peiyu is too impulsive. Xiaoyu will definitely have his Durambaloo use the Spirit Strike to evade. He should have focused his Pokémon attacks on Absorb first. Dragapult from Xiaoyu is not so easy to deal with. Durambarado, Spirit Summoning. Just as the host predicted, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to have Dorgan Barado unleash his unique Spirit Ambush skill. Durambarado's golden figure flashed by and disappeared into space, dodging the powerful attacks of Servant General and Blazing Roaring Tiger. What a pity, Xiaoyu has gained the advantage again. Boom. Just as the host was speaking, Draco's Dragon Pulse struck the Servant General. The erupting dragon-type energy engulfed it, like a giant dragon propelling the Servant Blade General backward, sliding backward and leaving a long scratch on the ground. At the same time, the servant's magic dazzling skill also landed on the servant general and the blazing roaring tiger. The erupting fairy-type energy pierced their bodies like thousands of needles, causing the servant general and the blazing roaring tiger to cry out in pain at the same time. Roar. The fact that the assassin's non-stab type spell Dazzle could make Serpent Shrine and Incineroar show signs of pain suggests that Xiaoyu's assassin is not just a pure support unit, it must have also developed some special attack abilities. It seems that Peiyu's chances of winning this match are very slim. Peiyu is already considered quite strong among trainers of the same level, but she was still completely suppressed by Xiaoyu. Perhaps Xiaoyu really can complete the triple jump. From G3 to G2 to G1, becoming the youngest dragon-themed pavilion master in the imperial capital. At the same time, a rift suddenly tore open in the space, and Durambarado's body tensed up. Like a sharp arrow, he flew out from the other dimension, and his golden triangular head slammed into the servant general like an arrowhead. General Servant Blade, use the servant blade now. Faced with the attack from Durambarado, Peiyu decisively ordered the servant blade general to use his servant blade skill. The erupting dark-type energy once again gathered on the servant knife above its head, and with a forceful bang, a black energy slash flew rapidly toward Dragapult. Hold on, Durambarado. This time, Durambarado could no longer dodge, and Xiaoyu decisively made it use its guard skill. A light shield appeared and withstood the attack of the servant general. Xiaoyedolongbolito is as shameless as ever. Actually, I thought about it carefully. If I were Xiaoyu's opponent, how would I defeat Durambarado? In the end, I realized that it can only be described in 2 words. No solution. Aside from overwhelming the opponent with superior cultivation level, I can't find any other way to break this. Xiaoyu's Dragapult has near-perfect performance in special attack, physical attack, and speed. It has top-notch speed, and in terms of physical attack, it has the stealthy spirit attack at close range and the dragon arrow at long range. On the special attack side, there are moves such as Shadow Ball, Dragon Pulse, and Flame Burst. At the same time, Xiaoyu must have also taught Dragapult moves such as Thunderbolt to increase its coverage. Its only weaknesses are in defense and special defense, but Draco can use its speed advantage to keep its distance from the enemy and avoid close combat. When facing ranged attacks, Durambarado can dodge most of them with his speed. Even in situations like the one just now where it was impossible to dodge, he can use his unique Spirit Strike to enter another dimension to avoid them. Although Draco can't use the Phantom Assault move continuously for a short period of time, it can easily survive with moves like Protect and Substitute. With my level of skill as a trainer, I can't think of any way to break this. To be honest, if I were Xiaoyu's opponent, I would have been furious long ago. Actually, losing to Xiaoyu is not shameful at all. What's most frustrating is not even being able to touch an opponent. After fighting for so long, Peiyu's 2 Pokémon haven't even managed to touch a hair on Xiaoyu's Dragapult. In fact, it wasn't just the host who had this idea. Peiyu, who was standing opposite Xiaoyu, also shared the same thought. The servant general, with near Heavenly King level strength, had already reached a terrifying level of attack after just one sword dance. If this were placed in other matches of the same level, it would basically be at the ceiling of physical attack, and he began to sweep the team. But facing Xiaoyu's Duolongbolo made Peiyu feel like she had no power to use, like punching cotton, which was extremely uncomfortable. Peiyu really wanted to shout at Xiaoyu, "You cowards, do you dare to fight me head-on?" Peiyu's eyes flickered. He didn't want to give up yet, so he focused his gaze on Ai Guanxi. Since the tactic of besieging Draco has failed, let's deal with Abbott first, but we must force Abbott to use his Protect skill first. General Servant, use your servant's knife. Infernape, use DD Golden Hook on Draco Brat. Hearing Peiyu's order, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and immediately had Ai Guanxi use the guard skill, Ai Guanxi, guard. The general's full-force attack with his sword struck Ai Guanxi's guard skill and was perfectly blocked. Meanwhile, Incineroar spun around, enveloped in dark-type energy, and launched an attack on Dragapult like a black spinning top. Page 406. Seeing the frenzied attacks of the servant blade general and the blazing roaring tiger, Xiaoyu knew it was time to end the match. Xiaoyu waved his hand and shouted towards Durambarado, "Dragon Star Cluster." Chapter 603 Dragon Star Cluster. The surging, powerful dragon energy transformed into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The sky changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky. The once clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, as if night had fallen. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded from the dark clouds, as loud as thunder. Red light spread like flames through the clouds, igniting the sky and turning it into a fiery cloud. What a terrifying dragon star cluster! Even a Pokémon with the strength of a champion-level Pokémon wouldn't be able to unleash a Draco Meteor shower, would it? Xiaoyu's Dragapult. I think it's even stronger than a typical Elite 4 level Pokémon. It's so scary. Everyone looked up at the sky, where several small meteorites, imbued with dragon-type energy, were falling from the rolling dark clouds, trailing thick smoke and engulfed in flames. Dragon Star Cluster is the most powerful move in the dragon type. Fiery Roaring Tiger, hold the line. General Pudeo, hold the line. Faced with the overwhelming power of Draco's Dragon Star Swarm skill, Peiyu felt her scalp tingle. What exactly is Xiaoyu's Duolingulis aptitude? To unleash such a powerful Dragon Star Cluster with the strength of a near-heavenly king, one must at least possess champion-level aptitude. Given the strength shown by this Dragon Ball, it's almost a certainty that Xiaoyu will become the champion in the future. A champion-level or higher Pokémon, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, plus a shiny one. Peiyu couldn't help but gasp. She had always considered herself a genius, but compared to Xiaoyu, she was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. How can fireflies compete with the bright moon? The thought of fighting against such a genius filled Peiyu with fighting spirit, but the first thing to do now is to withstand this Dragon Star Cluster. A light shield appeared in front of the blazing roaring tiger, firmly protecting itself, but the Guardian General's defensive skill failed to be executed. The Servant Blade General had just used the guard skill not long ago, and now the interval is too short. Its luck is not very good, and the guard skill failed to be used. Therefore, it can only choose to withstand the Dragon Star Swarm. The meteorites falling from the sky drew arcs in the air as they flew toward General Pudeo. Looking at the burning meteorite, a resolute glint flashed in General Servant's eyes. He let out a roar, and the servant knife on his head erupted with black evil energy, wanting to clash head-on with the meteorite. Boom! The massive meteorite, enveloped in dragon-type energy, slammed into General Servant Blade, obliterating and burying him in the ground, leaving a huge crater. Instant kill. Boom! 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 At the same time, other meteorites fell to the ground, instantly igniting the entire area. The ground shook, and the scene before us was as terrifying as the end of the world, with flames everywhere. After one round of Dragon Star Cluster ended, General Servant Blade had already lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Such a powerful Dragon Star Cluster skill. Even a typical Elite 4 level Pokémon might have less power when using the Draco Meteor move than Xiaoyu's Dragapult. This is terrifying. Xiaoyu's Dragon Barado is completely outclassing the gym leaders in the league. The audience was stunned by the Dragon Star Swarm skill that Drolongbalto had just used. Its power was simply terrifying. The two hosts then engaged in a heated discussion. There is no suspense in this match. Even though Dragapult's attack and special attack were lowered due to its intimidate and the use of Draco Meteor, it can still easily defeat Incineroar when paired with NDD. Xiaoyu's Dragapult is truly an ace capable of fighting against Elite 4 level Pokémon. It is incredibly strong, with almost no weaknesses. Amidst the heated discussion among the hosts, Xiaoyu commanded Duran Barado and Abasa to launch an attack on Incineroar. Doran Barado, Dragon Arrow. He loved to serve and helped Dorganbalto. The blazing roaring tiger is unable to fight, and Xiaoyu wins the match. 2 against 1, a complete rout. Xiaoyu easily won the doubles match, advancing to the semi-finals and qualifying for the G2 League. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! The audience waved their arms and cheered. Xiaoyu waved in response to the enthusiastic work and walked towards the backstage area. Winning this match also means that Xiaoyu has entered the semi-finals and secured a spot in the G2 League. The other 3 finalists backstage also looked relaxed and relieved. After all, the first 2 matches were the most stressful. The outcome of the remaining semi-finals and finals is no longer so important. Just treat them as exhibition matches and show your strength. Xiaoyu's next opponent is the only woman among the top 4. Jia Hui, with her neat short hair, is around 35 years old and has a tall and well-proportioned figure. In addition to being a trainer, she is also a well-known athlete in China. Her eyes are sharp and she exudes a heroic spirit. The semi-finals are about to begin. Let's welcome our 2 contestants to the stage. Xiaoyu and Xia Hui appeared from backstage and stood face to face on the huge battlefield, immediately eliciting cheers and shouts from the audience. Welcome back, everyone. The host's voice rang out. Today's semi-final will be between Xia Hui and Xiaoyu. Actually, of all the matches today, this is the one I've been most looking forward to. Xia Hui is also my favorite player among the 16 participants, besides Xiaoyu, the male commentator said from the commentary booth. The female commentator on the other side chimed in, "Oh, why?" Because Jia Hui is an extremely rare poison-type trainer. Considered an unpopular trainer, it is our duty to restore the glory of poison-type. Secondly, her team and tactics are very unique. the male host said eloquently. If Xiaoyu isn't careful, she'll suffer a lot. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out during the discussion between the two hosts. Go ahead, Double Axe Dragon. Go, supervillain. Jui sent out Toxapex, a popular poison-type Pokémon. Poison Shield. Toxapex is a pretty perfect defensive Pokémon. Although its HP, attack, and speed are extremely poor, its defense and special defense are maxed out, making it a solid shield. At the same time, the combination of poison and water attributes gives it extremely good resistance, with only 3 double weaknesses to ground, electric and super energy, and 8 double resistances. Then it also has the top-tier ability of Regenerator, which restores its health each time it swaps out, making it a perfect fit for shield-type Pokémon. Finally, Supervillain also possesses extremely overpowered abilities such as a bunker, self-regeneration, and black fog. A combination of factors led to the immense popularity of Toxapex, a shield-type Pokémon. Chapter 604 Pure Bottom Team. On the other side, Xiaoyu sent out the Double Axe Dragon, making its first appearance. Its tall body was covered in hard yellow armor, its thick dragon tail swung behind it, and its scarlet eyes stared at Supervillain, exuding a violent and ferocious aura. Its teeth, resembling double axes, gleamed coldly in the moonlight, making it look ferocious and savage, like an ancient beast. Roar! The ferocious double-axe war dragon roared excitedly, poised to unleash a swift attack at Xiaoyu's command. An ultimate physical attacker versus an ultimate defensive Pokémon. Page 407. An exciting match is about to begin. Jiehui sent out her signature Pokémon, Toxapex. In the previous rounds, Toxapex performed exceptionally well, even managing to sweep 3 opponents at once. On the other side, Xiaoyu sent out Haxorus. This is the first time we've seen Haxorus appear, and we don't know how strong it is. However, judging from its appearance, it's very well developed. As for its true strength, let's wait and see. The game is about to begin. Superbug, you stand. Jiehui's voice rang out, calmly directing Superbug to use its stand ability. As a Pokémon that is purely defensive, Toxapex's tactical setup is very simple. Strengthen your physical and special defense against different types of Pokémon, and then wear down your opponent with overpowered moves like Toxic, Substitute, and Recover. Of course, while Supervillain is cunning, it's not without its weaknesses. Pokémon like Toxapex are actually very afraid of opponents with the taunt move. Since almost all of Superbug's core moves are transformation attacks, a single taunt move is enough to disable it. Speaking of taunt skills, Xiaoyu once again thought of a certain Pokémon that was training hard in the Spiral Tower of Dragons. Dayan of Missing Noivern. Although Noivern is absent, Haxorus can learn the taunt skill by improving its strength, and can temporarily replace Noivern in Xiaoyu's team. This is why Xiaoyu sent out Double Axe Dragon as the first opponent. Double Axe Dragon, provoke. Xiaoyu gave the order almost simultaneously with Jiehui. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the host also sighed, what a pity. I was a little surprised that Jui didn't choose to replace her Pokémon. You should know that although Supervillain is powerful, it is very afraid of taunt skills. Haxorus is one of the few Pokémon that can learn the taunt move directly through its own strength without needing a TM. As a professional Pokémon trainer, Jui must know this. Given that she knew the opponent would definitely use the taunt skill, and that she was slower than the opponent, she still chose to let Supervillain use the taunt skill, which was an extremely risky move. She's betting that Xiaoyu won't let Haxorus use taunt immediately, or that Haxorus is slower than Supermata. But she clearly underestimated Xiaoyu. Although many people believe that Xiaoyu won the College Cup Championship by relying on Mega Evolution, we can see that if we look back at his performance in the provincial competition. During the provincial competition in the first half of the University Cup, Xiaoyu was known for his tactics and his ability to win against stronger opponents. How could Xiaoyu not see through Xiaohui's little tricks? Moreover, Xiaoyu's decision to start with the Double Axe Dragon might be because he guessed Xiaohui's tactics. As the host explained, the Dark-type energy on Haxorus began to gather and surge towards Toxapex, instantly blocking all of Toxapex's status moves. Come back, Supervillain. Jiehui watched the scene unfold before her with a flicker in her eyes. She seemed to have anticipated this, and upon hearing Xiaoyu order Haxorus to use taunt, she immediately recalled her Pokémon. Double Hammer Dragon, Dragon Dance. Xiaoyu reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Jiehui switch Pokémon, he decisively ordered his Haxorus to use the Dragon Dance move to boost its power. With increased speed and physical attack, it's time for Haxorus to dominate the team. Go, Soul Reaper. Jui immediately recalled Toxapex and sent out her second Pokémon, Sabai. The mischievous heart trait of the soul-stealing eyes. Looking at the soul-stealing eyes that had appeared, Xiaoyu was filled with vigilance and hesitation. No Pokémon with the mischievous mind ability should be underestimated. Xiaoyu now has two choices. One is to let the enhanced double axe dragon continue to attack, but in this case, it will face the Soul Eyes Fake Out attack skill plus another attack. At that time, the double axe dragon will be unable to use its attacks. Secondly, decisively replace the Pokémon. Xiaoyu hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. Come back, Twin Axe Dragon. What's happening here? Xiaoyu actually chose to let the double axe dragon leave the field after Dragon Dance once. He's too cautious. Why is Xiaoyu being so cowardly today? Just do it. What Pokémon is afraid of a Haxorus that can use Dragon Dance once? Just use outrage. Xiaoyu's actions puzzled most people present, but surprised Xiaohui on the other side, who smiled faintly. Did he figure out his own tactics? Heroes are as numerous as carp crossing a river, and Xiaoyu's victory in the University Cup truly lives up to his reputation. Xiaohui's plan was just as Xiaoyu had guessed. After Soul Stealing Eyes appears, you can launch a surprise attack with a high five, first slapping the target and then immediately using the skill to strike again. Thanks to the mischievous nature of Sabai, the second move will be the first to strike, forcing Haxorus to use its last move 3 times in a row. The final move Haxorus uses is Dragon Dance, which forces it to perform Dragon Dance 3 times in a row and prevents it from attacking. During this time, Sabai could unleash a series of disgusting skills such as electromagnetic waves, flattery, and will-o'-the-wisp, which would be enough to establish an advantage, gain the initiative, and force Xiaoyu to replace his Pokémon. Xiaohui hadn't expected Xiaoyu to be so prudent, abandoning the current favorable situation and directly recalling the Twin Axe Dragons. As expected, his reputation was well-deserved. He truly deserved the title of champion of the University Cup. Is this the keen insight of a University Cup champion? So which Pokémon will Xiaoyu send out next? It must be the attendant, because the attendant's characteristics perfectly counter the Soul-Stealing Eye. In this case, Soul-Stealing Eye, use the light wall. Go, attendant. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and just as Xiaohui had guessed, his second Pokémon was indeed Absolute. Chapter 605 Beloved Steward. Xiaoyu performed very steadily. Faced with Xiaohui's Sabai, he decisively chose to switch Pokémon, giving up a great opportunity, and directly recalled the Haxorus that had used Dragon Dance once, choosing to send out an DD. This is something none of us expected. A Haxorus with Dragon Dance should have completely overwhelmed Sabai, so why did Xiaoyu choose to replace his Pokémon? The two hosts looked at Xiaoyu as he replaced the Pokémon, their eyes filled with confusion as they frowned, wondering why Xiaoyu would do such a thing. I understand. After thinking for a few seconds, the male host's eyes lit up and he said, Xiaoyu is probably on guard against the Soul Hook Eyes High Five surprise attack and another skill combination. A high five surprise attack followed by another round? The other host also came to his senses. Yes, if that's really the routine, Xiaoyu really has no way to break it. Maybe this is what a master is like, thinking 3 steps ahead for every 1 step they take. No wonder they are the champions of the University Cup. Getting back to the main point, although Xiaoyu's chosen servant is type countered by Sabai, it is immune to normal type moves in ghost type and psychic type moves in dark type. However, the mind creator trait of easiest also perfectly restrains the mischievousness trait that Sabai is most proud of. The match has only been going on for a few minutes, and both sides are frequently switching Pokémon, being very cautious. Assassin appears, activates his psychic ability, and raises psychic type energy, transforming the arena into a psychic field. Under psychic terrain, all ground-based Pokémon are unaffected by the opponent's priority moves, while Sabai's prankster effect increases the priority of all status moves, turning them into priority moves. In this way, under the influence of the spirit field, Icon will not be affected by the transformation moves of Sabai. At the same time, Soul Reaper had already unleashed the light wall skill according to Xiaohui's instructions. For the next period of time, the special damage received will be halved. Soul Hook, keep using the reflective barrier. AI Guan stand-in. Both sides have now entered a peaceful phase. After creating a light wall, Sabai created a reflective wall, while on the other side, Xiaoyu had AI Guanshi use his substitute skill. A stand can block most attacks for Agamai, making it an excellent choice for dealing with transformation attacks. Page 408. Come back, Sabai. After setting up 2 screens, Jui didn't hesitate at all and switched in another Pokémon. This time, instead of sending out Toxapex, she sent out her third Pokémon, Gliscor. Go, Scorpion King. Kaiho's last Pokémon makes its appearance, Gliscor. Scorpion King, a ground and flight-type creature. With the poison healing trait, being poisoned or severely poisoned will not cause harm, but will instead restore stamina. Can carry the item Poison Orb. Jui sent out her last Pokémon, Gliscor. With that, all three of Jui's Pokémon were revealed: Toxapex, Sabai, and Gliscor. Xiaoyu has only fielded 2 Pokémon so far, one is Haxorus and the other is Indeedee. We don't know what his last Pokémon will be yet, but I guess it will most likely be Dragapult as a backup. Taking advantage of the moment when Jiahui was changing people, Xiaoyu once again ordered AI Guanshi, meditate. With the surge of Psychic-type energy, Indeedee's special attack and special defense were boosted. It was clear to everyone that after a series of probing switches, the two sides were about to engage in a real battle. Xiaoyu's Absolute has the advantage of having a suitable location and has also used Substitute and Meditate once, so she definitely won't replace her Pokémon. On the other side, Jiehui's Scorpion King is protected by 2 walls, and with the great situation of the poison healing property, she will definitely not change her, and will definitely go head-to-head with AI Guanshi. The war is about to start. Scorpion King, use Sword Dance. Aid, continue with meditation. Both sides are still using the reinforcement tactic, and it is clear that both of them want to reinforce again and then complete a wave of team push. After Scorpion King's Sword Dance, its attack power was greatly increased, while Indeedee received a huge boost in both special attack and special defense after 2 meditations. Scorpion King, Quicksand Hell, break through its substitute. As Jiehui's voice rang out, ground-type energy surged, and the Scorpion King, flying in the air, unleashed a sandstorm that swept towards AI Guanshi. The Quicksand Hell skill isn't very powerful, but it has the ability to restrict escape, trapping enemies in sand for a certain period of time and causing them to take continuous damage. Facing the Scorpion King's attack, Xiaoyu remained extremely calm, and his voice rang out again: love your servants, strengthen your spirit. A pale purple light emanated from Indeedee's body, and his eyes turned pure purple. Psychic energy poured out like a torrent, reaching a terrifying level with the support of the psychic field. The surging super energy, like a vast ocean, roared and surged, instantly engulfing and submerging the Scorpion King before them. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a pale purple light, and space itself seemed to distort. At this moment, Scorpio King was like a small boat in a vast ocean, his body being impacted by invisible supernatural energy, drifting with the current and flying backward. Even with the protection of the light wall skill, Scorpio King still couldn't withstand this terrifying mental strength. What incredible superhuman energy. This, Agamo, is terrifying. I always thought Xiaoyu, this meddlesome servant, was just a minor support, but now it seems he's strong enough to be a main force in the team. Nonsense, don't you look at Xiaoyu's other Pokémon? With a Pokémon like Dragapult around, Absorb can only be a support Pokémon. Jiehui's face was extremely pale. She never expected that Xiaoyu's personal attendant would be so powerful. Normally, after 2 meditations, Isagi, using psychic powers, even with the blessing of a psychic field, shouldn't have been able to completely overwhelm Scorpio King, who had created a light wall. Even with a certain advantage, Isagi shouldn't have been able to do so easily. The strength is too strong. Jiehui's eyes flickered. Faced with the powerful AI Guanshi, she had no choice but to use poison at this moment. Scorpion King's Quicksand Hell skill has just broken through Indeedee's stand, so Scorpion King can easily use poison. Scorpion King, use the throw. Jiehui's voice rang out. Throwing skills involve throwing items at the opponent to attack. The power and effect vary depending on the item being thrown. Throwing skills are generally only used in competitions like this. If you fight in the wild, your opponent can just pick up your item and run away, which would be a huge loss for you. The Scorpion King carries a highly poisonous orb. While its power when thrown is low, its additional effect is to inflict a highly poisonous status on enemies. Scorpion King hurled the venomous orb from his body, slamming it down on AI Guanshi. Chapter 606: The Butler's Outburst. Love to serve, and be spirited and diligent. A surge of psychic energy erupted, enveloping Ain's body like the strongest barrier, firmly protecting him and blocking the rapidly approaching poisonous orb. The highly poisonous orb, shimmering with a dark purple, venomous light, seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, remaining frozen in front of him, unable to get even a fraction closer to AI Guanshi. The scene before her eyes made Jiehui's face grow even more gloomy. Psychic-type Pokémon are arguably the most troublesome in battle. Especially powerful Psychic-type Pokémon can use psychic powers for both attack and defense. They employ a variety of tactics, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Scorpion King, charge forward and use your deadly poison. Jiehui's voice rang out. The disparity in raw strength forced him to resort to deadly poison tactics. If you can crush your opponent with sheer strength, why would you resort to such despicable tactics? Love to serve, and be spirited and diligent. Xiaoyu remained steadfast, continuing to have Ai Guanxi use his mental psychic abilities. Purple super energy surged forth, then twisted and changed in the air, finally transforming into a giant purple energy hand. Such powerful superpowers. Xiaoyu's pet servant has terrifying potential, at least at the near champion level. How come all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon have such high potential? If I had that many powerful Pokémon, Mei would marry me. Ai Guanxi's immense power once again stunned everyone present, prompting all the spectators to gasp in amazement. The giant hand formed from psychic power reached out to grab Scorpion King with terrifying force. The suffocating feeling and pressure made Jie Hui's expression serious. He shouted at Scorpion King, get out of the way. In fact, even without Jie Hui's order, the Scorpion King had already unleashed astonishing speed and desperately dodged upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant energy palm. Although the giant energy hand was extremely powerful, its speed decreased the further away it was from Ibushi. Scorpion King unleashed its full potential, its speed soaring as it flew through the air, nimbly dodging the incoming giant hand. Scorpion King, charge forward, get close to Aguilera, and unleash your full power with the deadly poison. Xiaohui continued to shout. Scorpion King didn't stop for a moment and continued to approach Esther at an extremely fast speed. As Scorpion King drew ever closer to Ai Guanxi, Jui seemed to see a glimmer of hope for victory. As long as the deadly poison is used at close range, there is hope of victory. However, when the Scorpion King closed in and opened a certain distance, suddenly, there was another energy fluctuation in front of the constable. The superpowered energy instantly transformed into a giant palm, which slammed out. At such close range, it gave Scorpion King no chance to dodge, directly knocking him away with a single blow. Scorpion King can't get close to Eisenschich at all. Too difficult. How should I fight the Scorpion King? No one expected that the evenly matched battle they thought they would fight would turn out to be such a one-sided affair. Scorpion King can't even get close to Esper anymore, let alone attack him. Jie Hui's eyes flashed. She was truly driven to the brink of despair. If Scorpion King were to be defeated like this, she might very well be defeated by Xiaoyu in a 3-on-1 battle. Scorpion King, abyssal thrust. Jie Hui's voice rang out, calmly giving instructions. Scorpion King was enveloped in malevolent energy, its entire body shimmering with black light. It accelerated once more, letting out an angry roar as it charged toward Eisen. Love to serve, and be spirited and diligent. Xiaoyu didn't change his tactics at all, and continued to have Ai Guanxi use psychic powers. The surging psychic energy once again transformed into a giant palm and slammed towards Scorpion King. Faced with this terrifying superpowered giant hand, Scorpion King showed no fear. He enveloped his entire body in dark energy, unleashing astonishing power that collided with the superpowered giant hand. The psychic-type energy giant hand intercepted Scorpion King, but the dark-type energy, like the sharpest spear, pierced directly through the psychic-type giant hand. This is brilliant. Jie Hui's response was brilliant. She successfully broke through the psychic power of dark energy by using the restraint of dark energy. Page 409. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference in strength is not too great, dark-type energy can crush psychic-type energy. Amidst gasps of surprise, Scorpion King broke through the psychic giant hand and continued its attack on NDD, its tail, enveloped in dark energy, stabbing at NDD like a sharp spike. Hold on, be a servant. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and he remained calm as he faced the Scorpion King who was closing in on Ai Guanxi. Highly toxic at close range? Xiaoyu sneered inwardly. Even if Ai Guanxi was really poisoned, he had ways to deal with it. He's definitely going to win this game. The attendant raised a light shield in front of him, blocking the Scorpion King's abyss thrust attack. Deadly poison, Scorpion King. Jie Hui's voice rang out. She had gone to great lengths to get close to him, all to get the Scorpion King to use its deadly poison skill. With success within reach, her voice couldn't help but become excited. Strong willpower and mindfulness. Loving service and attention. The Scorpion King's tail stinger gleamed with poisonous light as it stabbed fiercely at NDD, finally piercing his body. The deadly poison surged into NDD's body through the wound, putting him into a state of extreme poisoning. At the same time, the psychic energy on NDD burst forth, spreading outwards like a whirlwind, directly blasting Scorpion King away. Scorpion King has successfully put Aegis into a highly venomous state. Jie Hui just needs to keep Scorpion King and Ai Guanxi at a safe distance, use feather rest and poison healing to continuously restore her strength, and then rely on the damage reduction of the double walls to slowly wear down AI Guanxi's strength. A Guanxi's guard skill was used too casually. In fact, Xiaoyu should have let A Guanxi tank Abyss Thrust and use guard to block the poison skill. After Scorpion King successfully poisoned AI Guanxi, Jiehui regained her initial calm expression, calmly staring at Xiaoyu, and then coldly said, "Scorpion King, U11." Scorpion King was already seriously injured, but with the use of the Feather Roost skill, Scorpion King landed on the ground, and the flying type energy healed its injuries. A Guanxi, a substitute. Xiaoyu's lips curled up, his demeanor unusually calm, seemingly unconcerned that AI Guanxi was in a state of severe poisoning. Instead of instructing Isam to launch a fierce attack, he leisurely directed Isam to use her stand ability. Xiaoyu should let AI Guanxi launch the attack and secure victory as soon as possible. We shouldn't give Scorpion King any chance to breathe. I have absolutely no idea what Xiaoyu is thinking. Is he planning a protracted war with the Scorpion King? How can the poisoned assassin fight a protracted battle against the Scorpion King? Once Xiaoyu's trusted servant is defeated and loses his mental domain, it will be very difficult to suppress the soul-hooking eye. What exactly is Xiaoyu thinking? Chapter 607 Reversal. Xiaoyu ignored the audience's doubts and calmly stared at Scorpio King. He was waiting, quietly awaiting the arrival of victory. Even though AI Guanxi was poisoned, Xiaoyu was still confident of victory. He had more than one way to win the match. For example, the New Moon Prayer allows the Guardian to instantly heal from the poison and restore some of his stamina. But Xiaoyu didn't want to do that. He didn't want to expose AI Guanxi's Crescent Prayer skill. This is Cressalia's exclusive skill, a trump card in life or death battles. Xiaoyu wouldn't choose to use this move unless it was an extremely important match. Moreover, even without the New Moon Prayer, Xiaoyu still has a way to win. He is 99% confident of winning this match unless he replaces the Pokémon with a different one. Avalokiteshvara, continue to focus your mind on recitation. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again, and his surging spiritual power transformed into a giant energy fist, blasting towards the Scorpion King. Facing Isam's attack, Kai remained unusually calm. Isam was already in a state of severe poisoning, giving her the advantage. She only needed to slowly drag the game out to win. Scorpion King, hold. A light shield appeared, and the Scorpion King unleashed its guard skill, blocking the incoming giant energy fist. Immediately afterwards, Jiehui's voice rang out again, "Scorpion King, use the Clear Fog skill." A surge of flying-type energy instantly swept towards Isagi, clearing the psychic field beneath his feet. Without the boost from the mental arena, Scorpio King's advantage is even greater. Jiehui's advantage is growing. Xiaoyu made one wrong step after another, and a great situation was ruined. What a pity. Xiaoyu's best option right now is to replace his Pokémon. This way, he can still maintain one chance to activate Psychic Terrain. This match is going to be tough. We'll have to see if Durambula can save the day. Watching the Scorpion King use its fog-clearing skill, Xiaoyu remained unhurried and calmly instructed AI Guanxi, continue meditating. Third meditation. As Truesilver's body is imbued with psychic-type energy, its special attack and special defense are raised once again. What is Xiaoyu doing? AI Guanxi is in a state of severe poisoning, and his physical strength will be lost faster and faster. Now that his mental field is gone, continuing to drag this out will only be more and more detrimental to him. He must have some other tactic. Could it be a baton relay tactic? Takeover. Many people think it's very likely. If it really is a baton takeover tactic, then Draco Rampart taking over with 3 meditations plus the stand form of Abbott could very well wipe out the team. Jiehui also considered this possibility, so she decisively ordered, "Scorpion King, provoke." AI Guanxi. The moment Xiaoyu heard Jiehui give the order, the corners of his mouth turned up. Since the Scorpion King had used his provocative skill, he couldn't delay any longer. Now it's time to win this match. Acceptance, ability swap. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, energy surged from both Assassin and Scorpion King, with psychic and dark types of energy flying towards each other simultaneously. The taunt move hits Absorb, disabling all of Absorb's status moves, while the ability swap move also hits Gliscor, swapping their abilities. Feature swap. When Xiaoyu had AI Guanxi use this skill, everyone was stunned, because it was actually a relatively uncommon skill. This move is used more often unless your team has a Pokémon like Slaking. Just now, Xiaoyu's decision to have AI Guanxi use this skill was completely unexpected. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Xiaohui with a confident expression and said, "I won." "They won already? What are you pretending for, Xiaoyu?" The host was still frowning and thinking about why AI Guanxi would use this trick. Feature swapping? The Mind Creator's trait swaps with Scorpion King's Poison Healing trait. poisoning therapy, and many more. The host suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant." Xiaoyu's move of having AI Guanxi use the trait swap was a stroke of genius. Xiaoyu is truly a genius. He actually thought of using this method to break the deadlock. After the psychic swap skill is activated, NDD's psychic creator ability will be swapped with Gliscor's, and it will take effect immediately, turning the field beneath their feet back into psychic field. At the same time, Scorpion King's poison healing properties have been transferred to NDD. NDD, who was originally suffering from a state of constant loss of strength due to poison, will now continuously recover his strength. That move was absolutely brilliant. It turned the tide of the game in an instant. It was brilliant. At this point, the other host added, "Not only that, you should know that Scorpion King was also in a state of severe poison when it first carried the poison orb. It was only because of the existence of the poison healing property that it was able to continuously recover its strength instead of losing it. But now that it has lost the poison healing property, it will continuously lose its strength. And most importantly, the Scorpion King's venomous state doesn't start from when it loses its healing properties. In fact, it started from the moment it appeared. After such a long time, the toxins have continued to erode it, and its rate of physical loss has reached a terrifying speed. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, reopening the mental field, using poison to restore physical strength, and the Scorpion King beginning to lose physical strength. Beautiful. I haven't seen such brilliant tactics in a long time. Xiaoyu is going to win. One skill turned the tide and rewrote the entire situation. It was amazing. This is absolutely the most exciting club owner league of the year. Page 410. Ahem, today is the first G3 League match of the year. The host's explanation also made everyone realize the essence of the skill of attribute swapping. At this moment, everyone thought of 4 words: tactical master. Turning the tide of battle requires only 1 skill. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu, seeing his confident demeanor, and only then did they belatedly realize that Xiaoyu might have already set a trap for Jiehui. When Xiaoyu deliberately had AI Guanxi guard the Abyss Thrust skill instead of the Poison skill, he must have already planned the strategy. Perhaps Xiaoyu had already begun making his plans from that time onward. Faced with the Scorpion King's feather rest regaining its strength and clearing the fog in the area, he remained very calm and did not allow AI Guanxi to make any response. He simply had Isagi use the 2 enhancement skills, Substitute and Meditation, in quick succession, because he knew that once he used the trait swap skill, he would be completely invincible. If Jiehui hadn't insisted that Scorpio King use its taunting skill, Xiaoyu would definitely have delayed even longer. A tactical genius. A stroke of genius. Chapter 608 The Final Battle. After losing its healing properties, the Scorpion King suffered from the corrosive effects of the toxins, showing a pained expression on its face and rapidly losing its strength. Xiaoyu is truly a formidable opponent. He clearly has the strength to crush his opponents and fight beyond his level, yet he remains so steady, using perfect tactics to overwhelm Xiaohui. I also think Xiaoyu is really terrifying. Jiehui thought that she had gone to great lengths to put AI Guanxi into a state of severe poisoning. In fact, it was just a flaw that Xiaoyu deliberately created. Xiaoyu is truly a hopeless opponent. Whether it's the raw power of Pokémon or the tactical aspects, Xiaoyu is terrifyingly strong. Is there any more fighting to come? Sabai is completely countered by Psychic Field, and Devilsaur's psychic powers are twice as weak. Under Psychic Field, even with Black Mist, it couldn't withstand a single hit from NDD after 3 meditations. It's over. Jiehui is going to be wiped out by AI Guanxi. A Guanxi, enhance your mental strength. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and A Guanxi, after 3 meditations, unleashed an astonishing burst of supernatural energy. Like ocean waves or an abyss, it surged towards the Scorpion King, engulfing, swallowing, and blasting it away. Combined with the damage from its deadly poison, it directly knocked it down. Boom! Scorpion King slammed heavily against the wall and fell silently to the ground. Scorpion King is incapacitated. Abbott has won. Please release your second Pokémon, Jiehui. As the referee's voice rang out, Xiaoyu secured his first victory, taking a temporary lead of 1-0. A fantastic match. I'm still savoring Xiaoyu's command right now. At such a critical moment, Xiaoyu actually thought of using the trait swap skill to break the deadlock. It's just too crazy. To be honest, I really never thought that this skill could be used like this. Brilliant. What boundless imagination. The host exclaimed again at Xiaoyu's skill choice, then changed the subject back to the match. Xiaoyu relied on the trait swap of the constable to reverse the game and win the first match. Now the problem has been handed over to Xiaohui again. Of the 2 Pokémon that Kaihui has left, Sabai is definitely no match for NDD. so Kaihui's only choice is Toxapex. Even though Super Bad has top-tier defense and magic resistance, it might not be able to withstand NDD's strong psychic powers after he has meditated 3 times. But she seemed to have no other choice. Go, supervillain. Jiehui's voice rang out. Even though she already knew that defeat was inevitable, she had no choice but to send supervillain into the fray. Love to serve, and be spirited and diligent. Super Bad Star, Bunker. With a surge of psychic energy, Toxapex had no choice but to use its bunker ability to block NDD's attack. Supervillain, Black Mist. Aid, continued to chant with strong mental focus. After surviving the attack with its bunker skill, Kai immediately ordered Toxapex to use its haze skill in an attempt to remove NDD's special attack and special defense buffs in a final, desperate struggle. Hearing Jiehui's orders, Xiaoyu didn't care. He knew he had the upper hand, and no matter what Jiehui did next, he just needed to have AI Guanxi keep launching attacks. Seibai and Supervillain are no match for Esper. No matter how much Kai struggles, victory will surely be hers. Boom. Supervillain was completely unable to withstand NDD's psychic powers and was severely injured in one blow, leaving him on the verge of death. He was no match for NDD at all. However, at the same time, Super Bad Star's Black Mist also took effect, spreading all around and clearing away NDD's ability enhancements. Even so, it was still difficult to reverse the situation. Love to serve, and a continuous and strong mental focus. With another burst of mental power, a surging, overwhelming mental force swept in like a vast ocean, directly defeating Supervillain. In this way, Jiehui was left with only one bewitching eye, which was no longer a threat. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for winning this match and advancing to the final. Let's also give a round of applause to Xiaohui. As expected, Xiaoyu's beloved servant easily defeated Guhunyan, achieving a 3-game winning streak and advancing to the finals. Amid cheers from the audience, Xiaoyu waved back and headed backstage. Xiaoyu only had half an hour to rest before the final battle, and the intense competition was taking its toll on him. Fortunately, this competition only affected the rankings and not the eligibility to participate. Moreover, the remaining 2 opponents were both decent players, unlike Jiehui who played dirty. No matter who advances to the finals, Xiaoyu will win easily. Backstage. How are the ratings? Ranked first in its time slot, 92.32% of viewers watched Xiaoyu's match, while only 7.68% watched the other semi-final. Especially after Xiaoyu's beloved servant used his trait-swapping skill to turn the tide, the ratings soared. There's only one match left. After that, send someone to contact Xiaoyu and ask him when he plans to participate in the G2 League. This tournament was organized too hastily, and we still have many shortcomings. We must do better next time. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu stood on the field again. Although the G3 League was just a small competition on the way to becoming a gym leader, it was still a great opportunity to compete on such a big stage. Facing nearly 100,000 spectators and listening to their desperate shouts, Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Xiaoyu. I love you, Xiaoyu. I want to marry you, Xiaoyu. Fans in the front row, please do not throw underwear onto the playing area. The enthusiastic fans were a bit overwhelming for Xiaoyu, but they also infected him with their passion, making him excited. In the upcoming match, he will go all out and fully demonstrate his powerful strength. Similarly, Xiaoyu's opponent, Jin Yuanhua, was also extremely nervous. He had never stepped onto such a big stage before, nor had he ever imagined that he would one day be able to stand on such a stage. His gaze fell on Xiaoyu. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he might never have been able to stand on such a stage in his entire life. Jin Yuanhua took a deep breath, his gaze towards Xiaoyu becoming resolute. He knew this was very likely the only time he would ever stand on such a stage. He knew his chances of winning were slim, but faced with this only opportunity, he had to do everything he could to seize it. Game start. Jin Yuanhua gripped the pokeball tightly, looked at Xiaoyu with a determined expression and piercing gaze, and then suddenly sent out his Pokémon. Go, Parasect. Go, Bloodwing Wyvern. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Page 411. Under the dazzling spotlight, Persa-Terra and Bloodwing Wyvern made their appearance simultaneously. The 2 Pokémon present a stark contrast. One is Parasect, a bug-slash-grass-type Pokémon that is almost ignored. The other is Salamence, the ruler of the skies, a powerful dragon-type Pokémon with the dragon-slash-flying attribute. A battle where the odds were extremely mismatched. Come on, Xiaoyu. It's my honor to fight a genius like you. Jin Yuanhua said loudly, his eyes filled with eagerness. I will treat this battle as my most precious experience. Xiaoyu looked at the weak Persa-Terra, at Jin Yuanhua's determined eyes, and at the desire for battle in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. In that case, I will also use all my strength to respond to your challenge. Chapter 609 G3 Champion. Parasite, Mushroom Spores. Although Persaterre is weak, it has learned the ultimate hypnotic skill, Mushroom Spores. Jin Yuanhua's tactics remain simple. Have Parasect use Mushroom Spore to put the Pokémon to sleep, and then switch to other Pokémon to launch an attack. To his disappointment, Xiaoyu completely countered the Mushroom Spores with just one move. Bloodwing Wyvern, Heat Wind. The Bloodwing Dragon hovered in the air, its body erupting with astonishing fire energy. Its blood-red wings flapped in a fierce wind, while it spewed out waves of heat that swept across the entire area. Persaterre's mushroom spores were ignited and destroyed by the hot wind before they could even get close to the Bloodwing Wyvern. At the same time, the lingering heat of the blast wave engulfed Persaterre, igniting his fragile body. Persaterre, with its 4 times weaker fire resistance, was no match for the Bloodwing Wyvern's attack. It was severely injured by a single blow, collapsed to the ground, and was on the verge of death. The situation was completely one-sided given equal strength. Parasect would never be a match for Salamence. After all, this isn't a game. In games, a Caterpie of the same level can potentially defeat a Rayquaza of the same level, but in reality, such a situation is absolutely impossible. Bloodwing Wyvern, the final storm. A fierce wind surged, and flying-type energy gathered around the Bloodwing Dragon. In an instant, a hurricane struck, sweeping across the entire area and engulfing Persaterre. Salamence easily defeated Parasect with overwhelming power, which triggered the Overconfidence ability, boosting its attack stat. After that, the rest of the match became a one-man show by the Bloodwing Wyvern. With its terrifying strength, Bloodwing Dragon fought against 3 opponents and swept Jin Yuanhua, securing victory for Xiaoyu. Of course, this can't be blamed on Jin Yuanhua being too weak. After all, Salamence, a dragon/flying type, has 4 times the resistance to grass, making it a boss-like existence for Jin Yuanhua, a grass-specialized trainer. No one expected the final to end so quickly. It was practically a one-sided massacre. Xiaoyu has won the match. Congratulations to Xiaoyu. This game ended a little too quickly. I haven't even come to my senses yet. How did it end? Jin Yuanhua is too weak. He's not even as good as Jiehui. When Xiaoyu stood on the stage for an interview, everyone finally came to their senses. Is this the end? No, this is way too fast. Congratulations on your victory in this match, Xiaoyu. Standing next to Xiaoyu was Yenryu, a female host from the Imperial Capital television station. Yenryu is 23 years old this year. She graduated from Beijing University and works as a host at Beijing TV. Her sweet appearance has made her extremely popular online, earning her the title of Goddess of Geeks. Hello. Xiaoyu nodded, but her gaze was fixed on the audience. Long Yaning, Sumuze, and Zhaoruohan were all waving enthusiastically at him. First of all, congratulations again on winning the G3 League. We can see that you won the championship with a perfect record in all the matches today. How are you feeling now? Yenryu smiled at Xiaoyu, her eyes shining, and handed the microphone to Xiaoyu. It's alright, Xiaoyu replied. More than the joy of victory, he was worried about how to deal with Long Yaning, Sumuze, and Zhaoruohan later, and his answers were somewhat absent-minded. It's clear that Xiaoyu is very calm, Yenryu said with a smile. In that case, let me ask a question that our viewers are quite interested in. When do you plan to participate in the G2 League? I should register as soon as I get back, but the specific time will have to wait for the Pokémon Association to arrange, Xiaoyu said. Oh, Yenryu exclaimed in surprise, this is big news. Fans here, please take note. You can check the relevant event information on the Pokémon Association Gym Leader Pro League official website to get the latest event news and be ready to grab tickets. Xiaoyu, now for the last question, which is the most discussed question among the audience, and also one that I am personally quite curious about. Yenryu's smile widened, her eyes narrowing into slits, like a cunning fox. Upon hearing Yenryu's words, Xiaoyu suddenly had a bad feeling. During the last interview, Xiaoyu admitted that he was in a relationship, which sparked a lot of discussion among your fans. Everyone is curious about who your partner is. Would you mind revealing it? It's inconvenient, Xiaoyu said with a dark face. After the interview, what's giving Xiaoyu a headache is that 3 women are waiting to meet him. Fortunately, at this moment, Director Zhou from the Pokémon Association came to his rescue and personally came backstage to invite him to dinner together that evening. Upon receiving Director Zhou's invitation, Xiaoyu readily agreed. He then quickly sent a message to Long Yaning, Sumuze, and Zhaoruohan, saying that he had something to do that evening and would be going to the restaurant with Director Zhou. Xiaoyu, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiaoyu. Director Zhou looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, let me toast you, brother. Today's competition was a great success, and the Pokémon Association made a fortune from both ticket sales and viewership. The match between Xiaoyu and Xiaohui, in particular, broke the record for the highest number of viewers in the professional league. You just mentioned in the interview that you're preparing to participate in the G2 League. Director Zhou, who had drunk quite a bit, looked at Xiaoyu with a gleam in his eyes. In his eyes, Xiaoyu was now a walking money tree, a living god of wealth. The revenue from just 1 week of hasty preparation for the G3 League can equal the revenue from dozens of regular G3 League matches. If G2 League had done a good job of publicity and promotion in advance, Director Zhou couldn't even imagine how much they could have earned. Xiaoyu alone can accomplish this year's performance and task targets. Xiaoyu, who had also had some wine, nodded and looked at Director Zhou, replying, I want to qualify for the Hall Master ranking tournament as soon as possible. The qualification for the ranking competition for the headmaster, you want to? Director Zhou looked at Xiaoyu, frowned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Xiaoyu's ambition to be so great. You want to participate in the Dragon-type gym leader selection this June? Director Zhou's eyes gleamed as he looked at Xiaoyu. Yes. Xiaoyu didn't hide anything and nodded in acknowledgement. After all, if he wanted to participate in the ranking competition for the club master, he absolutely couldn't get past Director Zhou. Chapter 610 Rotom Hatching. Since the mysterious death of Wu Qianshan, the former head of the Imperial Capital Dragon Dojo, last year, the position of head of the Imperial Capital Dragon Dojo has been vacant for a year. The Pokémon Association has recently announced plans to hold a separate ranking tournament for Dragon-type gym leaders to select a new Dragon-type gym leader. The selection process will still be conducted through a ranking competition for gym leaders. After a period of ranking competition, the winner of the final ranking competition will be promoted to the gym leader of the Imperial Capital Dragon-type gym. Although the Pokémon Association has not officially announced this decision, the news has already been released, catching everyone somewhat off guard. Under normal circumstances, the ranking competition for gym leaders is held once every 3 years, and the term of office for gym leaders is also 3 years. The fact that the Guild Master ranking tournament has been restarted less than 2 years after the last one has surprised everyone. Xiaoyu, the competition for the Dragon-type gym leader this year is extremely fierce, absolutely the fiercest in history. Even if you are very strong, you still need to be well prepared. Director Zhou looked at Xiaoyu carefully and kindly reminded him. I know. Xiaoyu nodded. He had also heard that the competition for the Dragon-type gym leader was exceptionally fierce this time. This gym leader ranking tournament is a separate tournament with only one Dragon-type track open, and all qualified gym leaders can participate. Director Zhou looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, this gym leader ranking tournament is only for the Dragon-type gym leader position, which is equivalent to bringing forward the gym leader ranking tournament a year later. The gym leader ranking tournament a year later will not have the Dragon-type track. That means the winner of this competition will serve as the Dragon-type gym leader for 4 years. Many people are envious of the Dragon-type gym leader position. If you want to take the position of Dragon-type gym leader in the capital, the pressure will be considerable. Trainers who meet the eligibility requirements will definitely sign up. Because even if those participants don't become Dragon-type gym leaders this time, it won't affect their participation in the gym leader ranking tournament a year later. Xiaoyu nodded. He understood the reasoning behind it. If the competition were held at the same time, all trainers would only be able to choose one type to participate in. For example, if Xiaoyu participates in the Dragon-type gym leader ranking tournament, he cannot participate in the Fire-type gym leader ranking tournament. However, the earlier start of this Dragon-type gym leader ranking competition is equivalent to giving everyone the opportunity to participate in 2 gym leader ranking competitions. That's why Director Zhou said this was the most competitive competition ever. I will arrange matches for you as soon as possible. You can participate in the G2 League in half a month, and in the G1 League in a month. As long as you get into the top 4 in the G1 League, you will qualify for the Hall Master ranking tournament, Director Zhou said earnestly. Then I'll trouble you, Director Zhou, Xiaoyu said with a smile to Director Zhou. Page 412. Not at all. Director Zhou quickly waved his hand and said modestly, it's just a small matter, no need to be so polite. By the way, Xia, you're getting busier and busier these days. I noticed you don't have an assistant yet, how about I arrange one for you? Director Zhou looked at Xiaoyu and advised, at this stage, your most important task is to improve your strength. You'll need to find an assistant to help you with other matters. You're not particularly busy right now, but once you become the owner or a superstar, you'll have even more to do, so you should find an assistant sooner rather than later. If you can't find anyone right now, I can recommend someone to tide you over, just in case, Director Zhou said, looking at Xiaoyu. If you think she's alright, you can keep her working for you. If not, just fire her. Hearing Director Zhou's words, Xiaoyu smiled, waved his hand gently, and declined, saying, "You're too kind, Director Zhou, but I've already found an assistant." "It's good that you found someone." Director Zhou continued with a smile, showing no embarrassment at Xiaoyu's rejection. "Come on, let's have a drink." After the banquet, Xiaoyu returned home in the cold wind. The assistant that Director Zhou mentioned is indeed something that needs to be put on the agenda, but where can we find a trustworthy and reliable assistant? Let's not think about this for now. As Xiaoyu walked home, he returned each of his girlfriend's calls. After Xiaoyu finished making all his calls, a few minutes later, Sylvia called again. "Xiaoyu, come to the lab right away, your Rotom's elf egg is about to hatch." "Okay." Xiaoyu received Sylvia's call and immediately took a taxi to the laboratory. Sylvia led Xiaoyu to the incubation room. Inside the transparent incubator, Rotom's elf egg was gently shaking, clearly indicating that it would hatch in 2 or 3 hours at most. Looking at the poke ball inside the incubator, Xiaoyu stood aside, but his mind was on other things. Rotom's potential is actually not high, only at the near champion level, making it arguably the Pokémon with the worst potential among all his Pokémon. Originally, he caught Pokémon just to collect all 18 types, but now that he already has Zekrom, Rotom is actually dispensable to him. He doesn't actually have that much time to train new Pokémon right now. Therefore, the best solution for this Rotom is actually to give it to someone else. For example, Sumusa or Zhaoruohan. Sumusa is alright, as she has a series of Pokémon with high potential, but Zhaoruohan's Pokémon generally have poor potential. The only one she has, a Tyranitar with champion potential, was caught by Xiaoyu. Therefore, it seems the best place for this Rotom is to be given to Zhaoruohan. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhaoruohan, asking her to come to the lab. Looking at the Pokémon eggs in the incubator, Xiaoyu thought of another Pokémon egg, Duraludon. Rotom is easy to deal with, but Aluminum Steel Dragon is very difficult to deal with. First of all, this Aluminum Steel Dragon is of dubious origin. There are no wild Aluminum Steel Dragons in China. If I suddenly pulled out an Aluminum Steel Dragon, it would definitely arouse suspicion, absolutely arouse suspicion. Especially now that he's under the watchful eye of the Pokémon Association. Therefore, Aluminum Steel Dragon absolutely cannot appear in the open. So Aluminum Steel Dragon can only be used under the identity of Sakeke. However, as Sakeke, he has always played in high-level matches, and only those with at least near-championship level skills have a chance to appear. Therefore, it's uncertain when Aluminum Steel Ducks will be used. But, there is a solution. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. He had thought of a way to solve the problem of the origin of the Aluminum Steel Dragon, but it would require some effort. But then Xiaoyu thought of another problem. Even if we solve the problem of the origin of the Aluminum Steel Dragon, there is still one problem to solve, which is that the Aluminum Steel Dragon's qualification is somewhat low. The talent level of a Heavenly King is completely insufficient. However, Xiaoyu currently has 3 items that can improve his aptitude. One was the panacea that they had obtained long ago. One is Czechoslovakia's Achilles heel. The last one is a golden crown. Chapter 611 Rotom and Zhaoruohan. Xiaoyu had not used the panacea since he obtained it. The main reason is that he already has enough Pokémon and hasn't found a suitable one yet. As for Zekrom's Outrage, it can be used on the Dragon-type Pokémon Duraludon to improve its stats, but it's not cost-effective on Duraludon. It's better used on Electric-type Pokémon. After all, Zekrom's Outrage can teach Electric-type Pokémon Cross Lightning and has a small chance of teaching Thunder Strike, making it the most suitable Pokémon to use. Of course, it would be best to give it to Thunderbird or Mega Ampharos, which are both Electric and Dragon types. Milton is also acceptable. The final Golden Crown is Xiaoyu's most precious item, an item that can directly raise a Pokémon's potential to master level. Xiaoyu couldn't imagine what heights he would have reached now if he had had such a tool from the beginning. The Golden Crown is undoubtedly the most top-tier item, capable of propelling any Pokémon to the master level in one step, and it's also the item Xiaoyu is most reluctant to use. Since obtaining the Golden Crown, Xiaoyu has been hesitant about who should use it. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, it would be most appropriate to give the Golden Crown to the unhatched Aluminum Steel Dragon. After all, Aluminum Steel Dragon only has the aptitude of Heavenly King, but with the addition of the Golden Crown, it can directly reach the master level, which is equivalent to skipping 2 major levels. However, from an emotional perspective, Xiaoyu would prefer to give it to his 2 old subordinates, Charizard and Sceptile. After all, of the three musketeers of the Champion Cup, Noivern has already reached the master level, while Charizard and Sceptile are still at the champion level. Therefore, Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time before deciding who should use the golden crown. Humans are always so complex. When they lack strength, all they see is the desire for it. But once they have strength, they start talking about ideals and sentiments. Half an hour later, Sylvia received a call from the guardhouse, saying that a little girl was looking for Xiaoyu. "Let her in," Xiaoyu said, then immediately added, "Never mind, Sylvia, please go and pick her up." "Okay." Sylvia nodded and walked downstairs. At the laboratory entrance, Zhaoruohan, wearing a short down jacket and tight jeans, stood downstairs, her gaze fixed intently on the laboratory. Da. Sylvia, wearing high heels, appeared in Zhaoruohan's field of vision. Their eyes met, and they sized each other up. Sylvia had long known that Xiaoyu had several lovers. For example, Xiao Wanyu when we first met, and Long Yaning, the legendary girlfriend of Boss Xia, but clearly the one who just arrived is not one of them. A very pretty girl, radiating youthful energy, wore a thick, short down jacket in the winter, but her lower body was clad in tight jeans that accentuated her figure. Her slender, straight, and long legs were on full display. She must have dressed up like this on purpose to see Xiaoyu. "Hello, Xiaoyu asked me to pick you up." Sylvia swiped her card to open the door for Zhaoruohan and led her into the laboratory. While Sylvia was sizing up Zhaoruohan, Zhaoruohan was also secretly sizing up Sylvia. Sylvia is beautiful, with a voluptuous and sexy figure, fair skin, and an exotic look with blonde hair and blue eyes that is captivating. Zhaoruohan was also secretly speculating about the relationship between the two. "What's your name?" Sylvia asked Zhaoruohan as they walked. "Zhaoruohan." Zhaoruohan responded softly, then looked at Sylvia and asked, "And you?" "Sylvia, how did you and Xiaoyu meet?" Sylvia looked at Zhaoruohan with curiosity. "We were high school classmates, and now we've both gotten into the same university." Zhaoruohan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "And you, how did you and Xiaoyu meet?" Sylvia smiled and said to Zhaoruohan, "We met while working. Boss Xiao's lab was hiring, and I applied. I'm his subordinate." Hearing Sylvia's words, Zhaoruohan nodded and continued chatting with her. What position do you hold in the laboratory?" The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the entrance of the incubation room and went inside together. "Xiaoyu." Zhaoruohan looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes shining brightly, and her feet unconsciously quickened as she jogged to Xiaoyu's side. If Sylvia hadn't been beside Xiaoyu, she would have given him a warm hug. Zhaoruohan had her reservations, but Xiaoyu had none. He gently hugged Zhaoruohan and then whispered to her, "You're here? Is it cold outside?" "It's cold." Zhaoruohan nodded, then glanced furtively at Sylvia beside her and whispered, "The capital is colder than Starlight City, but the lab is quite warm. I'm even sweating." "Take off your coat," Xiaoyu said with a smile. Page 413. Zhaoruohan took off her thick down jacket, revealing a white turtleneck sweater underneath, showing off her voluptuous and sexy figure. Xiaoyu glanced at it, then pointed to Rotom's egg in the incubator. "This egg is for you. It should hatch soon." "This is." Zhaoruohan smiled when she heard that Xiaoyu was going to give her a Pokémon egg. She bent down and leaned close to the glass to examine the Pokémon egg carefully, the orange eggshell, the lightning pattern symbolizing the electric type, and these faint purple patterns. "This Pokémon egg is Rotom's Pokémon egg." Zhaoruohan, as expected of a top student, recognized the Pokémon egg as Rotom's Pokémon egg with just one glance. "Not bad." Hearing Zhaoruohan's words, Xiaoyu suddenly wanted to test her, so he continued to ask, "Take a look at this elf egg, can you assess its potential?" I'll give it a try." Zhaoruohan squatted down and began to carefully examine Rotom's elf egg around the incubator. The size of the Pokémon egg is normal, but Rotom is a pure special attack Pokémon, so size cannot be the only criterion for judging its potential. As long as it is of normal size, it is considered qualified. The eggshell is smooth and round, and the patterns on the eggshell are bright and glossy, with regular shapes and clear patterns. The electric patterns are sparkling with lightning, and the quality is excellent. It should be at least the level of a quasi-master. I guess it should be either a quasi-king or king-level qualification. After Zhaoruohan finished speaking, she looked up at Xiaoyu, eager to know the answer. We don't know its specific qualifications either," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "We'll find out once it hatches and we test it." "Okay." Zhaoruohan nodded, then stood silently to the side. Just then, the Pokémon egg inside the incubator began to shake violently. "It's about to hatch." The three of them focused their attention on the tiny elf egg. As Xiaoyu watched this scene and saw Zhaoruohan's excited expression, he recalled the scene of the buzzing bats hatching. Back then, I would be content as long as I had a Pokémon with champion level potential. Chapter 612 Mysterious Mission. The eggshell shattered, and Rotom, an electric/ghost-type Pokémon, hatched from the egg, curiously looking at the three people in front of it. Zhao stared intently at Rotom, watching the lively little guy floating inside the incubator, carefully observing the world. Alright, Zhao, you can capture it now. Xiaoyu said to Zhao, by the way, Sylvia is also a Rotom trainer. She has a very strong Rotom. You can ask her for some advice on training Rotom. Sylvia, thank you for your trouble, Zhao said politely to Sylvia. Don't mention it, feel free to ask me if you have any questions, Sylvia said with a smile. Xiaoyu played with Rotom for a while with Zhao, and then they left the laboratory together. The two took a taxi, and Xiaoyu, under Zhao resentful gaze, drove her back to her dormitory. Of course, it wasn't that Xiaoyu had a change of heart and wanted to be a gentleman, but rather that he was currently under surveillance by the Pokémon Association, and it wouldn't be good if his relationship with Zhao were discovered. In the days that followed, Xiaoyu had two more people by his side, Carl and Eve. Carl was sent by Xiaoyu to learn to drive, and from then on, he would work part-time as Xiaoyu's driver. Eve, on the other hand, started from scratch, learning how to be an assistant. Although Eve is nominally Xiaoyu's assistant, after getting to know her, Xiaoyu felt more like Eve's assistant. Eve is now completely clueless, a bit dim-wit and slow-wit, and Xiaoyu has to guide her through everything. Therefore, when Xiaoyu brought Eve to the Pokémon Association to shoot promotional photos and videos for the G2 League, all the staff noticed a strange phenomenon. Eve, as the assistant, looked completely bewildered, standing aside clueless. On the contrary, Xiaoyu was busy running around, taking care of Eve. Of course, seeing Eve's stunning appearance, everyone thought it was normal. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu. Director Zhou said to Xiaoyu, we will announce your participation information tomorrow. The G2 competition will be held at Rayquaza Arena 2 weeks from now on Saturday. Okay, thank you for your help, Director Zhou. You're welcome. After the competition time was confirmed, Xiaoyu also returned to school for a rare occasion. Walking on the school road, Xiaoyu could clearly feel the students' eyes constantly focusing on him, and quite a few girls even walked up to him shyly to ask for his autograph. Xiaoyu smiled and agreed, and walked all the way to the training ground, where he finally saw Teacher Long, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. If it weren't for Teacher Long's class today, Xiaoyu wouldn't have even come to school. You're late, Xiaoyu. Long Yaning glanced at Xiaoyu, pretending not to know him, and spoke sternly, trying her best to maintain the strict demeanor a teacher should have. Looking at Long Yaning's appearance, Xiaoyu found it rather cute and replied with a smile, Teacher Long, I'm sorry, I just went to the Pokémon Association to register for the G2 League, so I was delayed for a while. Since you've signed up for the G2 League, train hard. Coach Long looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes seemingly watery, but his face remained stern as he spoke calmly. It is good. As Xiaoyu walked into the training ground, the others began to whisper among themselves. Brother Yu. Wu Yaozu waved to Xiaoyu, and when Xiaoyu approached, he said with a sigh, Brother Yu, you're really getting better and better. I was saying I'd try to narrow the gap between us, but now it seems I can't even see your taillights anymore. SOSO, Xiaoyu said modestly, but his face was full of pride. Just as Xiaoyu and Wu Yaozu were chatting happily, Sumuza and Xiaojia arrived together. What are you talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu with a smile on her face and moved closer to Xiaoyu. Ever since she guessed that Xiaoyu might have another identity, every time she saw Xiaoyu, she felt that Xiaoyu was radiating light, mysterious and powerful. She thought Xiaoyu was perfect in every way, except that he was too much of a womanizer. We didn't talk about much, Xiaoyu replied, then took out a Pokeball and released his Pokemon for training. Xiaoyu, let's have lunch together. Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu and said softly, I know a restaurant that has pretty good food. How about we go there for a meal together later? Okay, sure, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. However, halfway through the training session, Xiaoyu suddenly received a phone call. Zhang Zhenghua, leader of the 5th group of Team 0. If it weren't for the note in parentheses, Xiaoyu would have almost forgotten this person, and almost forgotten his own identity in Team 0. Wait a minute, I need to take this call. Xiaoyu picked up the phone, walked to a corner, and answered the call. Hello, team leader. Xiaoyu, are you busy? Zhang Zhenghua's voice was as steady and composed as ever. I have a new mission for you. Please go ahead, Xiaoyu replied softly. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. Come to room 901 on the 9th floor of the Pokémon Association building and we'll talk in person. It is good. Xiaoyu nodded, then walked towards Sumuse. I just got a phone call, something came up, so we probably won't be able to have lunch together. Okay, it's nothing, you go ahead and get busy. Sumuse's face was full of disappointment, and she couldn't help but pout as she looked at Xiaoyu. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done with my work, Xiaoyu comforted him. Really? You can't lie to me. Sumuse smiled when she heard Xiaoyu's words. I promise. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Be careful. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, then walked towards Long Yaning. Teacher Long, I need to ask for leave. What is it? Long Yaning frowned and looked at Xiaoyu, her expression businesslike. Xiaoyu lowered his voice and said to Long Yaning in a tone that only the two of them could hear, the Zero Team's new mission. Shoo, it's a secret. I'm only telling you. Long Yaning, who had just been a little jealous watching Xiaoyu and Sumuse chatting and laughing, found Xiaoyu's expression somewhat amusing, but still kept a straight face and said in a low voice, since the matter of Team Zero is classified, you don't need to tell me. Go ahead. I have to keep it a secret from others, but I don't have to keep it a secret from you. What kind of relationship do we have? Xiaoyu said in a low voice. Go quickly, and, be careful. Ah. Xiaoyu arrived at room 901 of the Pokémon Association building and gently knocked on the door. Zhang Zhengguo's voice came from inside. Who is it? I, Xiaoyu. Please come in. Xiaoyu entered the room and found that, in addition to Zhang Zhenghua, Tao Su, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, was also there. Both of you should let your families know you're safe, and then hand over all electronic devices you have on you for safekeeping. Zhang Zhenghua looked at the two men with a serious expression. This operation is absolutely confidential. You are strictly prohibited from disclosing it to anyone. Page 414. Chapter 613 Stone Iron. Upon hearing Zhang Zhenggua's words, Xiaoyu realized that this mission might be extraordinary. He quickly took out his phone and sent a group message to everyone before handing it over. Although he handed over his cell phone, Xiaoyu still had a satellite phone in his system space, which he could use to contact others at any time. Tao Su, who was standing next to her, also made a phone call to her family and handed over her phone. Xiaoyu, Tao Su, your missions this time are different, so you'll have to split up, and neither of you can reveal your mission to the other. Tao Su, come here first, I'll tell you your mission. Xiaoyu, wait a moment, just wait for us here. Zhang Zhenggua's mysterious demeanor made Xiaoyu frown. This mission might really be much more important than he had imagined. The level of secrecy often reveals the importance of a mission, and such a high level of secrecy proves that this mission is definitely not simple. Okay. Tao Su nodded, then got up and walked with Zhang Zhenghua to the next room. Xiaoyu was left alone, sitting in the room, bored and waiting patiently. He was filled with curiosity about this mission. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhenghua appeared in the room, but Tao Su was nowhere to be seen. Tao Su has already gone to carry out the mission. Sitting in his chair, Zhang Zhenghua looked at Xiaoyu with a solemn expression and said seriously, now I will convey your mission to you. Before I do, Xiaoyu, I want to reiterate the confidentiality rules to you. This mission is very important and requires strict secrecy. If you have any other electronic communication devices, remember to hand them in beforehand. We will have Ghost-type Pokémon check the other dimension later. If any other communication devices are found, you will be responsible for the consequences. Don't worry, I've already handed everything over. Xiaoyu nodded. His personal belongings were all in the system space, and the Pokémon Association would definitely not be able to find them. Alright, before I convey the mission to you, there's something else I need to confirm. Zhang Zhenghua looked at Xiaoyu with eyes like thunder and stared directly at him, saying, do you have a mysterious Pokémon with champion-level strength? Coming. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. He knew that his Iron Warrior technique could not be hidden from the Pokémon Association's higher-ups, and this day would come sooner or later. Yes. Xiaoyu didn't deny it stubbornly, but nodded in agreement. He has used Iron Warrior many times. Perhaps the average person doesn't know this, but a core department of the Pokémon Association like Team Zero would definitely know. Okay. After receiving a definite answer, Zhang Zhenghua nodded, then stood up and said, Xiaoyu, I will now convey this mission to you. As Zhang Zhenghua spoke, he took out two props, a mask that can change color, and a satellite phone. This Ditto mask will help you conceal your identity, and this satellite phone will allow you to communicate while on missions. This mission is to investigate Shitetsu. Stone Iron? Xiaoyu had never heard of this person before and frowned as she looked at Zhang Zhenghua. Here is some information about Shirtai. You can take a look first, Zhang Zhenghua said, then added, the specific details of the mission will be provided by phone. You can set off anytime you're ready. Take a look at the information first, and feel free to ask me any questions. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, then lowered his head to look through the documents in front of him. Shirtai, vice president of the Longsha Society, is the third most important figure in the society after Shui Yetu and David. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu's pupils shrank dramatically. Investigating Shirtai? Xiaoyu suppressed his doubts and continued reading. Shirtai was a Chinese, a 48-year-old man from Harbin. He is very powerful. Most of his Pokémon are at the gym leader level or near Elite 4 level, but it is uncertain whether he has any Pokémon with Elite 4 level strength. Xiaoyu continued to turn the page, and the following content mostly covered Shirtai's social relationships. What should I investigate? Xiaoyu put the documents away and handed them back to Zhang Zhenghua. You finished reading? Zhang Zhenghua looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. Your mission this time is very complicated. Investigate as much criminal evidence as possible about Shirtai and collect as much criminal evidence as possible about the Longsha Society. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was slightly shaken. This mission was very likely aimed at the Dragon Sand Society, and he might only be responsible for Shirtai alone. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu nodded slightly and then said, Team Leader Zhang, I have a question. You ask. What if I discover not only Shirtai's criminal evidence during the mission, but also that David or Shui Yetu's criminal evidence? Xiaoyu deliberately mispronounced Shui Yetu's name. That character is pronounced Yu, not the U in Yuqing, ecchymosis, Zhang Zhenghua corrected, then said with a smile, you can try to find it. If you do, I'll give you the credit. You said it yourself, team leader. Xiaoyu paused slightly, then continued, by the way, team leader, I saw in the information that Shuiyu 2 is just her nickname. What is her real identity? How would I know? Zhang Zhenghua replied. How do we investigate? Xiaoyu asked. You really want to investigate Suikun and David? Zhang Zhenghua's expression turned serious. Although you have powerful Pokémon to protect you, don't just think about making a name for yourself. Your task is to investigate Shirtai. If you find anything useful, report it to your superiors using the phone you have. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. From his conversation with Zhang Zhenghua, he had already learned some useful information. I have nothing to ask. Alright, hurry up and put on your mask and we're off. Destination, Ice City. Team leader, I have to play in the G2 League in 2 weeks, Xiaoyu reminded him. It's alright, you can come back to participate in the competition later, Zhang Zhenghua said. Besides, the mission might already be over by then. It is good. Long-distance train. After her makeover, Xiaoyu boarded the snow country train bound for the Ice City. Xiaoyu sat by the window, looking at the frozen world outside, his brows furrowed as he pondered this special mission. Longsha Association, Stone Iron. Xiaoyu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his brows furrowed. The investigation of Shirtai didn't actually worry Xiaoyu. What truly worried him was the so-called superior on the phone. Who is qualified to be the superior of Team Zero? Most of the members of Team Zero were recommended by the champion and represented the champion himself. This resulted in the members of Team Zero being of extremely high level, even though their strength was not high. To be able to be the superior of Team Zero, one must at least be at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and even then, one must be at the level of the top or second-ranked 4 Heavenly King. Ordinary 4 Heavenly Kings are not qualified, but of course, the champion is more likely to be qualified. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease. If the superior of this mission is indeed the champion, so this mission definitely can't be just for a small piece of iron. It's very likely aimed at the entire Dragon Sand Society, or even Sakeke. Chapter 6:14 Trip to Ice City. Heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Xiaoyu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled a smoke ring, and stared blankly at the northern scenery rushing past the window. If my superior in this mission really is the champion, then who could it be? The mission location is Harbin, so the champion can only be either Duan Hengji, the champion of North China, or Li Rulan, the champion of Northeast China. No matter who it is, it's not good news for Xiaoyu. Although Li Rulan was not as powerful as Duan Hengji, he was still extremely strong. But if Xiaoyu really had to choose one, he could only pray that it wouldn't be Duan Hengji, the champion from North China. Duan Hengji is truly amazing. It is almost invincible. It only takes a few hours to drive from Beijing to Harbin. When the train stopped at the Harbin station, it was dark and snowing heavily. Xiaoyu had just stepped out of the train when a cold wind blew, making him shiver. Even though spring has arrived, Harbin is still freezing cold. Xiaoyu was briefly lost as she walked out of the train station. Where should I go now? Just as Xiaoyu was pondering what to do next, the phone in her bag suddenly rang. Beep. Hearing the phone ring, Xiaoyu felt a little nervous, took a deep breath, and then immediately answered the call. Hey, Ice City Hotel, just bring your ID card and you can check in directly. The voice on the phone was clearly distorted, making it impossible to recognize his identity. It is good. Page 415. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu followed the instructions given over the phone and headed towards the Ice City Hotel. The Ice City Hotel is a landmark building in Ice City, with over 40 floors, and is also one of the tallest buildings in Ice City. Xiaoyu dragged her suitcase into the Ice City Hotel and handed her ID card to the front desk. A moment later, the receptionist handed Xiaoyu his room key and ID card. "Are you Mr. Liu Yong? Check-in is complete. Here is your ID card and room key." "Okay, thank you," Xiaoyu replied. Liu Yong, that's his identity for this mission. On the 24th floor of the Ice City Hotel, Xiaoyu swiped her card and entered a spacious and clean room. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the facilities in the room. There was a telescope set up in the room, pointed at the building across the street. There was also an open laptop in the room. Just as Xiaoyu was looking at all the facilities in the room, the phone rang again. "Hello," Xiaoyu's voice rang out. "Dragon, that's your code name. I'm your superior, dear." The voice on the other end of the phone was the same as last time, clearly altered, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to guess his identity. "There's a document on the computer desktop containing information about the Longsha Society. The password is. That telescope has been set up for you and is pointed at Shirtai's room. If he doesn't draw the curtains, you can monitor his movements. The headphones next to the computer are connected to the listening device in the Shirtai room. You can wear the headphones to listen in and report any useful information immediately. Finally, we received information that Longsha will be taking action in 3 days. Be prepared. We will inform you of the specific details of the operation 1 day in advance." "It is good." The phone call ended, and Xiaoyu sat in the room, putting on the headphones on the table. It was quiet and there wasn't a sound. Obviously, Shirtai was either not at home or was resting. Xiaoyu went to the telescope again and looked at the building across the street through it. A young woman wearing tight yoga pants is doing yoga by the window, exercising her body. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman was diligently cleaning and doing housework. Both children were studying in the bedroom. Apart from Shirtai, his family members are all here. After observing for a while, Xiaoyu sat back on the edge of the bed and began to think about his own affairs. It's clear that the phone call Zhang Zhenghua made to him served not only to contact his superiors, but also to monitor him. Otherwise, the person on the other end of the phone wouldn't have known his whereabouts so well. This further confirms my suspicion that this operation was by no means simple. Xiaoyu felt a little anxious. This feeling of being out of his control filled him with unease. This matter is especially likely to involve the water rabbit. Ice City, the Pokémon Association's secret base. The spacious room was dimly lit with the curtains drawn, and it was crammed with various electronic devices. Li Rulin, the champion from northeast China, sat on the sofa in a formal suit. Standing beside him were Chu Qishuang, one of the 4 kings of northeast China, the Ice-type king, and Zhang Yiliang, the Rock-type king. 1 champion and 2 for heavenly kings. Such a grand spectacle hasn't been seen in a long time. Although Li Rulin is around 50 years old, he still has a tall and straight figure, a resolute face, and the composure and calmness of a mature man. "Everyone has arrived in Bingcheng. You can start moving around now," Li Rulin said, looking at Zhang Yiliang and Chu Qishuang. Li Rulin's voice carries a refined and scholarly air, perfectly matching his temperament. Li Rulin is the most highly educated among the current 7 champions of China. "Yuliang," Li Rulin looked at Zhang Yuliang standing to the side. Zhang Yuliang is about 55 years old. He is tall, strong, broad-shouldered, and robust. "You are stronger than Xiao Chu. You will be in charge of investigating Shuiyu Tuesday," Li Rulin said, then turned to Chu Qishuang. "Xiao Chu has only just been promoted to one of the 4 heavenly kings, and his strength is limited. He will be in charge of investigating David." "Okay." Zhang Yiliang and Chu Qishuang nodded in agreement at the same time. "This mission is no small matter," Li Rulin said solemnly, looking at the 2 of them. "It may even be life-threatening, so you must be careful. As you all know, according to the latest intelligence, Jiang Yu of the Paradise Group and Shui Yetu of the Dragon Sand Society have sided with Sakeke. Among them, before the Lunar New Year, Sakeke appeared in the Golden City of Siam, and the 2 sides may have reached an agreement. Jiang Yu may have completely sided with Sakeke. After Jiang Yu, the next ones are Shuiyu Tu and Long Shahui." Li Rulin said seriously, "This is an opportunity for us, an opportunity to contact and investigate Sakeke. Although we can see from Sakeke's past activities that he has a friendly attitude towards China, we still need to prepare for the worst. If Sakeke shows up in Ice City, I will personally be in charge of investigating and finding opportunities to make contact. Your mission is to investigate the Dragon Sand Society and take this opportunity to find out Shui Yeta's true identity." Ice City, undercurrents are surging. As night fell, Xiaoyu, who had been busy all day, prepared to rest. He first turned the TV's music volume up to the maximum, then hummed a song as he walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom was the only place Xiaoyu was certain was not under surveillance after a thorough inspection. Xiaoyu turned on the show Riyadh, and hot water sprayed onto her skin. He retrieved the satellite phone from the system space and, under the cover of music and shower sounds, dialed Sylvia's number. "Sylvia, you don't need to speak, just listen to me." Xiaoyu lowered his voice. "I'm in Ice City now, on a secret mission. The Pokémon Association leadership wants to investigate the Dragon Sand Society and Suicune. Remember to inform her of this. Tell her not to make any rash moves. This time, the Pokémon Association is probably serious. Tell her to clear her name first, leave Ice City, and don't get involved in this mess." Chapter 6:15 Car Accident. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu put her phone away. He then dried himself off and lay down on the bed, lost in thought. At this moment, Xiaoyu had no idea that the Pokémon Association's target would be him. Xiaoyu was only thinking about how to get rid of the water jade and leave the muddy waters of Ice City. In the time that followed, Xiaoyu carried out his mission meticulously, keeping a close watch on Shirtai. But Shirtai didn't come back until almost midnight, when a drunk Shirtai finally returned home. Xiaoyu wanted to continue observing, but after Shirtai returned home, he immediately had the servants draw the curtains, blocking Xiaoyu's view. Then, the sound of flowing water and soft, seductive music could be heard from the monitoring headphones. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, took off his headphones, and took the opportunity to browse information about the Dragon Sand Society. The Longsha Society, one of the top powers in Ice City, is backed by the Longsha Group and has not only local connections but is also rumored to have ties to the Rakshasa Kingdom. In addition, the presence of two powerful figures from the Dragon Sand Society, Shui Yato and David, has allowed the Dragon Sand Society to rise from an unknown small force to one of the top forces in Ice City in recent years. In Ice City, besides the Dragon Sand Society, there are several other powerful forces, Zhang, Chu, and others, as well as the Qi family. That's right, it's the Qi family, where Qi Hanking lives. The Qi family rose to prominence in Harbin. More than 20 years ago, Harbin was still dominated by the Qi family. Old Qi had not yet retired and was still the champion in northeast China. His strength was among the top 3 among all the champions. At that time, Old Qi's eldest son, Qi Hanking's father Qi Rugui, was also known as a genius. At that time, the Qi family was at the height of its power. Not only in Harbin, but also in the entire northeast region, the Qi family was a prominent family. But an unexpected event caused the once prosperous Qi family to decline rapidly. Qi Rugui sacrificed himself, dying in battle and being buried in the vast sea. The tragedy of a parent outliving their child caused Mr. Qi to fall ill and take half a year to recover. Once he recovered, he voluntarily stepped down from his frontline position and took over the role of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Qi Rugui's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Qi family, but it also gave the Longsha Society and several other families the opportunity to grow stronger. Longsha Club and several other major clubs also took advantage of this opportunity to develop. Page 416. But even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how much the Qi family's power has declined, it is still one of the top powers in Ice City. The document didn't contain much about the Qi family, but one piece of information caught Xiaoyu's attention. Starting last year, the Qi family's influence and assets began to shift from Harbin to the capital, and at the same time, Qi Hangxiao of the Qi family began to take over the Qi family's assets in Harbin. Qi Hangxiao is now considered one of the key figures in the Qi family in Bingqing. Is it Qi Hangxiao? Xiaoyu smiled as he saw this, thinking of the sunstone necklace. The night passed. Before dawn, with the sky turning a pale white, a ray of sunlight shone on the Ice City, marking the breaking of day and the rising sun. Xiaoyu was woken up early in the morning by the seductive music in his headphones. He had to admire Shirtai for having such a strong physique in middle age. "I have a friend named Wu Yaezu, and he really wants to know what dishes your nanny cooks for you every day." After a quick wash following his workout, Shirtai received a phone call. "Okay, I understand, I'll be right there." The sound came through the headphones intermittently, causing Xiaoyu to frown. Xiaoyu quickly went to the binoculars and looked through them. He saw that the curtains in Shirtai's room had been drawn open, and he was adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. He was obviously about to leave. Beep. Just then, the phone rang again. "Shirtai is supposed to go to Longsha Group today. You will continue to be responsible for tracking and monitoring him. His car has a silver alloy cross license plate. The license plate number is." His car is parked in the underground garage. "You can go directly to the exit of the underground garage and wait for him. We have also prepared a car and driver's license for you." The car is in parking space 9527 in the underground parking lot. The car key is at the front desk, and the driver's license is in the car. It is good. Xiaoyu immediately got up, put on the thick coat behind the door, and headed to the underground parking lot as Lu instructed. In parking space number 9527, an inconspicuous black sedan was parked. The older model of the cool leopard car. Xiaoyu doesn't have much driving experience, but he can definitely drive. He got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove the old leopard to the exit of Shirtai's underground garage, quietly waiting for Shirtai to leave. While waiting patiently, Xiaoyu continued to look through the materials he hadn't finished reading yesterday. Lonza Group comprises several subsidiaries and its businesses include, but are not limited to, real estate, catering, and Pokémon trading. David serves as chairman of the Lonza Group. Shirtai served as the general manager of Longsha Group. Lonza Group has an excellent reputation in Harbin, and David is a well-known philanthropist and social celebrity in Harbin. This means that even though the Pokémon Association knows that the Lonza Corporation has problems, it doesn't dare to take action rashly before finding evidence. Just as Xiaoyu was engrossed in watching, a silver alloy cross-brand car suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Xiaoyu glanced at the license plate number. It was indeed Shirtai's vehicle. He closed his laptop, tossed it aside, and immediately followed. However, with Xiaoyu's driving skills and this old manual transmission car, he couldn't keep up with Shirtai at all, and was pulled away in less than a few minutes. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to step on the gas pedal and speed through the city. Boom! With a loud crash, Xiaoyu never expected that a car accident would happen at such a critical moment. However, it wasn't him, but a middle-aged man in front of him. He was thin, around 30 years old, with a stubble beard and heavy dark circles under his eyes. He gave off a listless and decadent vibe. The car that hit him was a luxury car that cut in from the next lane. The car door opens. A burly man wearing a thick down jacket got out of the driver's seat. He had a short haircut, tattoos on his neck, and an expression of uncontrollable rage. A woman wearing a fur coat was sitting in the passenger seat. The burly man stormed up to the middle-aged man, pointed at his nose, and began to hurl insults. "Do you even know how to drive? Why the hell are you blocking my way with that beat-up Chevrolet? Didn't you see my car is a blazing horse? Don't you know you should give way to me? You'll lose money, at least several $100,000. You should prepare to sell the house." Amidst the burly man's loud cursing, the middle-aged man in his 30s stood silently to the side and whispered, "You cut in line and suddenly changed lanes. I was driving normally. It's entirely your fault. I'm entirely responsible. It's all my fault, all my fault." The burly man punched the middle-aged man in the nose, and blood gushed out instantly. Chapter 6:16 Li Chong. Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback when he saw the two people suddenly fighting in front of him. Well, he realized that Shirtai had completely lost track of him this time. Xiaoyu couldn't worry about Shirtai for the time being. His gaze was entirely focused on the two people fighting. It was less of a fight and more of a one-sided beating. The thin, middle-aged man was no match for the young, strong man. The young, strong man's standard boxing stance left the thin man completely defenseless. Or perhaps the thin man never intended to fight back from the start. He was knocked to the ground after just a few punches, only managing to firmly protect his vital areas with his hands. "Stop! Stop fighting! Stop! Someone's going to die! Enough!" Xiaoyu, who was watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but step forward and stand in front of the middle-aged man. "You fucking want to meddle in other people's business?" The burly man glanced at Xiaoyu, who had an ordinary appearance, then looked at the car Xiaoyu was driving. Seeing that it was also a Chevrolet Cool Leopard, his attitude became even more arrogant. He clenched his fist and walked towards Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also placed her hand next to the pokeball, preparing to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Just then, sirens sounded, and traffic police finally arrived at the scene, albeit belatedly. "Take them both away and back to the station." The traffic police leader glanced at the scene and said to the two men, while also pointing at Xiaoyu, "And you also need to make a statement." "No, I'm just a passerby," Xiaoyu quickly explained. "Go to the police station. How can we still monitor Shirtai today?" "It's nothing, it's just a statement, it'll be quick and won't take long, don't worry," the traffic police officer explained. "Okay," Xiaoyu replied softly. 3 hours later, Xiaoyu and the middle-aged man with a bruised and swollen face walked out together, stood in the cold wind, and chatted. "Brother Lu, thank you for today." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said politely to Xiaoyu, "Let me treat you to a meal." Xiaoyu was currently using the false identity of Lu Yong. He glanced at the thin middle-aged man and waved his hand. "Never mind, Lao Li, you should go and check your face injury first." It's nothing, just a minor injury, nothing serious. Old Li, the middle-aged man, whose full name is Li Chong, is a simple and honest name. I'd like to ask my boss for a leave of absence and then treat you to dinner. Never mind, no need. Xiaoyu waved his hand. As the two were talking, the burly young man also came out, glanced at the two, slowly walked forward, and lowered his voice. Li Chong, are you alright? Here's over 100,000 yuan, it's your begging money as a reward from me. Go to the hospital and get your head checked, don't let it get damaged. And you, Lu Yong, you like to meddle in other people's business, don't you? Xiaoyu looked at the burly man's arrogant demeanor with a calm expression, but inside he was seething with anger and wanted to teach him a lesson right now. Damn it, it's only because Li Chong is an honest man that he chose to pay money to settle things peacefully. If it were him, he would definitely have sued him and sent him to jail. Page 417. The young, burly man gave the two a provocative look, then got into another luxury car and drove away. Brother Lu, I'm sorry you had to go through this today, Li Chong comforted Xiaoyu. What am I complaining about? You're the one who got hit, not me, Xiaoyu said, glancing at Li Chong, his tone unconsciously becoming more forceful. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. It's no wonder Li Chong, with his cowardly nature, is bullied. Sigh. Li Chong sighed, looking at the burly man in the distance, a bitter smile on his face, as if mocking himself. Getting beaten up and getting a few 100,000 is already pretty good. If I fought back and it became a mutual fight, I couldn't afford to pay the compensation. I have to thank you today for testifying for me. I must treat you to dinner no matter what. No, I really have something to do. Xiaoyu waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. It's already lunchtime, let's go grab something to eat. Brother Lu, your accent doesn't sound like a local's. I'll show you some of Harbin's local delicacies, Li Chong said enthusiastically, pulling Xiaoyu's arm. I really don't want to go. Let's go. Inside the small restaurant, Li Chong ordered a few stir-fried dishes, then directly asked for 2 large bottles of Beiju, Chinese liquor, poured himself a large glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Xiaoyu was startled by the way Li Chong was drinking. Are you fucking drinking? There was only a plate of peanuts and a cucumber salad on the table, and you drank this whole glass. Li Chong, drink slowly. Before Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Li Chong poured himself a large glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Have to. Xiaoyu realized that this wasn't an invitation to dinner, it was an invitation to drink. What a mess. Cough cough. Perhaps it was the strong 56 proof liquor that was burning his heart, but Li Chong couldn't take it anymore. His face turned red, and the effects of the alcohol were kicking in. Li Chong looked at Xiaoyu calmly. Brother Lu, do you think I'm a coward? Xiaoyu remained silent, not saying a word, yet it seemed as if he had said something. If he were in that situation, he would absolutely not tolerate it and would teach that young man a lesson. But he is not Li Chong. If it were me 10 years ago, I would have done anything to prove myself. Li Chong lowered his voice, took out a pack of cigarettes with a crumpled packaging that cost about 10 yuan from his bag, took one out and lit it, but none of that matters now. I also want to prove myself. Li Chong's voice was suppressed, his face flushed as he smoked, as if venting his dissatisfaction, but I'm short of money. Getting beaten up and making so much money. Li Chong smiled self-deprecatingly. What a profitable deal. Drip. Just then, Li Chong's phone rang. It was an old cell phone, not even a smartphone, with only basic functions of making calls and sending and receiving text messages. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Li Chong sobered up considerably, then hung up the phone and refused to answer. Come, Brother Lu, let me toast you. Li Chong raised his glass high and drank it all in one gulp. A few minutes later, after drinking 3 large glasses, Li Chong also lost consciousness and collapsed drunk on the table. Xiaoyu was slightly dumbfounded by what he saw. Dude, you got this drunk after just a plate of peanuts and a cucumber salad? The food hasn't been served yet? Xiaoyu shook his head and walked towards the shop owner. Boss, do you know him? I know him, isn't this Li Chong? The boss recognized Li Chong and said, how did he get so drunk? I was just about to ask him what happened to the injury on his face. Xiaoyu briefly explained what had happened, looked at the drunk Li Chong, and then took out his money to pay the bill, but was directly refused by the boss. You can just leave if you have something to do. I trust Brother Li's character. Besides, it's not much money. I'll treat you. The boss was a straightforward man from northeast China. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll take Brother Li home later. Xiaoyu nodded, then got up and left the restaurant. Chapter 617, 2 chapters combined, The Storm in Ice City. The encounter with Li Chong was just a small episode in Xiaoyu's mission. To Xiaoyu, Li Chong was just an insignificant nobody, and he quickly forgot about him. But the wheels of fate have already begun to turn. Li Chong, an ordinary person who isn't even a trainer, will have his fate changed from this moment on. A cold winter. The main street of Harbin. Xiaoyu drove his old cool leopard car, swaying through the streets. When he arrived at the parking lot near the Longsha Group building, it was already around 2 p.m. The afternoon sun shone on the ice city, adding a touch of warmth to this wintry city. Sitting in the car, Xiaoyu dialed Lu's number again. Hello, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Where did you go this morning? Came the voice of a deer on the other end of the phone, which, as always, was electronically synthesized and contained no useful information. Deer's tone seemed to carry a hint of accusation. The vehicle's location data shows that you went to the police station. There was a car accident this morning. Xiaoyu briefly explained what happened, including Li Chong's identity information without concealing anything. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone simply replied with one word, and then said, if you encounter something like this in the future, you can call me directly, and I will take care of it for you. Also, continue to keep an eye on Shirtai. Shirtai is currently at the Binghuang Hotel. The deer's words made Xiaoyu gasp for breath. As expected, there were others monitoring Shirtai besides himself. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so clear about Shirtai's whereabouts. It is good. After that, Xiaoyu carried out his mission meticulously, monitoring Shirtai, but ultimately gained nothing. Shirtai's life was very regular. Apart from work and social engagements, he had almost no entertainment activities, except for exercising with his young and beautiful wife. And so it went on until the night of 2 days later, 11 o'clock at night. Drunk and exhausted, Shirtai returned home. Xiaoyu sat in the chair, watching Shirtai go home, and immediately became alert, putting on his headphones to continue eavesdropping. Working around the clock left Xiaoyu with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Hello. Slightly tipsy, Shirtai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the brightly lit city, holding the phone in his hand, his eyes bright. I understand. Shirtai's voice rang out, deep and serious. Let's wait a little longer. The higher-ups are cracking down hard right now. Wait another week, give me a week. Don't worry, I know your clients are very anxious, but we are also facing difficulties right now. I'll figure something out. The intermittent sound made Xiaoyu frown. The listening device could only hear Shirtai's words, not the words spoken on the other end of the phone. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only deduce the complete course of events from fragments of information. It's obvious that the caller was one of Shirtai's clients. He probably needs something, but because of the recent strict checks in Bingqing, Shirtai can't give it to him, which is why he called to urge him. As for who this customer is, or what goods they need, there is absolutely no information. After hanging up the phone, Shirtai paced back and forth in front of the French windows, finally took out his phone, tapped incessantly on the screen to reply to a message, then turned off his phone and went back to his bedroom. Xiaoyu watched the scene through the binoculars, frowned and pondered for a while, and decided to immediately report what he had just heard to Lu. Page 418. After all, besides him, there might be someone else monitoring Shirtai. This mission might also be a test for him, since the Pokémon Association has begun to doubt him because of what happened last time. If it weren't for his status as a Pokémon professor, and his relationship with Long Fan's disciple and Lu Ting, the Pokémon Association's surveillance of him would probably have been even more blatant. Xiaoyu immediately dialed Lu's number. All he needed to do now was report everything he had seen and heard to Lu. As for the specifics of how to do it, that wasn't within Xiaoyu's scope of consideration. After all, he was just a small fry and didn't need to worry about such things. Hello, this is Long. I have something to report. Xiaoyu dialed Lu's phone number, briefly reported what had just happened, and then copied the audio clip and sent it to the designated email address. After hanging up the phone, on the other end, Li Rulin, codenamed Deer, was deep in thought with a somber expression. Xiaoyu and Tao Su reported the content of the eavesdropping immediately. The two people in the fifth group should be fine, Zhang Yiliang, standing next to Li Rulin, said. What about the other groups? Li Rulin asked. Zhang Yiliang began. Basically, all the groups have reported the abnormalities in the Shirtai surveillance content truthfully. There are only 2 people who haven't reported yet. Keep a close watch on these 2. Investigate their movements in the hotel's surveillance footage. See if there's anything unusual. Li Rulin's voice rang out. Okay. Zhang Yiliang nodded. Those who reported it can't be 100% sure he's innocent. Li Rulin shook his head, his eyes flashing, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Isn't the Longsha Society going to take action tomorrow night? Release this information to all the team members tomorrow. Zhang Yiliang frowned as he listened to Li Rulin's words. If someone leaks the information, our operation will be exposed tomorrow. If we alert them, it will be much more difficult to take action against the Longsha Society later. Exposed? Li Rulin said with a smile. Perhaps we've already been exposed. David left China last night and headed to Russia. Shueyeta has not been seen at all and has not shown up. There is only Shirtai in Bingqing now, and we just received news that Shirtai has already bought a train ticket to Raxhasa Kingdom for tomorrow. Li Rulan's voice rang out. Don't you think there's a problem? Li Rulan said with a smile. Finding our own problems is more important than investigating the Longsha society. After Yin Yao's death, Lao Duan, Lao Lu, Long Fan, and I discussed it and reached a consensus that in order to completely eradicate the problems within the Pokémon Association, we need the younger generation of backbone members to be safe from problems. This operation against the Longsha society is a perfect opportunity. It can not only eliminate the Longsha society and deter petty criminals, but also find an opportunity to make contact with Sakeke. Finally, it's also a valuable experience for the young people in Team Zero. The roster for Team Zero of the Gyarados Special Operations Team has been finalized, and it can be established once this cleanup is completed. Oldshire has been eyeing Old Phone for a long time. He's brought it up to me many times since last year. The Gyarados team is going to form a Zero team. Oldshire was the captain of the Gyarados Special Operations Team, and Feng Quangayan was the captain of the Charizard Special Operations Team. Li Rulan looked at Zhang Yiliang, who had absolute trust in his subordinate, the chief of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Northeast China. Tomorrow night's operation against the Longsha Society will be an excellent opportunity. Have someone immediately inform all team members that we are going to conduct a surprise inspection tomorrow night, but make sure to inform everyone that the time and location of the operation will be different. Notify Xiaoyu that we need to inspect the East Railway Station entrance tomorrow night at 11 p.m. to check the goods of the Longsha Group. Notify Dasa that we will be checking the Baikan Expressway entrance at 11 p.m. tomorrow. Notify. Next, we just need to wait and see which message Longsha receives, and then we'll be able to pinpoint who leaked the information. Li Rulan's voice rang out. Okay, Zhang Yiliang nodded in response. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, as the sun rises, golden rays blanket the earth. Still half asleep, Xiaoyu received another call from Lu. Hey, we have received information that Lonza will be shipping goods tonight, but we do not yet know the specific time and location, as well as the transportation method and route. We will let you know later. Continue to monitor the situation, and report back immediately if there are any new developments. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu woke up from his sleep, his brows furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. Why would Longsha choose to ship its goods today? What's going on with the water and the rabbit? Xiaoyu had already told Shueyu too that the Pokémon Association was investigating the Longsha Club, so why would she still choose to let the Longsha Club make a deal today? Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The whole thing seemed a bit strange, and he could tell that things had slipped out of his control. Especially now that he was under the close surveillance of the Pokémon Association, it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to contact Suicune directly. After frowning and thinking for a while, Xiaoyu took a deep breath and decided to hold back for the time being. He has no other choice but to trust Shueyeto. He has already warned Shueyeto, and Shueyeto should have a way to deal with it. As the sun sets, its golden rays bathe the ice city, dispelling the chill of winter. Xiaoyu sat by the window, ordered a coffee, but her gaze was fixed on the exit of the underground parking lot of the building across the street. He had just received another message from Deer. The Pokémon Association had investigated tonight's activities. At 10 p.m. tonight, a batch of smuggled Pokémon will be illegally exported from Longsha and transported by train to the Raxhasa Kingdom. We must intercept these Pokémon before they leave the country and secure crucial evidence. Shirtai has already bought train tickets and will leave the country with this shipment at 11 p.m. tonight. For your safety, your surveillance mission will be temporarily terminated after Shirtai leaves the country. Your new mission is to direct the local Pokémon Association in Ice City to the train station to investigate the Dragon Sands shipment. Go to number 318 Fumin Street, Bingqing at 10 p.m. tonight. You don't need to disguise yourself, just go there in your real name. After receiving the mission, Xiaoyu looked at the Longsha Group building across the street, his mind filled with many thoughts. This mission made him sense something unusual, especially since his partner Tao Su and his team leader Zhang Zhenghua were still nowhere to be found. There was something eerie about it, which made Xiaoyu even more cautious. He flipped through the newspaper in his hand, took a sip of coffee on the table, and tried to stay calm. It was precisely at times like these that he couldn't rush things. His mind raced, and he hesitated whether or not to tell Shueyeto about it. After much hesitation, Xiaoyu decided to temporarily refrain from contacting Shueyeto, as he had already reminded her once. He believed that Shueyeta's willingness to allow Longsha to act at such a critical juncture must have its own plans. Of course, another reason was that he was worried this was a test by the Pokémon Association. The fact that the time and place were so clearly defined made Xiaoyu suspicious, and the Pokémon Association's recent attitude towards him made him even more uneasy. Therefore, after much thought, Xiaoyu finally decided to let nature take its course. Of course, most importantly, even if Shui Yeto is in danger because of this, as long as Duan Hengji is not present, he can protect Shui Yeto now that he is going all out. Into the night. At 10 a.m., Xiaoyu arrived at the agreed location for the mission on time. It was an ordinary bungalow with 9 people inside. As soon as Xiaoyu stepped into the house, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Captain Xiaoyu, hello. We are the 5th squad of the Charizard team, and we will be under your command for the time being. I am Captain Yen Su, and our mission is to investigate whether there are any prohibited items in the goods transported by the Longsha Association at the train station. Yen Su's expression was serious, showing no disrespect for Xiaoyu because of his age. Of course, this is also related to Xiaoyu's strength. After all, Xiaoyu has defeated a champion-level trainer. Xiaoyu looked around at the group and said in a deep voice, "Our mission is to inspect the East City Railway Station at 11 o'clock. Now, we will depart immediately in groups of 4. Do not use flying-type Pokémon, and do not alert them. Meet at the fast food restaurant inside the East City Railway Station at 10:40 sharp. Yes. Everyone, move out immediately. Yen Su, you and I will be in one group, and the other 8 people will be divided into 2 groups." Yes. The same scene occurred in several other locations. At the same time, Ice City, the Qi family. Qi Hangxiao paced back and forth in the room, his brows furrowed and his expression serious. Since experiencing a life-or-death crisis on the king last year, she returned to Ice City and began to gradually learn to take over the family business. Unfortunately, as Elder Qi gets older and there is a gap in the middle ranks of the Qi family, the Qi family's influence is declining. The Qi family has decided to completely relinquish control of Bingqing and shift its focus to the capital. The Qi family is now only supported by Elder Qi. There used to be a genius in the 2nd generation, Qi Rugui, but since Qi Rugui died, no one in the 2nd generation of the Qi family has been able to hold their own. Page 419. In the 3rd generation, Qi Hanqing followed the research route. Although he achieved considerable success, there was still a gap between researchers and actual combat personnel, making it difficult for him to hold his own in the face of danger. Qi Hangxiao is not cut out to be a trainer. His talent is only average. Therefore, the biggest problem facing the Qi family now is that there is no one to carry on the family line. The Longsha Club made a big commotion today, attracting a lot of attention. This is an opportunity for us. After we finish this job, we'll call it quits. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As long as Grandpa is still alive, the Pokémon Association will not take action against us. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Chapter 618, 2 chapters combined, The Journey of the Rakshasa. Pokémon Association Charizard Special Operations Team, on a mission. The group consisted of 10 people. Xiaoyu walked in front, while Yen Su, who was beside him, took out his ID and spoke loudly to the train station staff, exuding an imposing aura. Upon hearing the words Fire-Breathing Dragon Special Operations Team, the train station staff immediately tensed up. It wasn't because they were nervous about doing something wrong, but rather an instinctive nervousness towards their superiors. For ordinary people, the Charizard Special Operations Team is an extremely mysterious entity, and under normal circumstances, they would have no way of getting in touch with them. Furthermore, the appearance of the Charizard Special Task Force often signifies that something big is about to happen. Especially when listening to Yen Su carry out his mission, she couldn't help but panic and kept thinking back to whether she had made any mistakes recently. Immediately notify your supervisor and request their cooperation in our inspection. Please wait a moment. Several staff members immediately ran to report to their supervisor. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, slightly overweight and clearly a leader, walked in surrounded by a crowd. "Hello, hello." The middle-aged man greeted her with a friendly smile, bowing slightly and adopting a humble and respectful demeanor. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please let me know if there's anything I can do for you. We need to deliver the freight manifest for tonight. Tell us which container Longsha Group's goods are in and take us there." Yen Su's voice was stern, carrying a hint of unfamiliarity and distance, causing cold sweat to break out on the middle-aged man's forehead. "Okay, I'll have someone send the list over right away. Xiao Li, hurry up and bring over what the leaders want." The middle-aged man was extremely polite, bowing and scraping as he led the way for the group. "The Longsha Group's goods are over there, I'll take you there. Boss, this is the shipment from Longsha Group for tonight." The middle-aged man pointed to the already boxed goods in front of him, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Here is the manifest. Open all the cargo boxes." Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he stared expressionlessly at the cargo boxes in front of him. "We received a report that there are prohibited items in the goods being transported by Longsha Group. Open the boxes and inspect them immediately." "Okay, okay." The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly, instructing his subordinate to unlock and open the cargo door. "This box contains ordinary tree fruit." "Unpack it," Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Xiaoyu stood in front of the container door, staring at the cargo box in front of him, but his heart sank. If Longsha really finds contraband, it won't be good news for Xiaoyu. Crack. The huge iron lock opened, revealing boxes and crates that were neatly packed. "Let's go up and take a look," Xiaoyu said to the Charizard team members beside him. "Yes." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's order, the two members of the Charizard team who were standing closest immediately crawled into the cargo box, opened the packaging, and began their inspection. "Tree fruit. Captain, they're all tree fruits." The two team members opened the box, which was full of scattered tree fruits. Nothing was gained. The items inside the cargo box correspond one-to-one with those on the manifest. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, but his face remained expressionless. "Continue the inspection. Open and inspect everything that belongs to the Dragon Sand Society. 2 people per group, complete all the inspections within half an hour." "Yes." The members of the fire-breathing dragon squad rushed to the various cargo boxes to check all the supplies of the Dragon Sand Society according to the list. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the middle-aged man beside him broke out in a cold sweat. "If any contraband is found, he will be implicated, and everything will be over." "No problem." "There are basically no problems, except that the weight is a little excessive. There are no other issues." "No problem." As the voices of the Charizard team members continued to rise, the atmosphere became oppressive, and all the team members wore stern faces, their expressions quite grim. This made the station staff standing nearby even more nervous, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. "No, there's a problem, but why do you all look increasingly grim? This isn't because we did a good job. Shouldn't you praise us? Here, have some water, have some water." After the last container was inspected and confirmed to be free of any problems, Xiaoyu's face grew increasingly grim on the surface, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. "Sorry to bother you. Thank you for your cooperation," Xiaoyu said to the station staff with a grim expression, then turned to the Charizard team members and said, "Let's go. Retreat. Dear leaders, thank you for your hard work. It's so late. How about grabbing a late-night snack before you leave?" "Thank you, but no need. We have regulations." Leading the Charizard Special Operations team members out of the train station, Xiaoyu turned to Yansu and the others and slowly said, "Thank you all for your hard work. Today's mission is now complete. I will report the situation of this operation to my superiors. Hope to cooperate again next time." "No problem." Yansu also looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Captain Xia, you can contact me anytime if you need anything." "Then I won't stand on ceremony," Xiaoyu replied. After the mission was completed, Xiaoyu called Lu again to give a brief report on the mission. "We inspected all of Longsha Club's goods, but found no prohibited items." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a few breaths, a voice finally spoke. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work. This mission is temporarily suspended. The Longsha Society released false information this time. They did not take any action. Our mission has failed. Shirtai has already left the country, Shuiyu too has not been seen for a while, and David went to the Rakshasa Kingdom a long time ago. We don't know when they will return. The mission against the Dragon Sand Society is now terminated. You can go back and participate in your gym leader G2 League with peace of mind. Just give the Ditto mask and the phone to the hotel reception." When he heard that the mission had ended, Xiaoyu finally smiled. "You can travel to Harbin as a vacation, just be careful." Mission terminated. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a relieved smile, and her anxiety subsided for the time being. It's finally over. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and then hailed a taxi to the hotel. Xiaoyu thought his journey had come to a perfect end, but he never expected that for him. The journey had only just begun. Upon arriving at the hotel, I returned the Ditto mask and satellite phone to the hotel reception. Amidst the swirling snow, Xiaoyu walked out of the hotel and, under the cover of night, disappeared into the streets. When he reappeared under the lights, he was dressed differently, wearing a mask and hat, completely covered up, so that even acquaintances wouldn't recognize him on the street. The long-awaited freedom and the feeling of being unmonitored made him unable to resist reaching out his hands to embrace the free wind and snow. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu strolled through the streets of the Ice City. Even though he had been in the city for several days, he had never really looked around or appreciated the snowy scenery. Now that I finally have some free time, I can finally appreciate this magnificent ice and snow scenery. But before that, he had to contact Shueisha to ask about the Longsha Association. Wearing a mask and hat, Xiaoyu walked down the street, making a phone call to Shueisha as she strolled along. "Hello," Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Page 420. "Boss, you can make the call now?" Shueisha's voice rang out, still the familiar electronic tone. Xiaoyu responded, then asked, "Where are you now?" "I've got the Gigantamax Pokémon I promised you last time. Gigantamax Cinderace and Gigantamax Centiscorps, you can choose one if you have time." "I'm not in China right now, I'm in Russia." Shueisha's voice rang out, causing Xiaoyu to frown slightly. Why did Shueisha go to the Rakshasa Kingdom? Did she encounter some trouble? "You're in the Rakshasa Kingdom? What trouble have you encountered?" Xiaoyu asked. "There's no trouble for now," Shueisha's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of teasing. "But who knows what might happen later." "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Longsha Club is currently under complete blockade by the Pokémon Association, and we can't get our goods out at all." Succubus's voice rang out, "Many customers are getting impatient, and I have to find a way to get the goods out." Xiaoyu listened to Shueisha's words and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He was not truly unable to get involved in this matter. The champion is behind the blockade of the Longsha Club. It's either Li Rulan or Duan Hengji. "I can't get involved in this. You can only wait and get through this period." Xiaoyu could only console Shueisha. "The customers can't wait, and neither can we," Shueisha said in a deep voice. "I have a risky method." "What method?" Xiaoyu asked. "The Qi family will be transporting a large number of Pokémon from Ice City to the Rakshasa Kingdom tonight." Sukkato's voice rang out as she slowly revealed her plan. "The Dragon Sand Society's Pokémon can't be transported out, but the Qi family's Pokémon are safe from inspection, so they can be easily transported out. So, I plan to steal this batch of Pokémon from the Qi family," Suokun's voice rang out. "I'll use this batch of Pokémon from the Qi family to deliver to other buyers. But if we do that, given the current complex situation in Ice City, there could be a lot of trouble once we take action." Xiaoyu frowned deeply as he listened to Shueisha's words. The Qi family was one of his partners, and Qi Hanking knew his identity as Sakamoto. If Longsha robs the Qi family, Qi Hanking will definitely believe that Sakeki ordered Longsha to do it. This will make the relationship between the two very tense. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice, "Is there no other way?" "I can't believe it. The Longsha Society has finally gained a foothold in the Rakshasa Kingdom, and they absolutely cannot ruin their own reputation." Shueisha's voice rang out, her tone seemingly tinged with helplessness. "There's only one way now." Shueisha's voice rang out, "Boss, the time and place have already been set. We will make our move at 3 a.m., on the snow country train that Shirtai is on. David, Shirtai, and I will make our move together." After hearing Shueisha's words, Xiaoyu gasped. It was obvious that Shueisha had already made a plan and had begun to take action. It's probably too late to win her back now. Xiaoyu fell into a brief silence. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "You'd better stop. If there really is no other way, you must be fully prepared. There's a high chance there's a champion in Harbin, either Duan Hengji or Li Rulan. If you rob the Qi family's goods, it might attract their attention. If it's Li Rulan, there's still a glimmer of hope, but if it's Duan Hengji, you won't survive at all." Xiaoyu carefully reminded Shueisha. "We have no choice. If we back down, the reputation of Longsha Club will be completely ruined." Shueisha paused, and the electronic voice sounded again, "Boss, you may not have seen the recent news. The champion of Bingqing cannot be Duan Hengji. This afternoon's news reported that Duan Hengji has already appeared elsewhere, so the champion of Bingqing can only be Li Rulan. We've already planned our escape route in advance, so there won't be any problems. Unless," Shueisha paused slightly, "Li Rulan is on the snow country train." "Is Li Rulan on the snow country train? That's impossible." "Boss," Shueisha continued, "there is actually a completely effective method." "Go ahead," Xiaoyu replied. "If you work with us, we will definitely succeed this time, as long as you take action yourself." "Boss Sakeki, I promised you I would merge the Dragon Club into Team Rocket, and this is the perfect opportunity. If you step in to resolve the crisis for the Longsha Club, the resistance to the Longsha Club merging into the Rockets will be greatly reduced." Xiaoyu listened to Shueisha's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a few breaths of silence, he slowly said, "We'll see when the time comes." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu's face showed a thoughtful expression. Water and Rabbit, Dragon Sand meeting. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, having already made up his mind. He walked quickly down the street, and just then, a whooshing sound of wind suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, I saw a flying-type Pokémon flying overhead, and I could hear sirens blaring nearby. Pedestrians on the street cast curious glances, clearly indicating that something big was happening in Harbin. What happened? Do not know. I heard that people have died, several people have died. Xiaoyu frowned as he watched the scene, and at the same time, a push notification popped up on his phone. A major criminal case has occurred in Harbin. 2 people have died. The Pokémon Association has issued a bounty notice. A reward of up to 20 yuan is offered for information leading to the arrest of suspect Li Chong. Li Chong. Xiaoyu's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the photo in the notification. It was Li Chong, the honest-looking, thin middle-aged man. He frowned slightly. Judging from Li Chong's appearance alone, Li Chong didn't seem like the kind of ruthless person at all, but the news couldn't be faked. Xiaoyu shook his head again after thinking about this. Li Chong committed murder, but that has nothing to do with him. He had only met Li Chong once. Chapter 619, 2 chapters combined, Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer. Clang, clang. The wheels made a crisp sound as they collided with the rails. In the boundless snowfield, only the sound of the train whistle echoed continuously. The extremely cold weather and harsh environment left the train covered in thick ice and snow. Snowfield train number. The train from Harbin to Whitestone City in Russia is also one of the longest train routes in the world. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Snowfield train. This train originates in Ice City and terminates in Whitestone City, with 4 stops along the way. The journey is expected to take 3 days. We wish you a pleasant trip. Under the dark night, snowflakes were falling heavily outside the car window, and a chill was in the air. The car was warm and cozy, with no hint of cold. Inside the luxurious private room, complete with a bedroom and bathroom, the person wearing the shapeshifter mask had already altered their appearance. He now sports a light beard, wears a well-tailored suit and overcoat, and has the watch Sumisa gave him on his wrist. His hair is combed straight, giving him the look of a successful man. The Snowpiercer train has 40 carriages, with the first 20 being passenger carriages and the last 20 being freight carriages. Only the first 2 carriages are luxury suites, with 10 luxury suites in each carriage. Xiaoyu's compartment number was 20, which was also the last luxury compartment on the Snow Country train. From his position, he could see the sleeper carriages behind him. The person in the private room in front of him was an old acquaintance, Shirtai. Hey. On the speeding Snow Country train, Xiaoyu dialed Shui Yeta's number again. Are you on the Snow Country Express? Xiaoyu's voice rang out as she asked Shui Yeta. Boss, you're here? Shui Yeta's voice rang out. I'm in carriage number 2, compartment number 12, Shui Yeta's voice rang out. I've come to find you. Xiaoyu nodded, then walked out of the private room and headed towards room number 12. Walking down the corridor, Xiaoyu looked out the window at the endless darkness, where only heavy snow fell. Dong dong. Arriving at VIP room number 12, Xiaoyu gently knocked on the door. Click. The sound of unlocking rang out, and then the iron gate was opened from the inside. Page 421. What catches the eye is an oversized sweatshirt, revealing glimpses of her graceful figure, and she wears light sweatpants on her lower body. Of course, what attracted Xiaoyu the most was Shui Yeta's appearance, because this was the first time Xiaoyu had seen Shui Yeta's real face. However, Xiaoyu was slightly disappointed that Shui Yeta had a very ordinary appearance, the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. This contrasts sharply with her exaggerated figure, but then Xiaoyu frowned, because he noticed that Shui Yeta, like him, was also wearing a ditto mask. However, the ditto mask that Shui Yeta wore was of slightly lower quality, only at the Elite 4 level. Are you the boss? Shui Yeta's voice rang out as she looked at the unfamiliar face. She slightly distanced herself from Xiaoyu, a wary expression on her face. Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback by Shui Yeta's real voice. Because Shui Yeta's voice was completely different from her appearance, it was melodious, soft, sweet. To put it bluntly, it was a deadly trap. Even when using a questioning tone, it lacks any threat and is more likely to provoke others. I'm your boss, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. What are you doing blocking the door? Won't you let me in? Hearing the familiar voice, Shui Yeta stepped aside slightly to let Xiaoyu into the private room. Shui Yeta smiled, gestured for Xiaoyu to sit down, and said, Boss, please have a seat and some fruit. Shui Yeta's fingers were delicate, fair and clean, and her nails were neatly trimmed. Ah. The two entered the carriage, and Shui Yeta closed the door behind them. There are many details that are inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Now tell me your plan, Xiaoyu said to Shui Yeta. Shui Yeta nodded, then said seriously, our plan is to take action immediately when the train arrives at the Wansong Fir Forest around 3 a.m. At that point, David will destroy the couplers connecting the passenger and cargo cars. That way, we can hijack all the cargo cars behind. Since we've already started, let's go all out and kidnap them all, leave no one alive. After David takes action, he still needs to deal with two people, the train escort from China and the train escort from Russia. Once we get rid of them, we can move these goods. Xiaoyu listened attentively to Shui Yeto's words, but her soft, sweet voice was quite distracting. Even though they were talking about something so serious, Xiaoyu just couldn't be serious. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. What are the strengths of those two escorts? Xiaoyu asked. I don't know. Shui Yeto shook her head, her voice gentle, at least a champion-level trainer, with no upper limit. No upper limit? Snow Country Train has had the 4 Heavenly Kings as escorts on several occasions, and there was also a time when the champion served as an escort. And under normal circumstances, if China sends the 4 Heavenly Kings, then Russia will also send the 4 Heavenly Kings. The two sides are evenly matched. Hearing Shui Yeto's words, Xiaoyu's expression also became serious. But don't worry, the Snow Country Train has been running for over a century, and there has only been one instance where a champion served as a navigator. Shui Yeto paused slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Our luck won't be that bad. In contrast to Shui Yeto's carefree optimism, Xiaoyu had a furrowed brow. To be honest, luck is the thing Xiaoyu hates the most because it's something he can't control. At the same time, Xiaoyu had a feeling that the escorts of Snow Country Train might really be the champions. Especially now, at this critical juncture when Li Yunye is about to die. Xiaoyu grew increasingly uneasy, frowning as he fell into deep thought, while Shui Yeto's voice continued to ring out. Under normal circumstances, on the Snow Country Train from Ice City to Russia, the Chinese escorts are in the compartments of carriages 1 and 2. The Russian escorts are in carriage 16. After David makes his move, we also need to go to carriage 16 to intercept the two escorts. By some time. Boss, if it's just an ordinary Elite 4 level trainer, you don't need to take action at all. If it's one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, then I'll have to trouble you to help me. But if it's the champion, we'll have to retreat immediately. After listening to Shui Yeto's words, Xiaoyu walked to the car window, sat on the soft chair, and looked out the window. The snow seemed to have intensified. What if the escort is Duan Hengji? Xiaoyu's voice rang out, pointing out the crux of the problem incisively. Impossible. Duan Hengji only showed up in another place today. Why not? Half a day is plenty of time for him to get back. Nothing is impossible. Xiaoyu's voice was cold. What should we do if Duan Hengji is in the car? Duan Hengji. Shui Yeto lowered her head, the 3 words Duan Hengji weighing down on her like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. The invincible champion. Absolute strength. No. Shui Yeto's voice became firm. It's precisely because Duan Hengji is too strong that he could never appear on the Snow Country Train. The Rakshasa Kingdom will absolutely not allow Duan Hengji to enter its territory. Shui Yeto's expression was firm as she looked directly at Xiaoyu. The Rakshasa Kingdom is not a small country. Any powerful nation would not allow a strongman like Duan Hengji to enter. Xiaoyu nodded gently as she listened to Shui Yeto's words. There was some truth to them. If it's not Duan Hengji, what if it's Li Rulan? Xiaoyu asked again. Although Li Rulan's strength is not as great as Duan Hengji's, he is still extremely strong. Li Rulan's words. Shui Yeto fell silent. If Li Rulan was really on the Snow Country Train, she was definitely no match for him. It shouldn't be him. Should. Xiaoyu shook his head, stood up, looked down at Shui Yeto with a serious expression. We must be fully prepared. It's impossible for a person to plan everything perfectly. Shui Yeto's voice rang out, still cute and sweet, but suddenly her tone changed. Unexpected events are always around us. Just like last time, isn't it? Shui Yeto's voice made Xiaoyu pause slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It seems that it has emerged from the shadow of Garkamp's death, but it also seems to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to let go. Xiaoyu looked at Shui Yeto and saw the smile on her face. He felt a little sad. Last time, Xiaoyu began softly, looking at Shui Yeto in front of him, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Shui Yeto waving her hand. You don't need to say anything, and don't feel any guilt. What's done is done, and what's past is past. Shui Yeto looked at Xiaoyu with a carefree smile and said, people always have to take responsibility for their choices. Since I chose to join Team Rocket, I also have to take responsibility for my choice. In that situation, I was just trying to survive. Shui Yeto's smile deeply stung Xiaoyu. Although Shui Yeto appeared carefree, the despair emanating from her was like drowning, suffocating to the soul. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his eyes resolute, and looked directly at Shui Yeto, his voice low. Last time, it was my responsibility. But it is precisely because we want to prevent this from happening again that we must make every effort to be fully prepared. We've already learned our lesson once, we can't make the same mistake twice. Xiaoyu looked at Shui Yeta with a resolute expression. This time, we have to take action. We have to take action. Shui Yeta looked out the window and said softly, we have no other choice. Since that's the case, Xiaoyu paused slightly, looked at Shui Yeta in front of him, and said in a deep voice, although I do not agree with your plan, I will do my best in this operation. Just stay by my side. Leave everything to me tonight. Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he looked down at Suakun, which was half a head shorter than him. Your Garchomp died because of me. Until you completely catch a Gigantamax Pokemon, I will take care of everything. At this point, Xiaoyu took out 2 Dynamax Pokeballs. These are 2 Gigantamax Pokemon. Gigantamax Cinderace and Gigantamax Centiskorps. You can choose one. You don't need to rush to choose. Wait until tonight, and then you can see their capabilities before making a decision. I will take care of everything until you completely subdue them and regain your strength. Xiaoyu said, taking out a cigarette from his bag and lighting it gently. Tonight, you don't need to lift a finger. Just stay behind me. Tonight, no matter who it is, I will guarantee your safety. Xiaoyu's domineering words made Shui Yeta pause for a moment. Before she could even react, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. You're right, people can't plan everything perfectly. So all we can do is try our best not to make mistakes, and try our best to make amends after we do make mistakes. Your Garchomp died because of me, and I will do everything I can to make up for your loss. Besides Gigantamax Pokemon, this is another compensation I promised you. Xiaoyu took out another Pokemon egg and placed it on the table. This Horsa has champion level potential. It's the compensation I promised you. I've only found this one Pokemon with champion level potential after all this time. If you don't mind, you can wait a little longer, and I'll try my best to make up for it with a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Shuiyu too was stunned for a moment, her gaze falling on the Pokemon egg in Xiaoyu's hand, and then moving to Xiaoyu's face. His dark pupils gleamed under the light as he intently gazed at Xiaoyu. Hippogriff, it's fine. Watery too turned her gaze back to the Pokemon egg, smiled, and compared to the bleak and bitter smile from before, this smile was truly from the heart. Immediately afterwards, Shui Yeta raised her head and looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes fixed on Xiaoyu's face with sharp eyes, as if trying to see through Xiaoyu's true face through the Ditto mask. Are you sure you want to give me this Pokemon egg? Shuiyu too looked directly at Xiaoyu and asked softly. Actually, I don't really want to. Xiaoyu's words made the smile on Shui Yeta's face pause, and then Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Although Kingdra is very strong, it is still not as good as Garchomp. So if you are not in a hurry, I hope you will wait a little longer. I will do my best to find you a pseudo-legendary Pokemon with champion-level potential to satisfy you. Of course, if you want this Horsa Pokemon egg at any time, you can tell me anytime. Page 422. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sukkot smiled brightly, her eyebrows curved, and her eyes shone as she looked at Giovanni. Giovanni, according to you, as long as you don't find me a pseudo-legendary Pokemon that satisfies me, will you continue to take care of everything? Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback when he heard Shui Yeta's sweet and soft voice. I was trying to make it up to you, but you want to exploit a bug here? Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, Shui Yeta's voice rang out again. Boss, just kidding. This black seahorse is fine. I'll handle it myself tonight. Of course, if I'm really unlucky and Li Rulin or Duan Hengji are here, I'll still have to trouble you to lend me a hand. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. Boss, one last question for you. You're being so nice to me, are you trying to pursue me? Chapter 620, 2-in-1, Double Champion. Snowy night, Ice City, Qi family. Even though it was already 2 in the morning, Qi Hangxiao was still awake. She paced back and forth in front of the window, looking at the snow falling heavier and heavier outside, her expression solemn. After a few breaths, she picked up her phone and dialed the number again. This shipment has already left China and is expected to arrive in Beishi City in 3 days, Qi Hangxiao said in a low voice over the phone. You just need to prepare to find someone to receive the goods. Also, the train escort from China this time should be Li Rulin. With Li Rulin personally taking action, there won't be any problems. After hanging up the phone, Qi Hangxiao looked out the window, a strange light flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the Snowpiercer is speeding across the snowfield. We've investigated thoroughly. All 20 carriages this time are filled with goods from the Qi family. Shui Yeta's soft voice rang out. They spent a fortune to lease the cargo carriages of the Snowfield train, intending to take advantage of the blockade of Longsha to gamble big and make a fortune. This also gives us an opportunity. If we can take this batch of goods, we can not only complete the delivery, but also make extra profits, equivalent to half a year's earnings. Hearing Shui Yeta's voice, Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked, 20 carriages, How many do we need to consume at least to complete the delivery? 7 or 8 sections should be enough, Shueyeta said after thinking for a moment. Then let's eat 10 sections, Xiaoyu said earnestly to Shueyeta. 10 sections? Shueyeta looked up at Xiaoyu after hearing his words, a smile appearing on his lips. Boss, do you know the Qi family? Since we've already made our move, what difference does 10 sections or 20 sections make? Hearing Shueyeta's question, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't admit to knowing the Qi family. He could only look at Shueyeta with a serious expression and say, for us, there is no difference between 10 and 20 carriages. However, if we really rob the Qi family of all their goods, we can say that we have completely offended the Qi family. Although the Qi family has declined, but Xiaoyu found a reason, as he did not want to offend the Qi family too much. Boss, I also want to agree to your request, but it's too late now. Shueyeta said helplessly, it's too late now, and it's too late to change the plan. It's quiet at night. 2:30 a.m., clang, clang, the snow country train sped through the snowfields, about to enter the iconic region of the Rakshasa kingdom, Wansong Fir Forest. This was also the agreed-upon location for the operation between Longsha and others. Box number 19. Shirtai looked out the window, then suddenly opened the car window. A sudden gust of cold wind rushed into the compartment, the chill spread, and the temperature inside the compartment plummeted, with frost visibly forming. Shirtai took a deep breath, wrapped himself in a thick coat, and prepared himself for the biting cold. He has been under close surveillance by the Pokémon Association since he got on the bus. The only way he can move is to climb out of the car through the window, but now is not the time. Shirtai checked the time, then closed the car window again, and the chill immediately subsided considerably. His mission was to find out as soon as possible who the escorts from China and Russia were and what their strength was. At the same time, Xiaoyu and Shueyeta walked out of the private room and moved towards the carriage behind. From now on, they will move from the second carriage to the 20th carriage. Xiaoyu walked ahead, with Shueyeta following closely behind him. The two walked backwards, one in front of the other. After passing through the second luxury carriage, the two arrived at the third carriage, the soft sleeper carriage, and then the hard sleeper carriage. Because of the long journey, the snow country train only offers 3 types of tickets: luxury berth, soft sleeper, and hard sleeper. There are no seated tickets. Starting from the third carriage, the aisle began to become crowded. Many people stood in the aisle smoking. They frowned slightly when they looked at Xiaoyu, who was dressed in designer brands, but then smiled when they saw Shueyeta, who was unremarkable in appearance but had an arrogant figure, following behind Xiaoyu. The two of them walked towards the last carriage. Besides Chinese passengers, there were also many Russians on the train. Some young and beautiful Russian girls looked at Xiaoyu's clothes and their eyes lit up when they saw the designer watch on his wrist. They waved to Xiaoyu enthusiastically and took the initiative to greet him. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had a cold face, giving off an unapproachable vibe. The two of them continued until they reached the compartment between carriages 16 and 17. Normally, this is the private compartment for the escorts of the Rakshasa kingdom. The door to the private room was tightly closed, and the blinds were completely shut, making it impossible to see anything inside. Xiaoyu and Shueyeta exchanged a glance, looked at the private room, and then continued walking to the back. As Xiaoyu walked, he glanced down at his watch. It was 2:45. The time to take action is getting closer and closer. Just as the two figures were getting further and further away, a thin crack suddenly appeared in the blinds, and a pair of dark eyes scrutinized them. Li Rulan sat by the window, watching Xiaoyu and Shueyeta's retreating figures with a thoughtful expression. He only lowered the blinds after the two entered the next carriage. He then slowly stood up, put on his thick hat, opened the door of the private room, and followed the two men. 17 carriages, 18 carriages, 19 carriages. Finally, Xiaoyu and Shueyeta arrived at the last carriage, the 20th carriage. As soon as the two stepped into carriage 20, Shueyeta took out her phone and sent a message. A moment later, a tall, muscular, middle-aged man with a blonde beard appeared in the aisle of the carriage. The foreign man was about 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and veins all over his forehead. Even wearing thick winter clothes, he could not hide his massive muscles. His gaze met Xiaoyu and Shueyeta, lingering on Xiaoyu for a long time with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. After 2 or 3 minutes, David finally looked away and nodded slightly to Shueyeta and Xiaoyu. "It's a pleasure to meet you, it's our first time meeting." David, disguised, extended his large hand and looked down at Xiaoyu. "Hello." Xiaoyu nodded and shook hands with David. Their eyes met, and then Shueyeta's voice rang out, "It's about time. It's time to make our move. I'll leave the task of cutting the iron hook to you, and I'll take care of the rest." Xiaoyu's voice rang out. "Okay." David nodded without further ado. After finishing their conversation, the three of them walked towards the back of the carriage without further ado. "What are you doing?" The train conductor looked wary as he saw the three people suddenly approaching and reached for the alarm button, seemingly preparing to call the police. However, at that moment, an invisible evil energy surged in, and an endless drowsiness overwhelmed him. His hand dangled in midair, only a few centimeters away from the alarm button. He tried his best to press the alarm button, but the short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. "Do it." As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, David released his ace Pokémon, Aegislash. A flash of cold light swept across, and the iron gate was instantly severed. A cold wind swept in, and the chill air raged. The carriage began to freeze at a visible speed, covered with a thin layer of frost that continued to spread. Xiaoyu and Shueyeto also instinctively tightened their coats. The swirling snow obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to even open their eyes. Frost quickly formed on the eyebrows of the three of them. The extremely harsh weather made Xiaoyu gasp in shock. At the same time, passengers in the 20th carriage also heard the commotion and began to look out. The three of them then dropped their pretense. Shueyu too donned her signature helmet, which served both to keep her warm and to aid in combat. On the other side, David also removed his ditto mask, revealing his original fierce appearance, with a scar on his eye that looked as terrifying as a centipede. Page 423. As for Xiaoyu, he changed his appearance and transformed back into Sakeka's form. Longsha Club. Ms. Wiu, David, and Sakeka. Call the police now. Ignoring the panicked passengers, the three braved the blizzard and stepped out of the passenger car to the front of the 21st carriage. David then continued to command the Aegislash to attack the coupling connecting the carriages. Shielded sword monster, cut it down. A cold glint flashed, and the coupling snapped in two. In that instant, the passengers in the first 20 carriages felt a tremendous force strike them, and the snow country train suddenly accelerated. The following 20 freight cars slowed down drastically. The three of them raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the snow country train as it receded into the distance, their expressions serious and ready for action. At the same time, the commotion woke everyone up from their sleep. Passengers on the train went to the aisle and looked out the window with curious expressions. The compartment between carriages number 1 and number 2. The carriage door was suddenly flung open from the inside, and a tall Russian man stepped out. His shiny blonde hair was dazzling, his figure was imposing, he had a long mustache, and a thick cloak draped over his back. The crowd of curious onlookers in the aisle looked shocked when they saw the man in front of them. Whether they were Chinese or Russians, they all bowed slightly in respect. When Shirtai, who was mixed in with the crowd, saw this man, his face showed an almost desperate expression, and cold sweat kept falling in the cold winter night. "It's over, it's all over. Why is he here? How could he be here? Don't panic, I will protect you, no one can hurt you." The man's voice rang out, his head held high, a bright smile on his face. At the same time, a flash of red light appeared, and a Pokémon Crimson Knight, engulfed in flames, appeared beside him. Flames blazed in his red eyes, his golden armor gleamed brilliantly under the lights, and the flames on his head fluttered in the wind like a flag. Peter, the signature champion of the Raxhasa Kingdom, a trainer specializing in fire and steel types, the youngest champion in the Raxhasa Kingdom, and also one of the strongest champions. Peter has many titles, such as Chosen One, Fire of the Empire, Crimson Knight, Tempered Steel, and so on. He possesses formidable strength and is one of the few legendary Pokémon champions in the world. A legendary Pokémon, that's right, his signature Pokémon is the legendary Hyatran. After a brief moment of panic, Shirtai gradually calmed down and picked up his phone to send text messages to Shueyeto and the others. But then he thought of something even more terrifying. If the Russian escort is Peter, then the Chinese escort must at least be a champion, Li Rulan or Duan Hengji. While reassuring the passengers in the carriage, Peter picked up his phone and dialed Li Rulan's number. "Li, you're so smart. How did you know that the Longsha would attack the snow country train?" Peter's voice rang out as he walked toward the back of the train, lighting a cigar as he did so. Upon receiving the call, Li Rulan smiled faintly. He could hear the whistling wind in his ears as he replied in a low voice, "I don't know. I'm just speculating that Longsha might launch an attack. So, let's stick to your plan, I'll protect the people, and you'll deal with the robbers?" The man's voice rang out. "Do you need my help?" "No need," Li Rulan's voice rang out, his eyes gleaming. "I can handle this myself." "Indeed, your strength is so formidable. Actually, I've always had a question, with your strength, why don't you challenge Duan?" Li Rulan's smile widened as he listened to Peter's words, "Because we share the same goal, we are on the same path. There is no point in fighting each other. Of course, there's another reason. Duan Hengji's strength is much greater than you imagine. Li, if I have the chance, I would love to have another match with you, Peter's voice rang out. There will be a chance. After hanging up the phone, Li Rulan stood at the back of the 20th carriage, watching the freight cars getting further and further away. Then he took out a pokeball and gently threw it out. A Flygon appeared in the air. As a ground/dragon-type Pokémon, Flygon is 4 times weak to ice. However, Li Rulan's Flygon seemed to be used to the extreme cold. It crouched down slightly, allowing Li Rulan to climb onto its back. Then, it flapped its wings and flew towards the truck bed. At the same time, Shuiyetu and David also received Shitetsu's message, and their expressions darkened. The two exchanged a glance, which made Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, feel that something was wrong. What happened? Shirtaiha sent word. Shuiyetu took a deep breath and slowly said, the escort from the Rakshasa kingdom is Peter. Peter. Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Even though he was not from the Rakshasa kingdom, he had heard of Peter's great name. He was the champion of the legendary Pokémon, the user of Fire Steel Hyatran, and the youngest champion from the Rakshasa kingdom. Of course, Peter's presence here also means another thing: the Chinese escort can only be the champion. Any news about the Chinese escorts? Not for now. Just as the two were talking, a giant desert dragonfly flew rapidly through the swirling snow, its whistling sound attracting the attention of the three. They're here. David pointed to Li Rulan approaching from a distance, his expression serious. Xiaoyu also took a deep breath and looked at the approaching desert dragonfly. 2 champions. You all step back, try to leave first. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, I have a way to leave, you all hurry up and go. Chapter 621, 2 chapters combined, Li Rulan. The snow fell heavily, like crumpled pieces of paper, turning the sky white. The pure white world stained them all white. The desert dragonfly floated in the air, its huge tail swaying, its fan-like wings fluttering incessantly, snowflakes dancing in the air, its champion-level strength bringing immense pressure to the three of them. As a typical scion of a wealthy family, Li Rulan has an impressive resume and demonstrated exceptional talent as a trainer in his youth. After graduating from university, he joined the Earth Dragon Special Operations Team, one of the 3 major operations teams. His strength steadily improved, and he gradually became the captain of the Earth Dragon Special Operations Team. Then he became one of the 4 Heavenly Kings and finally became the champion of the Northeast region. Li Rulan stood behind the desert dragonfly, his gaze sharp, looking down at Xiaoyu and the other two. Seeing is believing. Li Rulan's voice carried a refined air, or rather, he himself possessed an air of refinement. I waited for several hours on the snow country train, and finally I've met you. A gentleman is modest and gentle like jade. He was refined and gentle, with delicate features. His slightly curly hair and the beauty mark under his eye have kept his popularity high ever since he became a champion. David, Shuiyetu-an, Sakeke. Li Rulan smiled, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I knew you would come, Sakeke, and you certainly didn't disappoint me. Li Rulan. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then stepped in front of the other two to deal with Li Rulan. Shuiyetu and David stood behind, but did not move. Suicune decisively released its ace Pokémon, Greninja, and stood silently in place, making its stance clear. Xiaoyu looked at Shuiyetu's actions with mixed feelings, then turned to look at Li Rulan. Their eyes met. Li Rulan appeared relaxed, a faint smile on his face, confident and composed. You alone? What about the champion from the Rakshasa kingdom? Xiaoyu's deep voice rang out as he stared straight at Li Rulan without showing the slightest fear. I advise you to leave. You are no match for me alone. Li Rulan alone is no match for him. As long as Peter doesn't come, he is confident that he can escape unscathed. One person is enough. Li Rulan's gaze swept over Xiaoyu as he slowly spoke. I often hear people say that Sakeke is the most dangerous criminal, with great strength. Today, let me see how strong you are. As Li Rulan's voice rang out, a poke ball appeared in his hand, which he gently tossed forward. In an instant, a pale purple figure appeared on the snow. Sticky Row. Gudra, a champion-level Pokémon, is also one of Li Rulan's signature Pokémon. At the same time, Xiaoyu also had a Pokeball in his hand. He tossed it gently, and a red light flashed. Supergiant Laplace makes his appearance. With the appearance of Supergiant Laplace, the already frigid weather seemed to grow even colder, with a biting chill and frost-like winds that made people shiver. Li Rulan looked up at the Gigantamax Lapras that appeared in the snowfield, a slight smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent sight, what an enchanting Pokémon. Sakeke, you really are a genius. Where did you get that giant Pokémon? Li Rulan asked Xiaoyu, his eyes full of curiosity. Page 424. I'll tell you if you beat me, Xiaoyu replied in a deep voice. As you wish. Li Rulan's voice rang out, followed by a wave of his hand, both handsome and elegant. Sticky dragon, 100,000 volts. Electric energy surged, and purple lightning crackled around the golem. In an instant, lightning surged forth. The purple lightning instantly transformed into several purple spears. It pierced the sky, a rainbow pierced the sun, and plunged straight into the colossal Laplace. What a unique 100,000 volt skill. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Li Rulan had many titles, such as genius trainer and artist, but the most impressive one was the title of skill master. Li Rulan is the most unique among the 7 champions. He doesn't believe in so-called tactics or team composition. He doesn't believe in weather teams or space teams at all. He doesn't deliberately build teams for the sake of tactics. He believes more in the absolute strength of the Pokémon themselves than in tactics. Li Rulan focuses more on increasing the Pokémon's own strength and researching Pokémon skills. This is why Li Rulan's Pokémon are all very strong. Almost all of them have the strength to crush their peers, and the skills they use are very different from those of other people's Pokémon. For example, the Thunderbolt attack that the Nether Dragon unleashed right now is quite unique. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen the purple lightning spear with 100,000 volts. Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Faced with Gudra's unique Thunderbolt attack, Xiaoyu remained remarkably calm. He calmly directed Gigantamax Lapras to unleash its signature move, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Such extremely cold and harsh snowy weather is the absolute home ground for the water-type and ice-type Gigantamax Lapras. In this kind of weather, Xiaoyu has absolute confidence in his Gigantamax Lapras. Unless a near-master level Pokémon appears, Gigantamax Lapras is the absolute king. A chilling aura emanated from Gigantamax Lapras, and the ice-type energy floating around his body surged into the sky like a torrent, carrying with it a flurry of snowflakes. Heavy snow fell, blanketing the sky. At this moment, the sky seemed to be dyed snow-white. The snow covered the sun, making it feel like entering a pure white world. Ice-type energy overflowed and spread, causing the ground to freeze at a visible speed. An aurora curtain also formed in front of Gigantamax Lapras, reducing the damage it would suffer. At the same time, the snow in the sky gathered into countless huge ice balls, which fell from the sky at high speed, like meteorites crashing down from the clouds. Boom! The ice puck crashed to the ground and shattered instantly, releasing a shockwave that spread outwards towards the Numera dragon. At this moment, Gigantamax Lapras perfectly demonstrated his power as the king of ice-type monsters. The surging cold air seemed to form snow waves at this moment, with white waves rolling like a giant hand that covered the sky and wanted to devour the Numera dragon. Sticky dragon, flamethrower. The Numera dragon brewed a torrent of flames in its mouth, then suddenly spewed them out like a fire tornado, soaring into the sky in an attempt to confront the snow waves. But the flames were no match for the snow waves. A single wave slammed them into the snow, swallowing them whole and leaving no trace. The snow waves surged forward, their momentum undiminished, engulfing the Numera dragon in an instant. Who is strong and who is weak, the decision will be made. Xiaoyu's vision was obscured by the swirling snowflakes, making it impossible for him to see what was ahead. Just then, amidst the swirling snowflakes, Li Rulan's voice suddenly rang out, impressive. Li Rulan stood behind Gudra, staring intently at Xiaoyu and Gigantamax Lapras, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. The name Sakeke is well deserved. Li Rulan looked at Xiaoyu and slowly said, with your strength, you are more than capable of being the top of the 4 heavenly kings, or even the champion. Sakeke. Li Rulan's voice rang out as he looked at Xiaoyu, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's cooperate. Cooperation? Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Li Rulan, replying in a deep voice, cooperation? I have no interest. Li Rulan smiled at Xiaoyu and slowly said, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm not inviting you to cooperate on a personal level, but as the champion of Northeast China and as an official of the Pokémon Association. As Li Rulan spoke, he took out an envelope from his pocket, held it between his fingertips, and then gently tossed it forward. Desert Dragonfly, deliver the message. Upon hearing Li Rulan's voice, the Desert Dragonfly gently flapped its wings, creating a breeze that carried the envelope towards Xiaoyu. The envelope spun in the air before finally landing in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu reached out and took the envelope, then gently opened it. To Sakeke, please. The letter was short and its contents were exceptionally simple. The gist of the proposal is that the Chinese Pokémon Association is willing to recruit Giovanni as a secret force for China and is willing to provide certain resources. In addition, Giovanni is required to assist the Chinese Pokémon Association when needed. The content of the letter wasn't particularly important. What was more important was that 4 names were prominently displayed at the end. Duan Hengji, Li Rulan, Lu Ting, and Long Fan. Xiaoyu wasn't surprised at all by the signatures of Li Rulin, Lu Ting, and Long Fan, but he fell into deep thought when he saw the signature of Duan Hengji. He found it hard to believe that a ruthless and hawkish figure like Duan Hengji would actually sign off on recruiting him. Xiaoyu frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes, as he looked at Li Rulin. "This letter is our expression of sincerity." Li Rulin's voice slowly rang out, with the signatures of 3 Chinese champions and one of the 4 Heavenly King's chiefs. "You don't need to worry about us abandoning you after we've served our purpose." "Sakeke," Li Rulin looked at Xiaoyu and said in a low voice, "I have investigated you. Although your background is mysterious, as if you suddenly appeared, I can tell from your accent that you should be from Zishu province or Yuzhou city. Moreover, in the sinking of the king, you took the initiative to protect all Chinese people. It is not hard to see from this that you are a person with a heart of justice. If it weren't for your action, Duan Hengji wouldn't have agreed to recruit you." Upon hearing Li Rulin's recruitment offer, Xiaoyu was tempted, but then he thought of the other members of Team Rocket. A smile appeared on his lips, and he gently shook his head. He might accept the Pokémon Association's recruitment, but what about the people behind him? Xiao Wanyu, Long Yaning, Honla Sylvia, Gao Yangzhen, Xie Tianming, Jiang Yu. He is no longer alone. Xiaoyu's deep voice rang out. He looked at Li Rulin and slowly said, "I'm sorry, I can't agree to that." Li Rulin seemed to have anticipated Xiaoyu's rejection. A smile played on his lips as he spoke softly. "Are you worried about Jiang Yu's Paradise Group and Shui Yeto's Dragon Sand Society? I assure you, as long as you agree, none of us 4 champions will intervene unless they do anything to harm China. But I can't guarantee the other champions." Li Rulin looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, as if everything was within his expectations. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was truly tempted. He looked at Li Rulin, his face serious, and remained silent. In the endless snowy night, Xiaoyu and Li Rulin looked at each other. After a moment, Xiaoyu finally nodded. "Okay, I agree, but I have one condition." "Oh?" Li Rulin looked at Xiaoyu with a surprised expression, seemingly somewhat taken aback that Sakeke dared to make demands. He chuckled and said, "Tell me what it is." "I have information about an overseas secret realm," Xiaoyu said to Li Rulin. "However, this overseas secret realm is located between China and other countries. Once the secret realm is discovered, China will definitely compete with its neighbors for it. I can help China take over this secret realm, but on the condition that I obtain 50% of the shares in this secret realm and develop it together with China." The overseas secret realm that Xiaoyu mentioned is naturally the legendary Odomare, the secret realm of the Ocean City. The reason he has hesitated to take action is that he is most worried about fighting on 2 fronts. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally did not hesitate to state his conditions. "An overseas secret realm?" Li Rulin gave Xiaoyu a deep look, not expecting that Sakeke had such information. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "I can agree to your request on behalf of the authorities. Are there any other conditions?" "No, that's all." Xiaoyu nodded. "No problem," Li Rulin said with a smile, then slowly continued, "You've stated your conditions, now it's my turn." "Go ahead," Xiaoyu replied, looking at Li Rulin. "I need you to help us get rid of someone." Although Li Rulin said this with a smile, the coldness in his tone sent chills down one's spine. "Who?" Xiaoyu asked. "I will contact you by phone. That person is not in China, which is why we need your help. His strength is equivalent to that of the Elite Four, and he may have 1 or 2 Pokémon with champion-level strength. With your strength, dealing with him will not be a problem." Li Rulin looked at Xiaoyu. "The championship is both power and a shackle. When you become the champion, you gain power, but you also put on the shackles of Xia. I will tell you about that person's identity information later." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, then changed the subject and asked Li Rulin, "How did you know I would definitely come today?" "I don't know." Li Rulin smiled at Xiaoyu and then said, "But I know that as long as I push Longsha Society to the brink, they will naturally take risks, and you will most likely personally help Longsha Society solve the problem, just like in Siam." "Sakeke, it's a pleasure to cooperate," Li Rulin said, then looked at Shui Yeto and David behind Xiaoyu. "Don't even think about taking any of the goods here. I will have someone lift the blockade on the Dragon Sand Society as soon as we get back." Page 425. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded. This was the best outcome. "Sakeke." Li Rulin looked at Sakeke, a smile appearing on his lips. "Actually, I'm very curious about your true identity." "Never mind, let's not talk about that. No matter which side you're on, as long as your heart is with us, we are comrades in arms." Chapter 622. The Journey to the Snowfield, the End. In the snowy plains, the heavy snow fell from the sky, covering the forest with a thick white carpet. Xiaoyu and Li Rulin looked at each other, their eyes meeting, and both remained silent, not uttering a word. This was Li Rulan's first time dealing with Sakeke, and he had to admit that Sakeke was indeed very strong. Especially in a snowy environment like this, Gigantamax Lapras has the power to crush almost all other Pokémon of the same level. Apart from near-master level Pokémon, Gigantamax Lapras is invincible. Even though his Nympaloid dragon was already very powerful, it was no match for Xiaoyu at all. With just this one Gigantamax Lapras, Giovanni possesses power far exceeding that of the Elite Four. Even a champion of average skill would be no match for Xiaoyu. Sakeke, Li Rulan looked at Sakeke, a smile appearing on his lips. One last thing, the Pokémon Association wants the secret of the giant Pokémon in your possession. Many countries may not yet realize the power of this ability, but the more you expose yourself, the more people will realize the power of giant Pokémon, and the more dangerous your situation will become. Whether for your safety or for the sake of China, I hope you can share this secret. Xiaoyu listened to Li Rulan's words expressionlessly, intending to refuse directly. Sharing secrets is fine, but the Pokémon Association must also offer equivalent value in return. Li Rulan looked at Xiaoyu with a faint smile on his lips, as if he had guessed Xiaoyu's thoughts, and gently waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I know it's naive to think you'll hand over the secret of giant Pokémon just because of these words, Li Rulan said with a smile. In my opinion, real benefits are more appealing than grand principles. This time, we are very sincere. You can name your conditions, and we can negotiate. After hearing Li Rulan's words, Xiaoyu remained silent for a few moments before slowly saying, I'll give you an answer after I've considered this matter. Sure, of course you can, Li Rulan said with a smile, but it's a very important matter, so I hope you can make a decision soon. The sooner you agree, the higher your conditions can be. It is good. Goodbye, Sakeke. Li Rulan waved with a smile. I'll send you the information about the target. Xiaoyu waved his hand, then said to Shui Yeto and David, let's go. The three of them left the snowfield together. Before leaving, David fired a flare into the sky, signaling the Longsha Society members who had been lying in ambush nearby to retreat. This Dragon Sands meeting ended abruptly, much like a farce, but it was good news for Xiaoyu and Team Rocket. Li Rulan stood there, watching Xiaoyu and the other two disappear into the snowy night, the smile on his face gradually fading. The snow seems to have snowed harder again. Xiaoyu and his two companions walked through the vast snowy night, with only the wind whistling in their ears. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, saying, Li Rulan has just promised to lift the blockade, and you can go back and deliver the goods normally. Okay. Shui Yeto and David nodded at the same time. Oh right, Suakun. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that because of Li Rulan's recruitment, the Gigantamax Pokémon that Xiaoyu had promised her had lost its chance to be shown. You can see which Gigantamax Pokémon you like better. Come out, Blazing Ace, Blazing Centipede. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a red light flashed. Gigantamax Cinderace and Gigantamax Centis Corp appeared simultaneously in the snowfield. The extremely cold weather made Gigantamax Centis Corp and Cinderace somewhat uncomfortable. The Gigantamax Centis Corp, engulfed in flames, rolled across the snow, while the Gigantamax Cinderace leaped about in the snow as well. This was the first time either of them had ever seen such heavy snow. Flames shone from the two Gigantamax Pokémon, melting the surrounding snowflakes and evaporating the fire-type energy. In this kind of weather, it's also a form of training for fire-type Pokémon. Suakun's gaze lingered between the two Gigantamax Pokémon, but she ultimately chose the more aesthetically pleasing Gigantamax Cinderace. Just as Shui Yeto made her choice, Xiaoyu also received a message from Li Rulan. Target, Sato Shigeharu, original name, Wang Mokun, the leader of the Elite Four in the Sakura Kingdom Islands region, the Water-type Elite Four member, specializing in Water-type Pokémon. After a brief introduction, there is detailed information about Wang Mokun, including information on the Pokémon he used. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Mokun's photo. He had heard of Wang Mokun, a former Elite Four-level trainer from East China. He defected during the Great War 20 years ago and went to Japan. 20 years later, he has grown from an ordinary Elite Four-level trainer to the top Elite Four member. If it weren't for his Chinese identity, Wang Mokun would very likely have been the champion given his abilities. After reviewing all of Wang Mokun's information, Xiaoyu picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Rulan. I need information about Wang Mokun's whereabouts. Xiaoyu had just sent the message when Li Rulan replied instantly. Li Rulan, oh, you have time to make a move now? Xiaoyu, let's get started sooner rather than later, lest things get complicated. Li Rulan, I'll have the intelligence department investigate. I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. Xiaoyu, okay. 3 minutes later, Li Rulan, Wang Mokun is expected to go to the Ocean Song secret realm in half a month. The Ocean Song Secret Realm is located on the edge of the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Kingdom's support arrived last, making it an excellent place to take action. If you choose to make your move in the Ocean Song Secret Realm, you have at least 20 minutes. Support will arrive in 20 minutes. Xiaoyu, okay, I understand. Li Rulin, if you decide to take action, notify me in advance, and I will cooperate with your operation to attract the attention of the Japanese. Xiaoyu, if nothing unexpected happens, I will make my move on that day. I will let you know 3 days in advance. Li Rulin, okay. After sending the message, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Shui Yeto and David and said in a deep voice, David, Shui Yeto, you must keep everything you saw today a secret. Also, Shui Yeto, you and I will go to the Cherry Blossom Country in half a month. Half a month? Shui Yeto's mechanical electronic voice rang out, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Sakura Country? The person Li Rulin wants to kill is from Sakura Country? Who is it? Wang Mo-kun. Xiaoyu mentioned Wang Mo-kun's name, which surprised David and Shui Yeto slightly, as both of them had obviously heard of Wang Mo-kun. I'll contact you before the operation, Xiaoyu said. By the way. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Shui Yeto, but he fell silent. What's up? Xiaoyu looked at Shui Yeto, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Never mind, it's nothing. Let's go back to Ice City. After saying that, Xiaoyu released the Metagross and rode it away into the vast snow. Chapter 623 Confrontation with Chi Hanking. Xiaoyu originally wanted Shui Yeto to reveal her true face and confirm her true identity. However, Xiaoyu thought about it again and swallowed his words. In fact, whether or not he had seen Shui Yeto's true appearance was no longer important. He was not in a hurry to find out Shui Yeto's identity. Shui Yeto has already proven her loyalty through her actions. Whether facing Mayor last time or Li Rulin this time, Shui Yeto has always stood firmly by his side and fought alongside him. As long as you're on his side, Shui Yeto's true identity doesn't matter. Of course, it would be even better if you could find out her identity. After returning to Ice City, Xiaoyu bid farewell to Shui Yeto and David, and then immediately returned to the capital to focus on preparing for the upcoming G2 League for the Hall Masters. The day after Xiaoyu returned, page 426. Xiaoyu had just arrived at the giant laboratory when he was stopped by Chi Hanking. Looking at Chi Hanking standing in front of him, Xiaoyu knew exactly why she had come to see him. After all, yesterday's news broadcast the story of Sakeika's attack on the Snow Country train. Although Sakeika was ultimately defeated by Li Rulin of Northeast China, it is an undeniable fact that Sakeika wanted to seize the Chi family's goods. From the moment Xiaoyu decided to take action against the Snow Country Express, he had already anticipated this outcome. Meeting Chi Hanking's gaze, Xiaoyu remained calm. He had already reached an agreement with the Pokémon Association, so even if Chi Hanking threatened him with revealing his identity again, he had no worries. What do you want from me? Xiaoyu asked Chi Hanking, keeping his composure. Chi Hanking's eyes flickered, her bright eyes like pools of spring water, as she gazed at Xiaoyu. Let's talk in your office. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. The two of them walked into Xiaoyu's office one after the other. Click. Xiaoyu closed the door and locked it from the inside to prevent anyone from barging in and overhearing their conversation. Speak, what is it? Xiaoyu was pretending to be ignorant. Even though he felt relieved, he still felt that this matter was somewhat immoral. Even though he and Chi Hanking didn't have a good relationship, they were still working together on the surface. Chi Hanking stood in front of Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu, and asked, why did you steal the Chi family's goods? The Dragon Sands are facing a blockade by the Pokémon Association and desperately need this shipment, Xiaoyu said, looking at Chi Hanking and enunciating each word clearly. The Chi family also needs this batch of goods. Chi Hanking said calmly, looking at Xiaoyu, besides, we are partners. Even if you want to take action, you should at least tell me in advance. The situation was urgent at the time. Xiaoyu waved his hand, interrupting Chi Hanking. Then you can call me when you have some free time, Chi Hanking said earnestly. Xiaoyu looked at Chi Hanking and said in a deep voice, how should I tell you? Tell you I'm going to rob your goods? You can tell me, and I can call Hang Xiao to have the Longsha Association's goods go through the Chi family's channels. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu and said, this way, we can bypass the Pokémon Association's blockade. Or the Chi family could directly ship the goods for Longsha, but charge a commission. These are all options, Chi Hanking said earnestly to Xiaoyu. Okay? Xiaoyu was taken aback. He looked at Chi Hanking and said, the Dragon Sand Society and the Chi family have always been enemies. The Dragon Sand Society grew strong by taking over some of the Chi family's business. Are you sure the Chi family will cooperate with the Dragon Sand Society? What's impossible about that? Chi Hanking raised his head, looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes flashing, and said in a cold voice, you and I are in a cooperative relationship. Since the Dragon Sand Society is your force, the Chi family's cooperation with you is equivalent to the cooperation with the Dragon Sand Society. Chi Hanking paused for a moment, then said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. After all, you didn't actually kidnap anyone. But if such a situation arises, I hope you can call me and let me know. By the way, I have one last piece of news for you. The Chi family has decided to withdraw from Bingqing, and this business deal in Bingqing will be their last. I'll take this opportunity to do you a favor and hand over the Chi family's clients to the Longsha Association." Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, "You can have the president of the Longsha Association, Shui Yeta, contact me or Han Shao." Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Chi Hanking's attitude was somewhat unexpected. "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. Give me Wateri's phone number, and I'll have Hang Xiao contact her." Chi Hanking's cold voice rang out. "Also, how long has it been since you've paid attention to the lab? Sylvia's artificial Pokémon experiment has made a major breakthrough. I estimate that in another month or so, we'll be able to artificially synthesize Porygon." "So fast?" Xiaoyu asked in surprise. He really hadn't been paying attention to the lab's progress. "What do you think? You're just a hands-off manager, not caring about anything or the progress of the experiment." Chi Hanking's words were as sharp as ever, causing Xiaoyu to frown slightly. "All right, I understand." Xiaoyu waved his hand, interrupting Chi Hanking's spellcasting. "I'll have the Dragon Sands contact you later, but this cooperation must be conducted underground, not publicly. Is there anything else?" Xiaoyu's implication was clear. He wanted to kick him out. But Chi Hanking stood there, her voice cold, staring at Xiaoyu without moving. "Xiaoyu, have you forgotten what you promised me?" When the past was brought up again, Xiaoyu naturally knew which matter Chi Hanking was referring to. "I promised you that I would give you the Gigantamax Pokémon, but on the condition that you make an equal contribution, otherwise you won't be able to protect it even if I give it to you. Either you lead the Dragon Sand Society or the Paradise Group to join Team Rocket, like Shui Yeto or Jiangyu did. Are you willing to merge the entire Chi family into Team Rocket? Or you can make a huge contribution to the experiment before I can rightfully reward you." I proposed a few new ideas for artificial Pokémon to Sylvia. If you can successfully develop them, I can reward you with a Gigantamax Pokémon. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chi Hanking understood that Xiaoyu wanted to renege on the debt, but she had already guessed that this would be the result. After all, if Xiaoyu really wanted to give her a Gigantamax Pokémon, he would have done so long ago, instead of dragging it out for so long without any action. If she hadn't asked, Xiaoyu would definitely have kept putting it off. Chi Hanking remained remarkably calm in the face of this outcome. She simply looked at Xiaoyu, then took a deep breath and softly said, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, Chi Hanking got up and prepared to leave the office. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he watched Chi Hanking's departing figure. Why is Chi Hanking so calm today? Chapter 624 Preparing for the G2 League. After the start of spring, the weather in the capital began to warm up. Xiaoyu stood by the office window, watching Chi Hanking's departing figure, her brows furrowed. He didn't look away until Chi Hanking returned to the laboratory, then sat back on the soft sofa chair, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Chi Hanking's matter must be dealt with immediately. Although he has reached an agreement with the Pokémon Association, now is not the time to expose him. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyu took out his phone and dialed Sylvia's number. "In the meantime, keep an eye on Chi Hanking. Be careful not to get caught." "Okay." Sylvia paused, then cautiously asked, "What happened between you two? I just saw her come out of your office." "It's nothing. I'm just worried she'll report my identity." "Okay, I can only do my best," Sylvia's voice rang out. "You know, she also has experts by her side." "Yes, just do your best." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu began to fully prepare for the G2 League. In fact, for Xiaoyu, with his current strength, very few gym leader-level trainers can rival him, and it is almost impossible for anyone to defeat him. With his near-master-level aptitude, Duran Barreto alone could dominate the entire field. Xiaoyu was preparing because he was worried that if a younger version of Duan Hengji appeared, it would be embarrassing if things went wrong. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu was also secretly and diligently training his Pokémon in the giant laboratory, especially the 3 Pokémon that are not convenient to show themselves: Diancie, Darkrai, and Zekrom. Zekrom's strength is truly astounding. Although he is only at the king level, he is already able to fight Darkrai, who is at the near champion level, to a standstill. As for Diancie, who possesses near elite 4 level strength, she is no match for Darkrai and Zekrom. Boom! Dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning flashed, striking the cave. Director Xiao is training his Pokémon again. He must have hidden a powerful electric-type Pokémon as a weapon, but I don't know what kind of Pokémon it is. I guess it's either Thunderbird or Ampharos. After all, Director Xiao is a dragon-type trainer. Xiaoyu, who was focused on preparing for the match, naturally couldn't hear the other people's discussions. He wiped the sweat from his forehead when the phone suddenly rang. Beep. It's quite rare for a phone call to come from Grandpa. Hey, Xiaoyu. Grandpa, Xiaoyu replied. Old Lin's voice was somewhat hoarse and low. Are you in the lab right now? Try to go home the day after tomorrow when you have some free time. Old Lin's words puzzled Xiaoyu. What had happened? What happened, Grandpa? Old Chi is gone. He passed away a little after 10 in the morning. Old Lin sighed as he said this, but birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable. Old Chi's funeral is in 3 days. You will come with us? Elder Chi is gone? Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. He suddenly remembered that since meeting Chi Hanking that day, she hadn't come to the giant laboratory for the past 2 days. Xiaoyu thought she wanted to report him to the Pokémon Association, but he didn't expect that it was because old Chi had passed away. Grandpa responded. As people get older, birth, aging, illness, and death are common occurrences. It's just that old Chi seemed perfectly fine last year, and we even had drinks together. Never mind, let's not talk about these things. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Yes, Grandpa, I'll come back to find you then, Xiaoyu replied. Okay, remember to call me in advance. If you have time these next few days, you can go visit Xiaokai with Yan Ning. Old Lin instructed. Dragon King is coming back tonight, so take this opportunity to visit your master as well. I've heard Dragon King say several times that you haven't visited him even once since he left the capital. Old Lin's voice made Xiaoyu feel somewhat ashamed. To be honest, he placed all his affection for his master on Teacher Long. Although he never visited his master, he at least took good care of his master's daughter, Long Yaning. Page 427. Okay. Old Lin said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu received many more calls. For example, Long Yaning's phone call. She and Chi Hanking were very close friends. Now that such a big thing had happened to Chi Hanking's family, she was at her most vulnerable. Naturally, Long Yaning wanted to go to Chi Hanking's house to see her and keep her company. Chi Hanking lost both her parents at a young age and was practically raised by Old Master Chi. Old Master Chi's death was definitely a blow to Chi Hanking. In addition, Xiaoyu also received calls from his master, Sylvia, and others, all about Elder Chi. Given Chi Lao's status and position, his death was a major event for the entire country of China, and his funeral was undoubtedly of the highest standard. It was more than half an hour later when Xiaoyu finished answering all the calls. Xiaoyu frowned and looked out the window. He still remembered that before winter, old Chi was in excellent spirits. He never expected that after just one winter, he would be gone. Although his relationship with Chi Hanking wasn't particularly good, Xiaoyu still respected the highly respected Elder Chi. As night fell, Xiaoyu arrived at Teacher Long's house. Unlike her usual excited and thrilled feelings, Xiaoyu felt somewhat uneasy about coming to Teacher Long's house today. Xiaoyu instinctively felt guilty when facing his father-in-law, Long Fan. You've arrived, please have a seat. Having not seen his master for a long time, Xiaoyu noticed that his master seemed to have aged considerably, with more gray hair at his temples. Master, you've worked so hard, I've missed you so much. You should take this opportunity to come back and rest properly. Xiaoyu said respectfully, and at the same time got up to get a cup to make tea for his master. Here, master, let me make you some tea. Alright, stop pretending. Long Fen mercilessly exposed Xiaoyu. If you really miss me, why don't you come to Shanghai to see me? Master, I've been busy with experiments. You know about the giant Pokémon thing, I'm so worried about it, the pressure is too much. Hehe. Long Fen looked at Xiaoyu with a cold smile. Alright, let's get down to business. Besides visiting Elder Chi and Han Qing, I also came back to talk to you about something important. Master, please speak, Xiaoyu said respectfully. The first thing is about becoming the gym leader. This Imperial Capital Dragon-type gym leader ranking tournament is both an opportunity and a challenge for you. With your current strength, I believe you can definitely win. Long Fen looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Prepare well and be sure to become the Imperial Capital Dragon-type gym leader. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded in response. The second matter concerns the giant Pokémon experiment. Long Fen looked at Xiaoyu seriously. The tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. You, Hu 11, and Jiang Wanan are competing. If you win, you'll naturally advance further, but if you lose. Although Long Fen didn't finish his sentence, the meaning behind it was self-evident. Chapter 625 Bad News. Long Fan's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaoyu. Without a doubt, Xiaoyu was the most outstanding of all his disciples. According to his original plan, Xiaoyu only needed to keep a low profile and grow slowly, so that he could become the head of the imperial capital dojo, then one of the 4 heavenly kings, and finally even have the opportunity to win the championship. But Long Fan did not expect that his disciple would be so outstanding, growing much faster than he had anticipated, excelling in both scientific research and combat, and displaying astonishing talent. Xiaoyu's brilliance completely overshadowed all her peers, and Long Fan scrutinized Xiaoyu intently, his eyes sharp as knives, observing carefully as if trying to see through Xiaoyu's true nature. Is it really him? After a long silence, Long Fan's voice rang out, you have to keep the experimental matters in mind. I don't know how confident you are, but I must remind you that you have no way out now. You can only succeed, you cannot fail. Yes. Hearing Long Fan's serious tone, Xiaoyu sat up straight and nodded vigorously, I understand. Good that you understand. Long Fan said this with a serious expression, I don't understand scientific research, so I won't interfere. You need to manage your own situation. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, then changed the subject, looking at Long Fan with concern and asking, by the way, Master, are you getting used to life in East China? It's all right. Speaking of East China, Long Fan smiled and looked at Xiaoyu, saying, you little rascal, you know how to care about me. I was just concerned about when you'll become the champion, Master, Xiaoyu said with a smile. You rascal. Long Fan shook his head, if you really cared, you wouldn't have never come to see me. Aside from the King's ship incident, things have been relatively peaceful in East China recently, except for a shortage of personnel. The old champion is already in a semi-retired state, and Xiao Tianwang, for some reason, has been on sick leave since the end of last year and hasn't been seen since. In the East China region, it's just me and 2 other members of the 4 heavenly kings doing the work right now, and we're simply too busy. At this point, Long Fan seemed to remember something and looked at Xiaoyu, weren't you quite close to the Xiao family? You were the one who suggested I go to East China, guaranteeing that the Xiao family would support me. Do you know what's going on with her lately? Hearing this, Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had been through a lot and his skin was thick. How would I know? I meant that when I talked to her about cooperation recently, she said she was very busy. I thought she was busy with the Pokémon Association. You don't know either? Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of doubt on his face. Seeing that Xiaoyu didn't seem to be talking, he frowned and said, all right, I'll go visit King Xiao when I get back this time. At this point, Long Fan stood up and steered the conversation back to the main topic. I'm going to the Qi family later, do you want to come along? Is it appropriate for me to go? Go ahead, there's nothing inappropriate about it, Long Fan said, then couldn't help but sigh, alas, Elder Qi. As Long Fan spoke, he shook his head, with Elder Qi gone, the Qi family is in trouble. The only direct descendants left in the Qi family are the 2 sisters, Qi Hanqing and Qi Hangxiao. Speaking of Elder Qi, Long Fan was also somewhat moved. The Qi family and the Long family are actually quite powerful. The Qi family had always relied on Old Master Qi to support them. With Old Master Qi gone, the only direct descendants of the Qi family were the 2 sisters, Qi Hangxiao and Qi Hanqing. The Long family situation is actually very similar to that of the Qi family. The Long family also relies entirely on him. If he leaves, Yanning will be the only one left in the Long family. It's time for Yanning to get married. Thinking of this, Long Fan's gaze involuntarily fell on Xiaoyu. Although he had known for some time that his daughter and Xiaoyu were dating in private, he felt that Xiaoyu was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Xiaoyu also noticed the growing murderous intent in his master's eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he kept thinking back to whether he had offended his master recently. Master. Xiaoyu had just opened his mouth when Long Fan waved his hand to interrupt him. How long have you been dating Yanning? Master, what are you saying? I'm still a university student. I need to study hard, improve every day, contribute my meager strength to the construction of China, become a pillar of the nation, and have lofty ambitions. Stop. Long Fan interrupted impatiently. He now understood why his daughter had fallen for his trick. With Xiaoyu's shameless attitude, plus his youth, wealth, and handsome looks, there were really few women who could resist him. I'll ask you one more time, how long have you been dating? Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu, still convinced he could handle the kid. If you 2 aren't dating, I can arrange blind dates for Yanning, since she's getting on in years. It's been almost 9 months. Hearing that Long Fan was going to arrange a blind date for Teacher Long, Xiaoyu got a little anxious and honestly replied, 9 months? Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu coldly, that is, when the college cup just started last year. To be precise, it was after I used Mega Evolution in the high school cup, Xiaoyu said, forcing a smile. How far have you progressed in your relationship? Long Fan asked calmly. Master, we are in a proper relationship. Our feelings are genuine, but we remain within the bounds of propriety. Xiaoyu replied, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Longfan frowned as he looked at Xiaoyu, is that so? Ahem. Xiaoyu coughed twice, looking at Longfan with a frank expression, our relationship is purely platonic, master. I have to criticize you. Don't you believe me? Don't you believe your daughter? I believe in my daughter, but I don't believe in you. Longfan looked at Xiaoyu, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and said, since you're dating, just date honestly and don't do anything to betray Yin Ning. Hearing Longfan's words, Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat, no, master, you don't trust my character? Hee. If it weren't for his daughter's affection for Xiaoyu, Longfan would absolutely not have supported Xiaoyu and Yin Ning being together. I'll be busy with Mr. Qi's funeral these next few days. After the funeral, I might have to stay for a few more days. Master, you should rest well and take a few more days off. You've worked so hard. Besides, Yin Ning and I miss you. It would be good if you stayed a few more days. Xiaoyu quickly flattered him. Even if you wear it 1,000 times, you will never wear it. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll be going back to Shanghai after these few days. Longfen said to Xiaoyu, after Elder Qi left, the Qi family will definitely be under a lot of pressure. We have a cooperative relationship with the Qi family, and Han Qing also works in your lab. Please take good care of her. Sigh. Speaking of Han Qing, Longfen couldn't help but sigh. Han Qing's parents died early, and now that Elder Qi is dead, the two of them are truly all alone. When I'm not in the capital, you and Yin Ning should take good care of them. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can tell me directly. Longfen shook his head as he thought of Qi Hanqing, then said, I just wonder who Elder Qi will leave his Pokémon to. Neither Qi Hanqing nor Qi Hangxiao are professional trainers. We don't know if they can control the trainers. If they can't, the Qi family will be in real trouble. Chapter 626 G2 League, the Guild Master. 3 days later, Mr. Qi's funeral was held as scheduled. After not seeing him for several days, Qi Hanqing had become much thinner. Dressed in black, his expression was blank, like a puppet on strings. The two sisters, Qi Hanqing and Qi Hangxiao, stood together, their eyes filled with sorrow. Besides them, many members of the Qi family's collateral branches also came. Page 428. With old Master Qi gone, the Qi family's vast fortune could only be handed over to Qi Hanqing and Qi Hangxiao. Some of the Qi family's distant relatives also started to have wicked ideas and were making their own schemes. Xiaoyu followed behind Elder Lin to Qi Hanqing's side. Looking at her like this, he couldn't help but sigh and whisper, please accept my condolences. Looking at Xiaoyu and listening to his voice, Qi Hanqing's eyelids twitched slightly, and she nodded gently, her cool voice ringing out, thank you. Okay, you should rest well. You don't need to worry about the lab for now. You can come back whenever you've recovered, Xiaoyu said softly, looking at Qi Hanqing. Thank you. Qi Lao's funeral was quite grand and of a very high standard. 4 or 5 active champions attended, and many more retired champions also came. Xiaoyu stood inconspicuously in the crowd, attended the funeral, and then returned to the laboratory. The next day, to everyone's surprise, Qi Hanqing returned to work in the laboratory immediately after old Qi's funeral. As Qi Hanqing appeared in the laboratory, everyone couldn't help but whisper and discuss among themselves. Xiaoyu looked at Qi Hanqing, who had appeared in the laboratory, with surprise, aren't you going to rest for a few more days? No, Qi Hanqing shook his head, his expression indifferent, life must go on. After saying that, Qi Hanqing went into the laboratory and threw himself into his work. Xiaoyu watched Qi Hanqing's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression on his face. Good morning, Director Xia. Sylvia's voice came from behind, gently patting Xiaoyu's shoulder with a smile on her face. Good morning, Sylvia. Xiaoyu turned to greet Sylvia. Come here, Sylvia. I have something to tell you. What's up? Xiaoyu lowered her voice. Keep a close eye on Qi Hanqing these next few days, see if there's anything wrong with him. It is good. Saturday. Just as Qi Hanqing said, no matter what happens, life must go on. Xiaoyu finally welcomed the G2 League. After half a month of promotion, the whole country paid special attention to this G2 League. The streets were covered with posters. Promotional videos were also playing on the large screen in the square to generate buzz for the G2 League match. In order to create hype, the Pokémon Association specially arranged a powerful opponent for Xiaoyu, the previous year's College Cup champion, Tao Su. Both were champions of the University Cup, but only 1 year apart. The battle for the championship, a clash between geniuses, has everyone eagerly anticipating it. Backstage, Eve stood beside Xiaoyu. After half a month of learning, Eve was already starting to look like an assistant. Xiaoyu, Eve whispered, the news just came that Su Shanhe's match with Sun Jing is over, and Su Shanhe won. Oh. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. Besides the G2 match that Xiaoyu participated in today, there is another match that is particularly eye-catching. That was the battle for the title of one of the four heavenly kings, between Su Shanhe and Sun Jing. The match between Su Shanhe and Sun Jing should have been held much earlier, but it was postponed until now due to the Chinese New Year. It was only officially held today. The king-level competition is different from other competitions. The outcome directly determines the position of the four heavenly kings, and under normal circumstances, the position of the four heavenly kings will not change for several years. Did Su Shanhe win? Su Shanhe will then succeed Sun Jing as one of the new four heavenly kings of North China. Sun Jing, he only has two options: either wait at least a year before fighting again, or be transferred to another position. I understand. Eve, Su Shanhe was my former captain in the patrol team. Could you help me choose a gift for him? Congratulations on his promotion to one of the four heavenly kings of North China. The gift doesn't need to be too expensive, just something normal will do. Su Shanhe is different from others. He is not someone who values fame and fortune. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in Qingshan town to teach for so many years. Okay. Eve nodded, keeping Xiaoyu's words in mind. The first match will start in half an hour. Good luck. Eve stretched out her fair fist and waved it at Xiaoyu to cheer him on. After working as his assistant for so many days, she had come to like the job. Ah. Xiaoyu nodded, then changed her clothes and prepared to go on stage. G2 G3 1v1 2v2 6-3. Whether it was intentional on the part of the organizers or just luck, Xiaoyu and Tao Su were drawn into the upper and lower halves of the bracket, which means that the two will not meet before the finals. Both players demonstrated their amazing strength in the competition, and successfully advanced to the finals with an undefeated record. Dear viewers, I am your old friend, your host Li Zhenhai. I am your host, Yan Ruyu. Today, Mr. Li and I will be providing commentary for the final round. First of all, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our two contestants to the stage. As the host's voice rang out and the spotlights flashed, Xiaoyu and Tao Su simultaneously stepped into the battlefield. The moment the two appeared, they were greeted with cheers from everyone present. The camera also gave the two a close-up shot. The title match of the University Cup Championship is enough to attract attention. Xiaoyu. Ah, Xiaoyu, I love you. Peach Crisp, marry me. Besides Xiaoyu and Tao Su, many celebrities also attended the event. Almost all the dojo masters in the capital were there, as were Su Shanhe and Sun Jing, who had just finished their match. There were countless other stars and internet celebrities, making it seem like they were walking a red carpet, dressed in their finest attire. Today's match is also the one everyone is most looking forward to. First, let me introduce the lineups of both sides. Xiaoyu's side remains largely unchanged, with the 6 Pokémon forming a 3-dragon lineup led by Dragapult, Salamence, and Haxorus. The remaining 3 Pokémon are the incredibly powerful Ndidi, Gengar, and the newly added Volcarona. Compared to the G3 match, Xiaoyu simply replaced the Flame Ace in the team with Vulcan. This is the first time this Fire Moth has appeared. Let's look forward to its performance. After introducing Xiaoyu's team, the host then introduced Tao Su's team. Tao Su's team is also quite luxurious, with every Pokémon possessing both strength and good looks. They are also jokingly referred to by netizens as the internet celebrity team. Peach Crisp's lineup consists of Duraludon, Primarina, Snorlax, Togekiss, Excadrill, and the newly introduced Goodra. Similarly, Peach Crisp's Gummy Dragon is also making its first appearance. It seems that Xiaoyu's secret weapon is Volcano Moth, while Peach Crisp's secret weapon is Gummy Dragon. Who will win this match? Let's wait and see. The match between the University Cup champions is about to begin. Chapter 627 Xiaoyu vs Peach Crisp. Tao Su's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Tao Su has always had absolute confidence in herself, and she also has the strength to match that confidence. Since she became a trainer, she has only lost one match in all her competitions against her peers. She lost to Wei Xians, the University Cup champion who was a year ahead of her. Apart from that, she was undefeated. Looking at Xiaoyu opposite her, Tao Su was not confident of victory. Even if she brought out her ace Pokémon Goodra, she still was not sure of winning. Facing the powerful Xiaoyu, Tao Su's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and her face revealed an excited expression. Only through such battles between strong individuals can one continuously grow stronger. Xiaoyu. Tao Su raised her fair chin, then held up the Pokeball in her hand and shouted at Xiaoyu, "Give it your all." Game start. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the match. Page 429. Both players threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Go, Volcano. Go, Sticky Merlun. Flames enveloped the Volcano Moth's body, which floated in the air, radiating a dazzling light. A terrifying pressure descended, and the blue insect eyes stared at the Numera dragon before it. This is also the first time the volcano moth has appeared. Looking at the volcano moth in front of him, Xiaoyu felt extremely envious. Unfortunately, he could only take care of this volcano moth temporarily, and he would have to return it when he went to pick up the noisy dragon. To be honest, Xiaoyu really didn't want to return such a master-level Vulcan moth. Is there any way to reasonably keep it? The tale of the beautiful moth? Looking for a female volcano moth using the American Moth Diary? On the other side, Peach Crisp's Numero also made its appearance at the same time, its huge body enveloped in dragon-type energy, radiating a powerful aura. Without a doubt, Peach Crisp Sticky Rice Cake is also very strong, with champion-level aptitude, making it one of the best among ordinary people. However, it is somewhat inadequate against a master-level volcano. Both sides fielded their ace Pokémon in the first round, but Goodra had a type advantage over Volcarona. Should Xiaoyu send Volcarona to battle directly, or replace her Pokémon? Sticky Melt. With the attribute advantage, Peach Crisp immediately chose to have the Nectar Dragon use the Melt skill. Poisonous energy surged from the Gumiran's body, mixing with its slime and stimulating it to secrete more slime, covering its body with a soft layer of slime that greatly enhanced its defense. Xiaoyu frowned as he watched this scene. Volcarona is a pure special attacker Pokémon, while Goodra is a Pokémon with extremely high special defense but relatively poor defense, and it has double fire resistance. Therefore, Goodra faces almost no pressure when facing Volcarona. Therefore, with the advantage in hand, Peach Crisp was confident that her Golem could easily defeat Volcarona, so she directly allowed Golem to use the Melt skill to make up for the weakness in defense. This means that even if Xiaoyu uses physical attack-oriented Dragapult, Salamence, or Haxorus, Goodra can still handle it. Seeing this, Xiaoyu didn't switch Pokémon at all and ordered Volcanona, use Quiver Dance, Butterfly Dance. Bug-type Light is also one of the strongest status moves for special attack Pokémon. A surge of Bug-type energy erupted from Volcarona, enveloping its body and causing it to dance in the arena. The pale yellow Bug-type energy spreads outward, boosting Volcarona's special attack, special defense, and speed. Both sides used enhancement moves in the first round, but Xiaoyu's side clearly had the advantage. Butterfly Dance, as the top enhancement move, can improve 3 abilities, while Melt can only improve defense. Let's see what Xiaoyu and Taosu will do next. Who will make the first move? The two hosts had barely finished speaking when Taosu's voice rang out. Sticky Rain Dragon. Use Rain Dance. Water-based energy surged from the Nymphaloid's body, causing it to fly into the sky, attempting to change the weather to rain. Upon hearing Taosu's voice, Xiaoyu immediately became alert. Peach Crisp's Gumiran is quite different from the mainstream Gumiran, which is either herbivorous or slimy. The former can absorb grass-type energy and increase its own attack. The latter will leave a slime on the enemy when the opponent uses a contact move, or when the user uses a contact move to attack the enemy, reducing the opponent's speed. Slightly modified. The moistened body trait can only be triggered in the rain and will cure abnormal statuses. The wet body ability doesn't pose much of a threat to Volcarona, but Xiaoyu is worried about Peach Crisp's team, which is very likely to be a rain team. Although Peach Crisp's team doesn't have any Pokémon with the rain ability, using Goodra as a weather setter can have a surprising effect. Next, whether it's Peach Crisp, Aluminum Steel Dragon, or West Lion Sea Breeze, they can all work well together with rainy weather. The thunderclap and moist sound properties of the Aluminum Steel Dragon, along with the rainstorm and explosion properties of the West Lion Sea Serpent, can work together effectively. Although Dasa has never used rainy weather tactics in previous matches, this is also because she has never sent out Nymphalosaurus. If the weather turns rainy, it can also limit Volcarona's fire-type moves, which is quite disadvantageous for their side. Therefore, Xiaoyu made a decision in the blink of an eye. Vulcan Moth, use Sunny Day. We absolutely cannot just give up the weather like this. Volcarona also burst forth with fire energy, transforming into a blazing fireball that shot into the sky, vying for the weather with Goodra. Actually, if Volcarona learns the hurricane skill, you can completely ignore it and just use Butterfly Dance again. Unfortunately, since Volcarona had only been captured recently, Xiaoyu prioritized teaching it general skills like Substitute and Protect, while the Storm skill was given a slight backseat. Xiaoyu and Taosu simultaneously used weather-changing moves with their Pokémon to compete for control of the weather. Unfortunately, it's already night, and no matter whether the Fire Moth can win against the weather, it won't be sunny. The battle for the weather is a pure contest of strength. Whoever is stronger and has better control over energy will win the weather. both Volcarona and Golem are at the near Elite 4 level in strength. As a Pokémon focused purely on special attacks, Volcarona naturally has a stronger control over energy in terms of special attacks than Goodra. Volcarona has Fire-type stab moves, while Goodra doesn't have Water-type stab moves. Secondly, Volcarona has a Master-level aptitude, while Goodra only has a Champion-level aptitude. Finally, Volcarona's Whimsicott boosted its special attack, while Goodra only boosted its physical defense. From any perspective, Volcano is far superior to Golem, and there is absolutely no reason for it to lose. As Xiaoyu had expected, the final result was that Volcano's Sunny Day skill completely defeated Goodra's Rain Dance skill, thus preserving the weather. Chapter 628 Dance of Fire. Taosu frowned slightly as she looked at the scene before her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. How did my own Gummy Dragon lose the weather contest? This was the first time Peach Crisp had encountered such a situation in a battle against her peers. With her champion-level strength, Numera Dragon could almost crush her peers. She had never encountered such a situation before, but today she was actually crushed by Volcarona. What kind of quality is this Valhalla Moth? Peach Crisp looked at Xiaoyu, then at Fire God Moth, and she strongly suspected that Xiaoyu was using cheat codes. Another Pokémon with champion-level potential or higher. All of Xiaoyu's Pokémon that have appeared so far have been of poor quality. Taosu took a deep breath. It seemed that the weather strategy she had specially prepared for tonight was no longer feasible. In that case, we have no choice but to change our tactics. Sticky Dragon, Water Cannon. Hearing Taosu's order, Xiaoyu also showed a faint smile. Goodra can only learn a few water-type special attack moves. The most commonly used ones are Surf, Muddy Current, and Hydro Pump. Surfing is the most stable, although it is not the most powerful, but its hit rate is extremely high, while Water Cannon has the highest power but is easy to miss. Generally, only gamblers would choose to use the Water Cannon skill. However, using the Hydro Pump move at this time is a good choice, as Volcarona is not a Pokémon known for its speed and is very likely to be hit by Goodra's Hydro Pump move. Water-based energy began to gather in front of the Golem, and in an instant, a huge water sphere appeared in front of it. Then, it exploded with a roar, and a water column shot towards the volcano. Vulcan Moth, use the insect chirping. Bug Chirp, the most powerful special attack move of the bug type. Against a dragon-type Goodra, Volcarona's best option is to use bug-type moves, which not only have a stab, same type attack bonus, but also deal normal damage. Volcarona flapped its wings, its entire body surging with bug-type energy. Then, it suddenly burst into a high-pitched bug chirp, which spread outwards along with the chirp, surging towards the distant Golem. Boom! The Water Cannon skill used by the Golem and the bug chirping skill used by the Volcarona hit each other almost simultaneously. However, the damage suffered by both sides was extremely limited. Goodra's special defense is extremely high, and even though Volcarona used Quiver Dance once, it was still difficult to seriously damage Goodra. Page 430. On the other hand, Volcarona's special defense is also very good, and with the boost to special defense after using Quiver Dance once, Goodra's Hydro Pump is super effective against Volcarona, but it doesn't have a stab boost. The Fire Moth suffered some damage, but it wasn't particularly serious. Stichopus japonicus, highly poisonous. Seeing that the attack effect of the Gummy Dragon was not particularly ideal, Peach Crisp changed tactics and made the Gummy Dragon use the poison skill. Roar! The Gummy roared, then burst forth with poison energy, which coated its body in slime as it flew toward Volcarona. Faced with the attack from the Goodra, Xiaoyu reacted extremely quickly, immediately ordering Volcarona, full power Fire Dance. Dance of Fire. The unique skill of Volcarona and Tortoise Moth, in this world without Tortoise Moth, can be considered Volcarona's unique skill, equivalent to a low-end version of Flame Song. Fire Dance is slightly less powerful than Flamethrower, but it also has a high chance of increasing its special attack after each use. A skill that makes you stronger the more you fight. At this moment, the volcano also demonstrated its formidable strength. As a Pokémon with Master-level potential, Volcarona's mastery of Fire-type energy can be said to have reached the pinnacle that ordinary Pokémon can achieve. Almost instantly, astonishing fire energy erupted from the volcano, and endless flames appeared out of thin air on its orange-red wings. The raging flames completely engulfed the Fire Moth, burning away all the poisonous slime that flew in, sizzling as it turned into wisps of toxic smoke that drifted into the air. At the same time, brilliant flames burst forth from the blue pupils of the Vulcan Moth, and then its 6 wings suddenly unfolded, the flames enveloping its wings spreading outwards, scattering sparks all over the ground. A scorching heatwave swept across the entire venue, with flames raging. Dance of Fire. The flame-burning fire moth danced in the air, shining like the brightest sun in the dark night sky. Even the glow of a firefly can rival the brilliance of the moon. As the volcano danced, the flames surged towards the nymph like waves, one after another, without end. At this moment, the entire competition venue was engulfed in flames. No one has ever seen such a dance of fire. Is this still the dance of fire skill? Even if it's a violent fire, it's nothing more than this. This is the most terrifying fire dance skill I have ever seen. The fire dance that Volcano was performing at that moment was breathtaking. All eyes were drawn to Volcano, who at that moment seemed like a true god of fire. The scene erupted in uproar, with many people taking out their cameras to record this shocking moment. No wonder Xiaoyu replaced Flame Ace with Volcano. This fire moth is really too strong. I thought Xiaoyu's Durambarado and Aguanchi were invincible, but I didn't expect Volcarona to be even more valiant than them. Whose subordinate is this? Noivern, Sceptile, Charizard, Dragapult, Indeedee, Haxorus, Salamence, Cinderace, Jengar, and this Volcarona. None of Xiaoyu's Pokémon are weak. It's hard to imagine where Xiaoyu caught so many powerful and highly talented Pokémon. Could it be that Xiaoyu developed some kind of drug that enhances aptitude? Possible? Hearing the gasps of surprise erupting from the scene, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly. You're making such a fuss over a mere Volcarona? Look at how ignorant you all are. If you encountered the Volcarona in the Dragon Spiral Tower, you'd be scared out of your wits. What's more, my Diancie could easily defeat this volcano moth. If Diancie were to appear, she would scare you to death. At the same time, it should be noted that Diancie can only tremble in fear in front of Darkrai and Zekrom. Above Darkrai and Zekrom are several Gigantamax Pokémon. Even the weakest Gigantamax Corviknight possesses immense power, not to mention Gigantamax Lapras. Finally, there's the eldest brother, Iron Warrior. Xiaoyu said, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. If someone used Iron Warrior on a stage like this, it would probably scare everyone, right? Isn't Peach Shortbread about giving it your all? I really want to use the Iron Warrior. Tao Su, standing at a distance, was also startled by the sea of fire. Although she had guessed that Xiaoyu's volcano had extremely high aptitude, she was still taken aback when Volcano unleashed its dance of fire skill. Fortunately, Goodra is a Pokémon known for its special defense. Among all Dragon-type Pokémon, its special defense ranks second, only behind Eternatus, Gigantamax. In addition, Dragon-type Pokémon have double the resistance to Fire-type moves, so even though Volcarona's Fire Dance move is terrifyingly powerful, Goodra still managed to withstand it. Chapter 629 Poisonous Slime. No one expected that Xiaoyu and Tao Su's first battle would be so intense. Xiaoyu's Volcarona is clearly stronger, but it is at a natural disadvantage in terms of type against Goodra. The match was very close and the outcome was difficult to determine. Peach Crisp's gaze fell on Volcano Moth. The fire moth, dancing in the fire, shines like the blazing sun, its raging flames protecting it from the deadly poison. Xiaoyu's Volcano is very strong, but his own golem is his absolute trump card, which he didn't even use in the battle against Wei Xianzi. Xiaoyu, I'm going all out. Tao Su's voice rang out, her face full of fighting spirit. With a wave of her hand, her loud voice boomed, Sticky Dragon, use the mud bomb. Poison-type energy began to surge from the Goodra, then merged with the slime on its body, turning into purple sludge. Sludge dripped continuously onto the ground, making a hissing sound and emitting billowing toxic fumes. Roar! The golem roared and swung its body violently, throwing the sludge bomb at the volcano. The foul-smelling mud bubbled and billowed with thick purple smoke as it flew toward the fire moth. Looking at the sludge, Xiaoyu's eyes also showed vigilance, and he commanded the Volcano, dance of fire. The fire moth shone brightly once more, and the surging flames swept across the entire area once more. However, while Volcarona can withstand highly poisonous attacks with its dance of fire, it is much more difficult to defend against sludge bomb. Flames rolled, enveloping the sludge bomb. Boom! However, at that very moment, the sludge bomb actually exploded like a fragmentation grenade, turning into countless clumps of sludge that sprayed across the entire area. When sludge chunks are spilled on the ground, they instantly corrode the ground and emit billowing purple smoke, demonstrating just how toxic the sludge chunks are. Get out of the way, Volcano Moth. The fire moth, floating in the air, fluttered its body and tried its best to dodge, but there were so many splashes of mud that even its orange-red wings were accidentally stained. Instantly, a piercing pain struck, causing the fire moth to cry out in agony, and the mud-stained areas on its wings were instantly corroded away. What a terrifying toxicity! This sticky romaine is completely different from other sticky romaines. This sticky Merlos has clearly developed the toxicity of its mucus. This is the first time I've seen this kind of cultivation method. You should know that Gudra does not have the poison type. To tap into its potential in the poison type, in addition to it having extremely high talent, it also requires more resources than training a poison-type Pokémon. Is it possible that this Gudra's parentage is a poison-type Pokémon like Arbok, Seviper, or Dragapult? Seeing a small hole corroded in the wing of the volcano moth, Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as he turned to look at the Numera dragon. This was the first time he had ever seen a Gomeralong that specialized in poison-based energy. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. Perhaps this was the difference between reality and the game. In a game, no one would ever train a Gudra to specialize in poison-type attacks or poison-type energy, because in the game, Golem Slime is only mentioned briefly, only in the Pokédex, and it doesn't have any unique moves. In reality, trainers can delve into Gudra's slime, imbue it with poison-type energy, and train it to be a poison-type. The fact that Dasa could think of this makes him a genius. After all, any qualified trainer can develop a conventional tactical system. Page 431. Only truly top-tier trainers can discover the unique traits of their Pokémon, leverage their strengths, and cultivate them into one-of-a-kind, top-tier Pokémon. Just like Xiaoyu's cunning fire-breathing dragon and the dimensional attack on Dragapult, they all have their own unique special abilities. The same applies to Ash's Pikachu and Greninja. Although they are both Pikachu and Greninja, both Ash and Greninja are unique. The Volcarona's face showed a pained expression, its blue pupils staring at the golem, which was poisoned after being hit by the sludge bomb. Volcarona's fire dance hit Gudra once again, triggering an additional effect that boosts its special attack. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the golem, whose volcano was poisoned. The battle needed to be ended quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become. Sticky green dragon, muddy wave. Peach Crisp's voice rang out. Now that the powerful strength of the poison-type poison dragon had been exposed, she no longer needed to hide it and directly ordered Peach Crisp to unleash the powerful poison-type move, Sludge Wave. Poisonous energy erupted from the body of the Gomeran, mixing with its slime to form a purple slime that spread outwards like a wave. A purple wave of sludge swept across the entire area, coming on strong. Faced with the attack from the golem, Xiaoyu calmly commanded, Vulcan Moth, full power, dance of fire. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the volcano spread its wings, flames spreading between them, and then flapped them violently. The scorching heat wave collided with the mud wave, and the raging flames ignited the mud wave. Boom! An explosion rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Purple toxic smoke enveloped the entire venue, and the flickering flames obscured everyone's vision, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Just then, Taosu's voice suddenly rang out from the billowing poisonous smoke, Sticky Rumble, Surf. The water energy surged, transforming into a surging wave that extinguished the flames in the arena and rushed towards the Vulcan Moth. The churning waves washed over the ground of the venue, carrying with them the highly toxic sludge as they attacked the volcano moths. The originally azure waves have now turned into purple waves, surging and coming on strong. Vulcan Moth, Heat Wave. Xiaoyu's face was grim. Although Volcarona had extremely high aptitude, it had only been captured for a short time and had not yet learned top-tier fire-type skills like Flame Burst. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only settle for second best and choose to let Volcarona use the Heat Wave skill. Flames shimmered on the volcano moth's body as it flapped its orange-red wings, instantly creating waves of heat and raging flames. A blast of hot air swept across the entire area, enveloping the sticky dragon and scorching it. At the same time, purple waves surged in, completely engulfing the volcano moth. The battle between Volcano and Golem has reached a fever pitch. Whoever can withstand this move will win the first round. Which is more powerful, the volcano's hot wind or the Golem's poisonous surf? The host, Li Xinhai, couldn't help but stand up and speak loudly. The purple waves receded, and the flames gradually died down. The battered bodies of the volcano moth and the Golem were revealed. Both of them lay motionless on the ground, clearly having lost all their strength. Draw? However, just as the host finished speaking, Nianmei Ryu moved her body and struggled to stand up. Sticky Dragon, can it still fight? Nymph had just gotten halfway up when she suddenly lost her balance and fell headfirst to the ground, clearly having lost her ability to fight. Alas, it's a pity that the Nymphallosaurus finally fell. The first round ended in a draw. What a wonderful battle. Chapter 630 Aluminum Steel Dragon vs Doting Servant. Come back, Volcano. Come back, Numera. The two players simultaneously recalled their Pokémon and then prepared to switch in their second Pokémon. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Taosu. Even though the first round was tied, a smile flashed across Xiaoyu's lips. This was his first failure in the club owner league. Compared to the limited roster he had when participating in the high school cup, he now has many powerful Pokémon. After his strength increased, Xiaoyu hadn't experienced that exhilarating and thrilling feeling on the field for a long time. But today's battle with the peach shortbread made him excited. Please have both sides switch out their Pokémon. The referee's voice rang out, and Xiaoyu and Taosu simultaneously threw out their Pokeballs. Go, attendant. It's your turn, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Xiaoyu sent out Assassin, who shone brightly in the gym leader G3 League, but did not send out his ace Pokémon Dragapult. On the other side, Peach Crisp sent out her signature Pokémon, Duraludon. What kind of exciting sparks will fly in this battle between these two Pokémon? As soon as Esper appeared, Psychic-type energy instantly filled the ground beneath his feet, and his psychic ability was activated immediately. Abyssos Psychic Creator trait activated. The field beneath my feet is transformed into a psychic field. Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, Taosu's voice rang out, Aluminum Steel Dragon, roar loudly. Dark-type energy emerged from the steel-like body of the aluminum dragon, which let out a huge roar. The roar and the dark-type energy surged toward Essence like a halo. The dark-type move Roar is not only effective against NDD, but it also lowers NDD's special attack, making it an excellent move to deal with NDD. Love to serve, meditate. Faced with the attack from the aluminum steel dragon, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately had AI Guanxi use the meditation skill. Psychic-type energy gathers around NDD's body, allowing him to calm his mind and boost his special attack and special defense. At the same time, the roaring attack also landed on NDD, causing some damage and lowering NDD's special attack. In the end, the increase in Assassin's special attack was offset, and only special defense was increased. Aluminum Steel Dragon, roaring continuously. Peach Crisp's voice rang out again, saying that all it took to defeat Aizen was to keep using loud roars to gain an advantage. She doesn't need to change her moves until Xiaoyu changes his. Aid continues with meditation. After 2 rounds of attacks, NDD took 2 hits from the roar skill. Fortunately, the power of roar was not high, and the damage to NDD was not serious. At the same time, its special defense was greatly improved. Aluminum Steel Dragon, keep using the loud roar skill. Peach Crisp's voice rang out once again, still the familiar loud roar skill. This time, Xiaoyu finally didn't let AI Guanxi continue using the meditation skill, but instead used a skill that surprised everyone. AI Guanxi, wave your finger. A wave of the finger. Xiaoyu, in this situation, isn't it a bit too hasty to choose to use the finger swing skill? Xiaoyu continues to surprise everyone. All I can say is that Xiaoyu's battle was incredibly entertaining. This is hilarious. The finger swing skill has always been more of a recreational skill. Due to its randomness, no one would use the finger swing skill in real combat or fighting. Even if some trainers can slightly control the attribute of the skill selected by the finger swipe through long-term training, they can never use a certain skill 100% of the time. Therefore, the finger swing skill has always been an unpopular skill. No one is willing to entrust their fate to unknown luck, and almost no one chooses to use this skill in formal battles. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiaoyu's Aguanxi seemed to be quite lucky, as a rich earth-type energy seemed to be surging from Aguanxi's body. The earthy yellow ground energy surged and spread across the surface, flowing towards the location of the aluminum steel dragon. Oh, a ground-type move. It seems NDD is quite lucky to have randomly gotten a ground-type move. Page 432. Many people may not be familiar with the Pokémon Duraludon. Duraludon is a steel/dragon-type Pokémon with only 2 weaknesses, ground and fighting. Duraludon's special defense is its weakness, but otherwise it's pretty good in all aspects, with special attack and defense being the most outstanding. I wonder if NDD got a special attack or physical attack ground-type move randomly. Peach Crisp clearly hadn't expected that AI Guanxi would be so lucky. At this moment, the Duraludon, which was unleashing its roar skill, had no way to defend itself and could only choose to endure it. Boom! Ground-based energy surged from beneath the aluminum steel dragon's feet, the power of the earth surging forth, instantly inflicting massive damage on the dragon. The power of the earth. This is the ground-type special attack move, Earth Power. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's lips curled up. Ever since Aizen and Diancie had their finger-waving contest, Xiaoyu has been specifically training Aizen to use his finger-waving skills. Finger-waving skills have always been a matter of luck, but Xiaoyu unexpectedly discovered that his beloved servant's luck seems to be quite good. In the last match against Diancie, Esper used 2 top-tier moves, Blue Flame and V-Blaze. This time, when facing the aluminum steel dragon, Xiaoyu also had the mentality of giving it a try, and had AI Guanxi use the finger gesture. Unexpectedly, it actually unleashed the earth power that restrained the aluminum steel dragon. It seems, I really can try to further explore the potential of the servant in wielding his power. But for now, let's win this game first. The gesture just now was just a minor incident to truly win this match. We'll have to see real strength. The roaring alumina steel dragon is still quite troublesome, but Xiaoyu never intended to let AI Guanshi deal with it. Love your servants, pass the baton. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Assassin's body was enveloped in normal-type energy, then transformed into a red light and returned to its poke ball, replacing Dragapult. Passing the baton skill. A very special skill that allows you to switch with a reserve Pokémon. The newly switched Pokémon directly inherits the changes in its energy. Abbott's special attack has decreased, but his special defense has increased significantly. While Dragapult's special attack decreased when it replaced Dragapult, its special defense increased significantly, giving it a certain advantage against Duraludon, which focuses on special attack. Seeing the newly replaced Dragapult, Peach Crisp's eyes flashed, and then she didn't hesitate to recall Duraludon and replace it. Come back, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Go, West Lion Seaman. Chapter 631 Western Lion and Heron. Primarine was the final Pokémon in Peach Crisp's battle, and also one of Peach Crisp's starter Pokémon, a Pokémon she grew up with. Although Primarina only has the aptitude of a champion and the strength of a quasi-champion, it wasn't her strongest Pokémon, but it was the Pokémon she trusted the most. However, Primarina, like Duraludon, is a Pokémon that is purely special attacker. Therefore, Dragapult's significantly increased special defense is enough to offset its type disadvantage. Drombaloo, Light Wall. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. His order made everyone curse under their breath. How disgusting. Even though special defense has already been greatly increased, they still need to activate Light Screen to reduce special attack damage. This is completely leaving no way for anyone to survive. Xiaoyu is as steady as ever. With a significant increase in special defense and the damage reduction from Light Screen, even though Dragapult is type advantaged against Primarina, it can still withstand a fairy-type stab attack from Primarina. Just as Draco Balto cast his Light Wall spell, Peach Crisp remained calm, as if she had anticipated this situation. Her voice rang out, Primarina, Song of Destruction. The Song of Destruction. Taosu seems to be a ruthless person as well. Desu naturally knew that her three Pokémon, Goodra, Duraludon, and Primarina were all special attackers, and it would be difficult for them to break through against special defensive Pokémon. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Peach Crisp also prepared a way to break through the special shield, which is the Song of Annihilation. The Song of Destruction can ignore energy changes. No matter what kind of Pokémon it is, after a period of time from the moment it hears the song, it will lose all its stamina unless a different Pokémon is switched out. Durambarado, Spirit Summoning. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Although Song of Annihilation is a disgusting skill, as long as Draco Balto infiltrates the other dimension, even the strongest skill will be useless. A spatial tunnel appeared in front of Durambarado, and its figure directly entered the other dimensional space, completely disappearing from the arena. When a lionheart sings, it usually causes a surge of energy that sweeps across the entire area, but it only affects the lionheart itself. Seeing this, Taosu frowned. This was her first time fighting against Xiaoyu's Durambarado, and the ability to hide in another dimension was quite overpowered. After Primarina's Death Song attack ended, a dimensional rift appeared next to Primarina, and Dragapult's body, enveloped in dense ghost-type energy, shot straight out from the dimensional space. With its body taut and straight, Durambarado was like a sharp arrow, its triangular head piercing straight into the Primarina. Boom! With a loud bang, the West Lion Seaman had no time to dodge and was blasted away, his body flying backwards into the air. The ferocious ghost-type energy surged towards Primarina like a wandering spirit, engulfing it. With a single blow, just one blow, the West Lion Sea Serpent was severely injured. The gap is too obvious. Xiaoyu's Dragon Ball is truly unbeatable. The West Lionheart is no match for Draco's attacks. Peach Crisp on the other side didn't expect that the gap between her Lionheart and Xiaoyu's Dragon Ball would be so big. This completely disrupted Taosu's plans. Although she knew that her Primarina might not be a match for Duraludon, she did not expect to be seriously injured so quickly. We have no other choice but to resort to this last resort. Lion Sea, Mist Terrain. Peach Crisp's eyes flashed as she directly commanded Lion Sea to use the Mist Terrain skill, changing the terrain type to Mist Terrain. Xiaoyu listened to Taosu's command, glanced at the West Lion Seaman, and then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He had already guessed Taosu's plan. Foggy Terrain plus Fog Explosion Tactics. First, create a misty terrain, then use Mist Explosion to try and one-shot Draco Balto. A Misty Burst with a stab of 150 might actually be able to one-shot Dragapult. Even if it can't kill it instantly, it's very likely to severely injure Dragapult, creating an opportunity for Duraludon. The idea was good if it were done unexpectedly, it might actually work on me. But I've already figured out Peach Crisp's plan, so how could I possibly fall for it? Senior Peach Crisp. Looking at the Fairy-type energy surging on the field, Xiaoyu smiled and began to use a mental attack. Are you planning to use the Misty Terrain plus Misty Explosion tactic? Durambarado, take the baton. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Drombolo once again employed the baton passing tactic, switching places with Isum once more. With the reappearance of Attendant, the Psychic Creator trait is immediately activated. Just as Primarina transformed the field into a misty field, Abbott immediately transformed it back into a psychic field. Moreover, Absolutely is not a Dragon-type Pokémon, and with its greatly increased special defense and light screen, it can easily withstand Misty Blast. Taosu frowned, looking at Xiaoyu and Ai Guanxi. Xiaoyu actually guessed her entire plan. Now, there's really no way to deal with Peach Crisp. In fact, from the moment Golem and Volcarona fell together, she already knew that victory was probably hopeless. Goodra was her strongest Pokémon, yet she could only manage a draw against Xiaoyu's Volcarona. Xiaoyu's remaining two Pokémon, Indeedee and Dragapult, are both as powerful as Volcarona. My own Duraludon and Primarina don't have the strength of Goodra, so how can I fight them? Unless you have 3 Gummy Dragons, you can't have a chance against Xiaoyu. Page 433. Seeing the heavily injured Lionhead Seaman, Peach Crisp knew that the situation was hopeless, so all she could do was compete and show her best. West Lion Siren, use water cannons. Love to serve, and be spirited and diligent. The two voices sounded at the same time. Water-type energy began to gather in front of Primarina, while the Psychic-type energy on Indeedee poured out like a tidal wave, transforming into a giant hand in the air and slamming down. Boom! Before West Lionheart could react, he was defeated by Aizen in one move. West Lion Seaman is out of fighting ability. Xiaoyu wins the second round of the competition. Taosu's Primarina is still somewhat inferior to Xiaoyu's Pokémon in terms of raw strength. In this way, only one aluminum steel dragon is left in the Peach Shortbread. Xiaoyu is too well-rounded, with almost no weaknesses. All 3 Pokémon are very strong, and most importantly, Xiaoyu's tactical awareness is also extremely high. His fighting style is steady, giving Taosu not a single chance. Chapter 632 G2 Champion. Go for it, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Elvis, take the baton. Facing Dis's Duraludon, Xiaoyu once again had Ai Guanxi use the baton pass skill to replace Dragapult. Using Dragapult, a Dragon-type Pokémon, against Duraludon, gave Peach Crisp absolutely no chance to turn the tide. Aluminum Steel Dragon, Dragon Wave. Peach Crisp had no other choice but to fight with her back against the wall, and her cold voice rang out. Drombolo, use Spirit Strike. Xiaoyu gave the order again, instructing Dorgambala to use Spirit Strike. The Dragon-type energy emanating from Illumino Sea surged, transforming into a shockwave that rushed towards Dragapult. Unfortunately, Dragapult had already used the Phantom Assault skill to infiltrate into another dimension and evade Duraludon's attack. Boom! Almost instantly, a crack appeared behind Duraludon, and Ghost-type energy erupted from it. Dragapult rammed into Duraludon, but it did not cause much damage. Duraludon's defense was simply too outstanding. Its steel body directly withstood Dragapult's attack. Aluminum Steel Dragon, keep using Dragon Pulse. Taosu's voice rang out. Although she really wanted Duraludon to use a more powerful Draco Meteor, she absolutely could not use Draco Meteor lightly before forcing Dragapult to use Protect. Seeing the Dragon-type energy surge again from Duraludon's body, Xiaoyu remained calm, waved his hand, and calmly commanded Dragapult, Dragon Dive, Dragapult. Indigo Dragon energy erupted from Durambarado's body, enveloping it. Behind it, a phantom of a giant dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and claws, like a real dragon, swooping down with a roar. Alaminos also raised its head, looking at Dragapult in the air, and its dragon-type energy turned into a shockwave that blasted towards Dragapult. Boom! With a loud bang, Dragapult, enduring the Dragon Pulse, crashed into Duraludon. Durambarado, stealthy attack. Aluminum Steel Dragon, Dragon Star Cluster. In the end, the match became a pure contest of skill. There are no tactics, only the clash of energy and bodies. The result of the match was, of course, without any suspense. Although the Aluminum Steel Dragon of the Peach Crisp is powerful, it also has champion-level qualifications. However, facing the more talented and powerful Drambaloo was somewhat outmatched and ultimately lost. Xiaoyu also won the G2 League with a score of 3-1, which qualified him to participate in the G1 League. If you can reach the top 4 in the Gym Leader League, you will qualify for the Gym Leader ranking tournament to compete for the final Dragon-type Gym Leader title. After the match, the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and applause once again. Countless people wanted to rush into the venue to take photos with Xiaoyu, but fortunately the venue's security was quite good, keeping out the crazy fans. Looking at Xiaoyu standing on the field, everyone realized that a new star was rising. They are witnessing history. Xiaoyu is very likely to become the youngest dojo master, Elite Four member, or even champion in the history of China's imperial capital dojo. It's worth noting that the last time a genius like Xiaoyu appeared was 20 years ago. Unfortunately, an accident caused that genius to die at the hands of the 4 heavenly kings from another country. Xiaoyu must grow up. Xiaoyu arrived backstage and, surrounded by a crowd, left the Rayquaza arena and returned to his office. After the G2 League ended, Xiaoyu immediately asked Eve to contact Director Zhou of the Pokémon Association to register for the G1 League. Then Xiaoyu turned to Sylvia and said, "Sylvia, contact Jiangyu, Shui Yeto, and Gao Yangzhen separately and tell them to prepare for the operation 3 days from now, a surprise attack on the secret sea realm of the Sakura Kingdom. Jiangyu, Shui Yeto, and Gao Yangzhen all have a Gigantamax Pokémon, which is why Xiaoyu asked them to participate in the operation. Jiangyu naturally had a Gigantamax Charizard, Shui Yeto had a Gigantamax Cinderace, and Gao Yangzhen had a Gigantamax Grimmsnarl." At this point, Xiaoyu paused, then looked at Sylvia in front of him and slowly said, "Sylvia, you've been with us on this mission, and given your outstanding performance, I've decided to give you the Gigantamax Centis Corp." "Really?" The surprise came so suddenly that Sylvia was slightly stunned when she heard Xiaoyu's words. After a moment, she reacted, a bright smile appeared on her face, and then she walked towards Xiaoyu. Under Eve's astonished gaze, Sylvia hugged Xiaoyu from behind, placed her hands on his waist, rested her chin on his shoulder, and said softly, "Director Xia, why did you think of giving me this Gigantamax Pokémon?" Sylvia looked on with curiosity, her bright eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. Sylvia knew that Xiaoyu had several female confidants. She originally thought that Xiaoyu would give this giant flame centipede to Long Yanning, but she didn't expect him to give it to her. Xiaoyu gently pushed away the overly enthusiastic Sylvia and said, "I've seen all the contributions you've made to Team Rocket and the lab. It's only reasonable to give you a Gigantamax Pokémon. Secondly, I need your participation in this operation. Help me hack into the surveillance and alarm systems of the ocean secret realm. I won't feel at ease about your safety if you don't have a powerful Pokémon to protect you. Finally, since you usually take care of these Pokémon, and Gigantamax Centis Corps can obey you, it's perfect to give it to you." Listening to Xiaoyu's earnest explanation, Sylvia was slightly disappointed. "I thought it was because of our relationship." "Well, I can accept these reasons. Giving you a Gigantamax Pokémon is also a sign of trust." Xiaoyu coughed lightly. "You know that in Team Rocket, to get a Gigantamax Pokémon, you either have to make outstanding contributions or be someone I trust 100%. Sylvia, you meet both criteria. Thank you, Mr. Sakeke, and Director Xia." Sylvia lowered her head and gently placed a kiss on Xiaoyu's cheek. "All right, go ahead and get busy." Faced with the increasingly unrestrained Sylvia, Xiaoyu couldn't handle it and could only sternly tell Sylvia to go about her business. Eve, standing to the side, could only blush and lower her head, remaining silent and pretending not to have seen anything. "Then I'll get busy." After Sylvia left, Xiaoyu sat in his chair and fell into deep thought. This time, he not only wants to kill Wang Mokun, but also wants to take this opportunity to plunder the secrets of the sea. However, the time is a bit tight, and I still have a lot of preparations to do. Chapter 633 The Secret Realm of the Song of the Ocean, Sakura Country. The azure sea, long-winged gulls wandering along the shore, and the silhouette of the Magikarp rolling on the beach. Ocean Song Secret Realm is located on an island in the southernmost part of the Sakura Kingdom, and it is also one of the most famous tourist attractions in the Sakura Kingdom. Wang Mokun sat in a soft chair, overlooking the entire Ocean Song Secret Realm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Starting today, he will guard the Ocean Song Secret Realm for 3 years. Although it is far from the bustling city center, it is scenic and beautiful, and most importantly, it is quite lucrative. Whether it's buying Pokémon, raising Pokémon, or hatching Pokémon eggs, there's room for maneuver. If managed properly, a secret realm can be like a money-printing factory. However, before that, he must first remove the spies left behind by the previous guardian of the secret realm to ensure that he has a firm grip on the secret realm. As a Chinese, Wang Mokun betrayed China and came to Japan for nothing more than power, money, and women. With his current status as the top of the four heavenly kings, his power has reached its limit. It's impossible for Japan to allow a Chinese person to become the champion. Therefore, all Wang Mokun could pursue were women and money. He already has too many women and more than a dozen children. In addition, he is getting old and his physical strength is failing. He is no longer interested in women as he was when he was young. So now all Wang Mokun is pursuing is money. Page 434. He had already decided to start by taking down the head of the incubator, since the incubator was where the most lucrative opportunities were, and he had to keep it firmly under his control no matter what. Under the cover of night, the waves rolled. The tide rises and falls, wetting the beach. Lovers and family members stroll along the beach, leaving shallow footprints under the soft sand. With his hands behind his back, Wang Mokun patrolled the secret realm of Ocean Song and said to the incubation room supervisor beside him, "We need to strengthen night patrols and arrange for on-duty personnel to closely monitor the incubation room 24 hours a day. There can be no slackening." "Yes, yes." The supervisor in charge of the incubation room responded in a low voice, bowing his back and looking timid. Wang Mokun smiled at the head of the incubation room, speaking in a friendly tone, and patted him on the shoulder. Ocean Song's secret realm has always been one of the core secret realms of Sakura country, producing more than 30% of the nation's water-type Pokémon every year, but in the high-end market, our market share is less than 10%. Especially for Pokémon with potential of near-elite rank or higher, less than 10% come from the Ocean Song mystery. Our next goal is to maintain our core market while making inroads into the high-end market. You, the head of this incubation room, should go back and think it over carefully, and come up with a plan in 3 days. Yes. Hearing Wang Mokun's words, the supervisor in charge of the incubation room looked even more distressed, but he could only nod with a forced smile. "All right, that's all for now. We must take the night patrol issue seriously." Before leaving, Wang Mokun gave his supervisor a few more instructions, put his hands behind his back, and walked at the front. The people behind him rushed forward to escort him away. Walking through the secret realm, Wang Mokun suddenly noticed that the fog at sea seemed unusually thick today. It was only 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, but the fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. "This is a little unusual. What's with this fog today?" Wang Mokun asked, frowning at his secretary beside him. "The weather forecast didn't mention fog today, so we don't know what's going on," the secretary said in a low voice. The weather agency's information is always unreliable. Whenever a Pokémon uses a weather-related move, it can easily affect the weather. Whatever the reason, call the logistics department immediately. If the fog is still this thick by 6 a.m. tomorrow, have all the Pokémon that have learned to clear fog come out to defog. When the secret realm opens at 9 a.m. tomorrow, I want to see absolutely no fog. Okay. The secretary nodded. A thick fog blanketed the area. A giant Pokémon resembling a plesiosaur swam in the deep sea, its back covered in armor like a cruise ship. A chilling aura swept through the ocean, and a cold tide surged, making the seawater several degrees colder. The Gigantamax Laplace leisurely swam in the ocean, its massive body surrounded by bubbles that allowed it to stay in the deep sea for a long time. Behind it, in a shell resembling a cruise ship, the top shell has been artificially transformed into a separate, enclosed room. Inside the room, 4 mysterious figures wearing flame masks stood together: Sakage with the feather mask, Sylvia with the phoenix mask, Shueyato wearing a motorcycle helmet, and Gao Yangzhen wearing a troll mask. Phoenix, Sylvia, Troll, Gao Yangzhen, and Shueyato, the 3 of you are responsible for hacking into the secret realm system, sabotaging the monitoring, alarm devices, and power system. I'll deal with Wang Mokun by myself. If you encounter resistance, go all out, but try not to harm innocent tourists, Xiaoyu instructed the people around him. But your own safety is the most important thing. Get ready to do it. It is good. Meanwhile, in the night sky, Gigantamax Corviknight hovered in the air, its wings outstretched, using the clouds to conceal its form. Long Yaning looked at Jiangyu, who was wearing a skull mask, and said softly, "Sakeke, we've received news that we need to prepare to take action. Our mission is to steal as much valuable stuff as possible." "Okay." Jiangyu nodded slightly. "We'll prioritize grabbing Pokémon eggs, then baby Pokémon, and finally those adult and powerful Pokémon." Under night, a chilling aura surged forth, enveloping the entire secret realm in a chilling atmosphere, leaving only the sound of the rolling seawater. Gigantamax Lapras broke through the water's surface, its massive body appearing on the sea as it approached the secret realm. Xiaoyu and his 3 companions released their flying-type Pokémon and flew towards the Ocean Song secret realm. He took out his phone, which displayed a detailed map of the Ocean Song secret realm and the locations of all Team Rocket members. The detached villa by the sea is Wang Mokun's residence. A cold sea breeze blew as the Megalodon raced through the night, arriving near Wang Mokun's villa in just a few breaths. Xiaoyu didn't get too close, because if she did, Wang Mokun's Pokémon might spot her. Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to make a move. He is waiting for Sylvia and the others to destroy the alarm system and surveillance system of the entire secret realm before taking action. Similarly, Jiangyu and Long Yaning were also waiting high in the sky. As soon as Sylvia succeeds, they will launch an attack immediately. Shui Yeta, Gao Yangzhen, and Sylvia sneaked into the secret realm under the cover of night. Troll, you and Shui Yet, you two go and lie in wait near the power plant. Wait for my message, and then sabotage the power system. After saying this to Gao Yangzhen, Sylvia turned to Shui Yeto, who was wearing a motorcycle helmet, and said, I'm going to the central building of the secret realm alone to hack into the secret realm's alarm system. Hurry up. Boss Sakeka said that this attack on the Song of the Ocean secret realm is a rehearsal for the future raid on Meyer, and you must take it seriously. Sylvia's cold voice rang out, we absolutely cannot let you down at this crucial moment. Chapter 630 for the Secret Realm of the Ocean Song, Part 2, Silent Night. Ocean Song Secret Realm Center Building. The staff on duty were either lying face down on the table or on the floor, or lying motionless on the ground, clearly fast asleep. Their bodies twitched slightly from time to time, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their faces showed pain, clearly they were having nightmares. Thank you for your hard work, Darkrai. Sylvia said to Darkrai with a smile, we're going to support your master now. Darkrai floated in the air and nodded slightly, his expression aloof. In order to hack into the security system of the Ocean Song secret realm as soon as possible, Sylvia made two preparations. The first method was a simple physical approach. Darkrai hypnotized all the staff responsible for system maintenance. Secondly, we can have the multi-beast type be hacked into the system, preparing for both possibilities, so that one of them will succeed. Trolls, Waterfowl, you can destroy the power plant now, Sylvia said, picking up the walkie-talkie. Receive. I'm going to support the boss first. Remember to get here as soon as possible. Under night, the flame mask was outlined with the image of a troll. Gao Yangzhen's gaze fell on the power plant in the distance, and then he took out the pokeball of the Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. Come out, you hairy troll. A flash of red light appeared, and a tall figure emerged from the thick fog, resembling a black giant. At the same time, Suicune also threw out a pokeball and sent out Gigantamax Cinderace. On the giant fireball, Flame Ace stood, its long ears hanging down behind it like twin ponytails. Skinny Troll, attack, Max Raider. Dark energy surged from the hairy troll's body, its thick arms enveloped in it. With a single punch, dark energy erupted, blasting against the building in front of it and beginning to wreak havoc on the power plant. Cinderace, Gigantamax Fireball. Flames erupted from Flame Ace's body as he raised his foot and unleashed a powerful kick. The fireball shot out instantly, shining with scorching light, like a dazzling sun, and bombarded the secret realm. Boom! The loud noise drew everyone's attention, and then the streetlights went out, plunging the entire secret realm into darkness and silence. At the same time, Long Yaning and Jiangyu in the sky also received the message. We can start now, Long Yaning said to Jiangyu. Jiangyu nodded. Page 435. Steel Clapper, descend. Upon hearing Long Yaning's command, Gigantamax Corviknight manipulated the airflow around its body and descended. On the other side, after hearing the loud noise, Xiaoyu knew it was time to make his move. His gaze fell on the villa in front of him, then he took out a Gigantamax Lapras Pokeball and gently tossed it out. Boom! The colossal body of Gigantamax Laplace landed on the beach with a tremendous thud, startling everyone, including Wang Mokun, who was fast asleep. In fact, Wang Mokun had already woken up. He had woken up when the first loud bang was heard. Laplace, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, ice energy surged, cold air spread everywhere, and the air was filled with a biting chill. Snow and ice filled the sky, and the sea froze. Ice-based energy surged into the sky, transforming into enormous ice balls that crashed down upon the villa where Wang Mokun was located. Roar! At the same time, in the darkness, accompanied by a roar, a blue figure leaped up, his fists covered in fighting energy, and soared high into the air, fearlessly punching the falling ice ball. Boom! The ice puck exploded, shattering into countless ice blocks, revealing the Pokémon silhouette. Mighty Crocodile. Wang Mokun's signature Pokémon, with champion-level strength, is also his most famous Pokémon. Roar! However, at that moment, an angry roar rang out again, and another Pokémon with champion-level strength appeared. With its crimson wings spread and blue skin unfurled, a terrifying dragon-type aura swept over it. It was the Pokémon Xiaoyu knew all too well, Salamence. Wang Mo-kun, having hastily dressed, was riding his Bloodwing flying dragon to get there. Fire-type energy gathered on the Bloodwing dragon's body, and then it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out fierce flames, which transformed into a large, F-shaped flame in the air and blasted towards Gigantamax Lapras. Big characters explode. Faced with Salamanque's attack, Gigantamax Lapras simply ignored it. Such an attack was practically insignificant to Gigantamax Lapras, which had activated its Aurora Veil. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Feraligatr and Salamence. According to the information Li Rulin provided, these two champion-level Pokémon were Wang Mo-kun's strongest Pokémon. However, it cannot be ruled out that Wang Mo-kun has other Pokémon with champion-level strength. How could an enemy as cunning as him not have his own trump cards? However, for Xiaoyu, no matter how many champion-level Pokémon Wang Mo-kun has, as long as Wang Mo-kun doesn't have any master-level Pokémon, they pose no threat to him. Sakeki. Wang Mo-kun looked at Sakeki, who appeared before him with a gloomy expression, and said in a cold voice. Clearly, Wang Mo-kun had also heard of Giovanni's name. He recognized Giovanni's identity by seeing the mask on his face that was burning with holy flames and the iconic giant Laplace. Looking at Xiaoyu, Wang Mo-kun was intimidated by Sakeki's powerful strength, his expression filled with apprehension, and he dared not make a move rashly. Why are you here? This is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. Wang Mo-kun said to Xiaoyu, his tone fierce but his voice weak. Leave now. Looking at the colossal Laplace, which resembled a giant cruise ship, Wang Mo-kun's expression turned solemn. Boom. At the same time, another loud explosion came from afar, and flames shot into the sky. Wang Mo-kun looked in the direction from which the loud noise came, and there was the incubation chamber of the Ocean Song's secret realm. Almost instantly, Wang Mo-kun realized what was happening, his gaze fixed intently on Sakeki. Are you here to stall me and buy time for your accomplices? You're provoking us. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Japan? Wang Mo-kun shouted at Xiaoyu, get out of here with your accomplices right now. Hearing Wang Mo-kun's words, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly said, a dog that betrays its master can only win the master's favor by working hard to please the new master. Wang Mo-kun, you really put in a lot of effort. Xiaoyu's words made Wang Mo-kun's face turn red with anger, and his blood rushed to his head. Bastard, my name is Sato Shigeharu. Wang Shigeharu tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. If he were not weaker than Sakeki, he would have cut off Xiaoyu's head without hesitation and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Sakeki, you will pay the price for what you did tonight. Xiaoyu's lips curled up into a soft chuckle. I didn't come here just to steal the things from the secret realm, I also want your life. Laplace, Absolute Zero. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a surging cold current erupted from Gigantamax Lapras, and the wind and snow were like knives. A chilling aura erupted and spread outwards, surging towards the mighty crocodile and the bloodwing dragon like an ice shockwave. Wherever the cold air passes, everything is frozen. The beach, parasols, deck chairs, streetlights, everything along the way was instantly frozen, like an endless icy abyss, threatening to devour everything in sight. Hold on. Seeing such a terrifying attack, Wang Mo-kun's voice rang out, commanding the two champion-level Pokémon beside him to use Protect, especially Salamence. If the Bloodwing Wyvern, which is 4 times weak to ice, doesn't use its guard skill now, it might not even be able to withstand this Absolute Zero attack. Chapter 635 The Secret Realm of the Ocean Song, Part 3. A shield of light appeared, blocking the rampant cold air. On a cold, snowy night, Wang Mo-kun's face was ashen, his expression grave, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Is this Sakeki? Is this his signature Pokémon, Giant Lapras? In just one round of combat, his Bloodwing Dragon and Mighty Crocodile had used up their core survival skills. The pressure is at its peak. Wang Mo-kun took a deep breath. Facing a monster like Gigantamax Lapras and a powerful opponent like Giovanni, a feeling of suffocation welled up in his heart. What kind of strength would it take to defeat Sakeki? How exactly did Giovanni manage to capture this Gigantamax Lapras? Now, what should I do? I must find a way to hold out for at least 20 minutes until reinforcements arrive. This matter concerns life and death, and he cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. At this moment, Wang Mo-kun was already considering retreating. He wanted to abandon the entire secret realm and live a life of ignominy. What do the lives of those in the secret realm matter to him? It's his own life that truly matters. Bloodwing Wyvern. Wang Mo-kun lowered his head and said in a low voice to the Bloodwing Wyvern beneath him, prepare to run. However, at that moment, a ball of fire suddenly appeared amidst the swirling snow, like a ray of dawn in the darkness. growing brighter and brighter as it approached Wang Mokun's direction. Finally, the heat wave arrived, with flames rolling and raging, penetrating the wind and snow and getting close. Roar! Its body was jet black, with infernal flames swirling around its neck, and its wings, burning fiercely, flowed with flames that resembled magma, illuminating the night. An angry roar, magnificent in its power. Gigantamax Charizard. Jiangyu and Gigantamax Charizard appeared simultaneously, blocking Wang Mokun's retreat. Jiangyu's gaze, hidden behind a skull mask, fell on the two Pokémon beside Wang Mokun. Another giant Pokémon? Damn it! Just as Wang Mokun was falling into despair, an angry roar came again from the wind and snow. Shueyeta, wearing a motorcycle helmet, rode over on a blood-winged dragon. Shueyeta glanced at the Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Lapras beside Jiangyu, then took out a Pokeball and released Gigantamax Cinderace. As the third Gigantamax Pokémon appeared, Wang Mokun felt a chill run down his spine, and his body trembled slightly with fear. That's giving me way too much credit. 3 Gigantamax Pokémon. Just one Gigantamax Lapras is enough to give me a run for my money, and the other two, Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Cinderace, are obviously not to be underestimated either. How to do? You arrived pretty quickly. Xiaoyu turned to look at Jiangyu and Shueyeto and said. Jiangyu chuckled and said to Xiaoyu, I've wanted to kill this traitorous dog for a long time. I didn't have the chance before, but now that I have this opportunity, I naturally have to come as soon as possible. On the other side, Shueyeta's gaze was fixed on Wang Mokun, and a mechanical electronic voice sounded, he should have died long ago. He should have died 20 years ago when he betrayed us. Now that he has lived for so many more years, it is time for him to pay his debt. Xiaoyu listened to their conversation and smiled, clearly showing that both of them were very excited about the matter of eliminating traitors. Page 436. Or perhaps it was the hatred in their bones that made them arrive so early, eager to make a move. Then let's get started, Xiaoyu's voice rang out softly. Wait. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, sweat dripped incessantly from Wang Mokun's forehead. Let me go, and I'll give you all my treasures. You can take whatever you want from the secret realm. Jiangyu smiled as he listened to Wang Mokun's words. Spineless coward, we can still take these things after you die. Yes, I'm a spineless coward. Please let me go, I can be your inside man. Wang Mokun's voice rang out, pleading with the three men. I know many secrets, I can help you. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak after hearing Wang Mokun's words, Shueyeta suddenly spoke up, his voice filled with murderous intent. Don't listen to him, just kill him to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yes. If you ask me, we should just kill them. Jiangyu echoed. Let me go, Sakeki, I can join Team Rocket, I'll be your inside man, I'll pledge my loyalty, I'll do whatever you ask, just let me go. Wang Mokun looked at Xiaoyu, knowing that only Xiaoyu could decide his life or death, and pleaded desperately, I still have great value, I promise I won't let you down. Besides, I didn't want to be a traitor. I was forced into it back then. I didn't want to, others wanted to kill me. I had no choice, really. I never wanted to betray China. Wang Mokun's face showed a bitter expression. If they could, who would want to betray their motherland? Don't believe him. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense, just kill him. Shueyeto and Jiangyu, who was standing next to her, spoke at the same time to Xiaoyu. Hearing their conversation, Xiaoyu's lips curled up, and he gently waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Wang Mokun in front of him, about to speak. Suddenly, another gust of wind came, indicating that the others in the secret realm had heard the commotion and rushed to support Wang Mokun. King Sato, I'm here to help you. The middle-aged man rode a huge Pidgeot and approached at top speed. Xiaoyu glanced at the Heavenly King level strength, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Everyone wants to be a hero, but they have to see if they have the strength to be one. A king-level Pidgeot trying to act like a hero. Hell, these small fry are yours. All right. Jiangyu nodded and immediately commanded the Charizard beside him. Charizard. Gigantamax Hellfire. Flames erupted, and the Gigantamax Charizard roared as it burned fiercely, like a world-destroying dragon. Pidgeot, hold the line. It suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and dark red flames surged out, flying out like a fire dragon, giving Pidgeot no chance to dodge, swallowing it whole. The light shield shattered, and flames surged forth. What? With agonizing cries, the Pidgeot and the man behind it could only scream as their bodies were set ablaze, flames raging, before they plunged into the deep sea and vanished without a trace. Seeing the man's gruesome death, Wang Mokun felt even more horrified. Even Pidgeot, with its champion-level strength, couldn't withstand a single attack using Protect. This giant Charizard's strength is definitely at least champion level. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Wang Mokun was truly terrified now. Sakeki. Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt Wang Mokun, the holy flame on his mask burning fiercely. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Since you made that choice back then, you have to bear the consequences of that choice. You deserve to die. Xiaoyu's voice was cold as he said to the two men, make your move. Wang Mokun must die. Chapter 636 The Secret Realm of the Ocean Song, Part 4. Outside the secret realm, wearing troll masks, Gao Yangzhen and Sylvia reunited and sneaked into the Bay Villa, walking through the swirling snow. This is where some of Wang Mokun's family members live. His wife and several of his favored children live here, Sylvia said. His other lovers and illegitimate children are still in the heart of the Sakura Kingdom and did not come to the secret realm with him. Gao Yangzhen nodded and said coldly, since that's the case, let's make our move. I just need Darkray's help so I can bring them back. Sylvia nodded, her gaze falling on Gao Yangzhen, who was wearing a troll mask. Then her voice turned serious, you should know why you were brought along on this mission. This must be kept secret. Don't let anyone else know except for you and me. Gao Yangzhen nodded. He knew, of course, that the reason he was able to execute this operation in an instant was entirely due to his identity as the Black Glove. Sakeki, he'll do the things that are inconvenient for him to do. Now that Wang Mokun's family has been kidnapped, it's inconvenient for Sakamoto to take action. After all, one shouldn't let one's family suffer the consequences, but there's also a saying that one should nip the problem in the bud. Once the rockets killed Wang Mokun, the seeds of hatred were sown, and they had to eliminate him completely. Moreover, since Wang Mokun's family enjoyed everything he gained after his betrayal, they should also share the consequences of that betrayal with him. Everything a person does comes at a price. Let's do it. Don't let anyone on the list escape. Abduct them all and hand them over to the China Pokémon Association. They can decide what to do with them. A fierce chill swept through the land, and heavy snow fell. Flames rose from the ground. Looking at the three masked figures and the three Gigantamax Pokémon before him, Wang Mokun trembled, his heart filled with despair. Why me? Why is the rockets causing me trouble? Go, Electabuzz. Wang Mokun gritted his teeth and threw out a Pokeball, his last trump card, but now it looked like a joke. Looking at the three Pokémon in front of him, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, one for each of you. You choose first. Leave Electivire to me. Suikun's voice rang out, Cinderace, Gigantamax Fireball. That Feraligatr is mine. Jiangyu's voice rang out, Charizard, Full Power Hurricane. Hearing their words, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Wang Mokun, who was riding on Salamence, and slowly said, Laplace, Absolute Zero. A biting cold swept through the air, and blizzards raged. A raging chill enveloped the beach and the sky. Ice energy surged wildly towards the Bloodwing Wyvern, and the elemental advantage made it unable to withstand the attack head-on. Run, Bloodwing Wyvern! Wang Mokun shouted. At this moment, he only wanted to survive and didn't care about his mighty crocodile and electric monster at all. In order to survive, he had no choice but to abandon his Pokémon. Hearing Wang Mokun's words, the Bloodwing dragon flapped its wings frantically, trying to escape with all its might, but the surging cold air was like an invisible giant hand, and it couldn't escape no matter what. Everywhere you look, there is a blizzard, as if you have entered a world of ice and snow. Its wings are covered with a layer of frost, which hinders its flight. The cold wave grew increasingly fierce, and the oncoming wind and snow brought even more despair. The Bloodwing dragon's crimson wings fluttered less and less in the cold wind, teetering on the verge of collapse. There seemed to be only endless wind and snow before my eyes. It seemed there was no way to escape the raging wind and snow. His body was freezing cold, and in such frigid weather, he was beginning to lose consciousness and awareness. The Bloodwing Wyvern can withstand it, but a human like him can't. No. Wang Mokun's consciousness began to blur. He reached out his hand to struggle and cry for help, but there was nothing but the swirling snow. Roar! Bloodwing Dragon also realized that Wang Mokun's condition was quite bad. Left with no other choice, it could only descend to the ground at top speed. At the same time, fire energy surged from its body, and it used its wings and massive body to protect Wang Mokun, shielding him from the wind and snow and warming him. The Bloodwing Dragon used its wings to create a final barrier for Wang Mokun, protecting him through the wind and snow, but its body gradually froze. Alright, Laplace, you can stop now. Xiaoyu signaled Gigantamax Lapras to stop. He walked toward Salamence, whose body was covered in snow, but its blood-red wings were still burning with flames, constantly warming Wang Mokun beneath it, as if it wanted to protect Wang Mokun with its own life. The Bloodwing Dragon in the snowstorm was on its last legs, but even so, it still raised its head high, glared at Xiaoyu, and let out a weak roar. Seeing this scene before him, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and he felt a sense of emotion. But an enemy is an enemy, and since the Bloodwing Dragon has chosen to fight for Wang Mokun, it must die. Xiaoyu's expression grew cold, and he ordered Metagross, kill him. Page 437. Its sharp claws, coated with steel-based energy, pierced straight through the Bloodwing Wyvern's body, revealing the dying Wang Mokun beneath it. Cough cough. Wang Mokun's face was pale, clearly in great pain. He looked at Xiaoyu, stretched out his hand with difficulty, and with a last glimmer of hope, wanted to beg for mercy. Please, let me go. Seeing Wang Mokun's desperate pleas, Xiaoyu's eyes sharpened, showing no mercy. You don't need to beg me for mercy. Go beg for mercy from those you killed, Laplace. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a chill rushed toward Wang Mokun, instantly covering his clothes with a layer of frost, which began to freeze. No. Wang Mokun reached out, trying to make a final struggle, but before he could finish speaking, frost spread and he was completely frozen. The kneeling body, the pleading expression, and the outstretched hand combined to form a perfect ice sculpture before our eyes. After dealing with Wang Mokun, Xiaoyu then turned his attention to the dead Bloodwing Wyvern. Although the Bloodwing Wyvern was dead, its corpse still had value. Roar. Just then, Metagross made a sound towards Xiaoyu, pointing to the abdomen of the Bloodwing dragon corpse in front of it. Does it have something inside its stomach? Metagross nodded, then extended its sharp claws and pierced through Salamanque's abdomen, retrieving a tiny Pokémon egg, a Bloodwing Wyvern sprite egg. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. The Bloodwing Wyvern simply followed the wrong master. On the other side, Shui Yetu and Jiangyu also dealt with their respective enemies, killing the mighty crocodile or the electric monster, and dissecting the corpses to take away useful materials. The two originally intended to capture the two Pokémon alive, but both Feraligatr and Electivire chose to fight to the death. This is quite normal, even champion-level Pokémon have their own dignity. The two walked to Xiaoyu's side and looked at Wang Mokun, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Even as he was turned into an ice sculpture, Wang Mokun maintained a pleading posture, ready to go. Chapter 637 The Secret Realm of the Ocean Song, Part 5. The heavy snow gradually stopped. Ice shards flew everywhere in the secret realm, thick smoke billowed, cries and screams rose from all sides, and flames burned incessantly. The once bustling Ocean Song secret realm has been completely looted. Almost everything of value was looted, leaving behind only ruins of ice and fire. When Kigo Nishino, the champion of the Sakura Kingdom Islands region, arrived at the Ocean Song secret realm, it was already half an hour later. Kigo Nishino walked on the thick ice, his face ashen, coldly observing the ruined Ocean Song secret realm. He received the message half an hour ago. Team Rocket, led by Giovanni, raided the Ocean Song realm, causing devastating destruction. Almost all the Pokémon that could be taken were looted, and those that could not be taken, were eventually turned into cold corpses. The Rockets left behind almost nothing of value. Even all the fruit trees in the orchard area were looted, and the fruit trees that couldn't be taken were uprooted. All the buildings and facilities were destroyed, leaving almost nothing of value. Kigo Nishino's eyes blazed with fury. He was determined to make the Rockets pay the price, no matter what. Champion. A Pokémon Association staff member, looking flustered and riding a Gyarados, spotted Kigo Nishino and quickly approached, leaping off the Gyarados. What's up? We discovered Sato Tenno's body, and all of Sato Tenno's family members in the secret realm have disappeared. As Kigo Nishino listened to the staff member's words, his expression grew increasingly cold. He nodded slightly and said, "Lead the way." On the beach in front of Wang Mokun's villa in the bay, the flames burned fiercely, dancing in the darkness. Right in the middle of the raging fire, a crystal-clear ice sculpture stood out prominently. His body was half kneeling, his expression pleading, and his outstretched hand was frozen in midair. One can imagine how desperately Wang Mokun begged for mercy before he died. In front of the ice sculpture, 4 large characters formed by flames are constantly burning. He deserves death. The 4 large characters with flames dancing and the ice sculpture pleading for mercy together create a breathtaking scene. Looking at Sato Shigehara's ice sculpture and the large characters engulfed in flames, Nishino Kigo felt a surge of anger and felt extremely ashamed. Since Sato Shigehara is destined to die, he might as well die standing up with dignity. The champion. The staff member next to him said cautiously, all 3 of Sato's Pokémon died in battle. Their bodies are over there and have been dissected. We haven't moved them. His expression changed several times before he finally took a deep breath. Although Sato is a spineless coward, at least he begged for mercy after all the Pokémon had died, which shows he still has some backbone. I understand. Kigo Nishino nodded and said to the staff member beside him, Elite Sato fought bravely against the enemy and died in the secret realm. His merits are outstanding. I will report to the Pokémon Association and reward Elite Sato. Yes. The staff member nodded. Kigo Nishino nodded, then said with a serious face, increase the rescue efforts and rescue all the trapped residents. All the trapped residents must be rescued within 8 hours. At the same time, check the nearby surveillance footage to see if it has captured anything useful. Also, we must thoroughly investigate this matter, and all the perpetrators involved must pay the price. Yes, the staff member replied in a low voice. Which way did they run? Kigo Nishino asked, looking at the frozen sea. There. Okay. Kigo Nishino looked in the direction the staff member was pointing. China, under night. Just like when they arrived, the rockets also retreated in 2 groups. Long Yaning, Sylvia, and Gao Yangzhen retreated via an aerial route aboard Gigantamax Corviknight, taking the looted items and hostages with them. Xiaoyu, Jiangyu, and Shueiyeta rode on the back of Gigantamax Lapras, traveling by sea. The operation went very smoothly and yielded great results. Everyone received a reward, which I will distribute when we get back. But Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the 2 of them. Afterwards, we will definitely face the insane retaliation from the Sakura Kingdom, which will stop at nothing to achieve its goals. Jiangyu, you're alright. Since you're wearing a mask, they don't know your true identity. They can only start their investigation by looking at your Gigantamax Charizard. You must make sure the people around you keep quiet, or you'll be in trouble. Xiaoyu paused slightly at this point, then looked at Shueiyeta. Shueiyeta, you must be careful. Your helmet is far too conspicuous. With just a little investigation, they will find out about your background in the Dragon Sands. At that time, Longsha will definitely face a fierce retaliation from the Sakura Kingdom. Xiaoyu looked at Shueiyeta with a serious expression. Although the Sakura Kingdom does not dare to directly enter Russia and China to cause you trouble, you still have to be careful. Shueiyeta nodded. We can separate up ahead. Jiangyu, you go back to Siam. Shueiyeta and I will go north. Ah. A dozen minutes later, Jiangyu and Xiaoyu parted ways, and Jiangyu returned to Golden City alone. This left only Xiaoyu and Shueiyeta. After watching Jiangyu leave, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Shueiyeta, specifically on her motorcycle helmet, his eyes burning with intensity. Shueiyeta also sensed Xiaoyu's gaze and looked at Xiaoyu. Shueiyeta, actually, I'm very curious about your true identity. Xiaoyu looked at Shueiyeta and said without any hesitation, although you have proven with your actions that I can trust you, I still can't feel at ease without seeing your face with my own eyes and knowing your true identity. As Xiaoyu spoke, he approached Shueiyeta with piercing eyes. What is Shueiyeta's true identity? As Sakeki approached, Ms. Wiyuo instinctively stepped back. Who exactly are you? Xiaoyu's voice rang out, pressing closer step by step. Alright, since you want to know who I am, boss, then I'll show you. Page 438. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Shueiyeta silently placed her hand on her helmet, then took it off, revealing that familiar yet ordinary face. Shueiyeta remains as steady as ever. Beneath her motorcycle helmet, she wore a ditto mask of the highest caliber, the same familiar face she had seen on the snow country train. Shueiyeta, Xiaoyu smiled helplessly and said slowly, I want to see your real face. Take off your ditto mask. A faint smile appeared on Shueiyeta's face. She looked at Xiaoyu and said in a soft, gentle voice, is appearance really that important? If you really want to know what I look like, how about you promise me one thing? What's up? Chapter 638 The True Identity of Shueiyeta. Xiaoyu looked at Shueiyeta, a thoughtful expression on his face, and said softly, what is it? Help me find something. Shueiyeta's voice rang out, her eyes gleaming. Looking for something? Xiaoyu frowned, looking at Shueiyeta in front of him, hesitant to speak, and after several breaths, he slowly opened his mouth and nodded, okay. Looking at Shueiyeta's ordinary face, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. In fact, he had been pondering Shueiyeta's true identity recently. Looking back on their experiences, Xiaoyu realized that something seemed off from the very first time they met. The 2 first met in Hilong City on the southwestern border of China, but Shueiyeta had previously only been active near the northeastern border. Spanning the entire country from the northeast to the southwest, Shueiyeta would have to be either insane or have some other purpose to travel thousands of miles to Hilong City. Something is clearly wrong here. She seems to have come to Black Dragon City specifically to join Team Rocket. Secondly, after meeting with Xiaoyu and having a brief conversation, Shueiyeta agreed to join Team Rocket so readily that Xiaoyu felt she had come to Black Dragon City just to wait for him. Of course, based on the above 2 points alone, Xiaoyu only had doubts. What really made Xiaoyu suspicious was Shueiyeta's behavior on the snow country train last time. Shueiyeta was wearing a ditto mask under his motorcycle helmet, which gave Xiaoyu a sense of unease. Furthermore, the most suspicious thing is Shueiyeta's voice. Many people may get lost in the sounds of the consonants and overlook the key to the problem. It's quite unusual that a woman who has been active on the northeastern border for a long time would have a standard double character pronunciation. Looking back now, Xiaoyu strongly suspects that Shui Yeta did this in order to hide his identity. She must have heard her voice before. She was worried that I would guess her identity from her voice, so she deliberately spoke in a lisp to avoid revealing her identity. Acquaintance. The Northeast region. I've met them before, their voices are familiar, and they seem to know me to some extent, so they likely know my true identity. They deliberately came to Heilong City. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Shui Yeta. Considering the above points, Xiaoyu could only think of one person, Chi Hanking. While peach shortbread fits the description to some extent, its age is incorrect. Shui Yeta started appearing a few years ago, when Tao Su was only 14 or 15 years old, so it couldn't be Tao Su. Could it really be Chi Hanking? When Xiaoyu began to suspect that the person in front of him might be Chi Hanking, the more he doubted it, the more deeply this thought took root in his mind. Like a seed, it takes root and sprouts in the mind, constantly growing. To verify his conjecture, Xiaoyu began to sort out the experiences of Chi Hanking and Shui Yetu, comparing the similarities between the two. First of all, Chi Hanking's father died in that great battle 20 years ago. At that time, 1/3 of the 4 heavenly kings and champions in China had fallen, including Chi Hanking's father. Although Chi Rugui is only a water-type gym leader, he is a renowned genius in China. Like Xiaoyu, he has the ability to fight beyond his level and has once defeated a Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member. He is hailed as a future champion of China. Unfortunately, Chi Rugui didn't have any special advantages like Xiaoyu. Although he could defeat Elite Four level trainers, he couldn't defeat the champion and died in that battle, becoming a regret in everyone's hearts. Similarly, Chi Rugui's death also had a great impact on the Chi family and on Chi Hanking. Originally, Chi Hanking aspired to become a Pokémon trainer and possessed exceptional talent in that field. However, after this incident, she gave up on becoming a trainer and switched to scientific research. About 12 or 13 years after Chi Rugui's death, Shui Yeta first appeared, acting as the vice president of the Longsha Society in the northeastern border region. At the same time that Shui Yetu appeared, the Longsha Society began to grow rapidly, and the Chi family's power began to shrink. As one side declined while the other rose, the Dragon Sand Society took over most of the forces abandoned by the Chi family and achieved rapid development. Although the Longsha Society and the Chi family are openly at odds, the friction between their lower-level members is constant, and the leaders of both sides have never actually fought each other. This is highly suspicious. Secondly, after this hijacking of the Snow Country train, when Chi Hanking came to question him after learning that he and Longsha Society had robbed the Chi family's goods, Xiaoyu was prepared to break off all pretense, but Chi Hanking raised the issue high and then gently lowered it, as if she were just going through the motions. Her words didn't seem to imply much dislike for the Longsha Society, and thinking back on that attitude now, Xiaoyu felt increasingly uneasy. Lastly and most importantly, regarding the time when Suokun's Garchomp died in battle, I recall the scene where Mega Swampert caught up with Corviknight. The situation was extremely critical. At that time, Xiaoyu had already made a decision to release Iron Warrior and Myers Mega Swampert for a desperate fight. Most importantly, he already had the Iron Warrior's Pokeball in his hand. In that situation, all the other Pokemon Suokun must have seen this scene, and they must all know that Xiaoyu still had a trump card up his sleeve. But it was precisely under these circumstances that Suokun suddenly interrupted him, preventing him from releasing Iron Warrior and ordering his Mega Garchomp to fight to the death. The death of Mega Garchomp bought everyone a chance to escape, and Xiaoyu's identity was not exposed at the same time. If Xiaoyu hadn't connected the dots to Shui Yeta's true identity, he probably wouldn't have thought much of it. But now, in hindsight, Xiaoyu suddenly realized. The reason Chi Hanking sent Mega Garchomp to the front was probably to cover up his identity and prevent him from being exposed as an Iron Warrior. Because Chi Hanking knew that he was Sakuragi and that his trump card was Iron Warrior, he ordered Mega Garchomp to take action to cover up Xiaoyu's identity. Although Xiaoyu also doubted that the sharp-tongued Chi Hanking who threatened him could possibly be Shui Yeto, all the facts pointed to this possibility. Moreover, as Chi Hanking's best friend, Long Yaning described Chi Hanking as someone who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. They are sharp-tongued, but their actions completely contradict their words. This perfectly matches the descriptions of Chi Hanking and Shui Yeto. Of course, besides these things, there were many other oddities. For example, both Chi Hanking and Shui Yeta asked him the same question: why establish Team Rocket? Although Xiaoyu might not have suspected any of these things individually, when put together, he suddenly felt that there was something very wrong. Xiaoyu thought about it more and felt that it was possible, especially since Shui Yeta's height and figure were very similar to Qi Hanking's. Too many coincidences overlapped, making Shui Yeta's identity almost obvious. Similarly, if Qi Hanking is indeed Shui Yeto, then many things make sense. Chapter 639 The Secrets of Audiobooks. Azure sky, rippling blue waves. Flocks of long-winged gulls soar over the sea, forming a V-shape. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared beneath the surface of the sea. Woo! Gigantamax Laps let out a melodious cry, its massive body breaking through the water's surface, splashing huge sprays that startled the long-winged gulls on the sea, causing them to scatter and flee. After successfully pulling off the prank, Gigantamax Lapras let out a joyful cry. "Alright, Laplace, stop." Xiaoyu's voice rang out, then he turned to look at Shui Yeta beside him and slowly said, "We're almost at the place you mentioned. Now you can tell me what you want to take?" Page 439. Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Shui Yeta turned to look at the boundless sea before her and said softly, "A treasure. I'll tell you what it is when we get there. Don't worry, boss, it's not far." "Okay." Hearing Shui Yeta's words, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. He was becoming more and more curious about the things Shui Yeta was talking about. He nodded gently, "Then let's hurry up." Gigantamax Lapras leisurely swung its flippers and continued to accelerate towards its destination. Half an hour later, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and a torrential rain began to fall. Endless black fog also appeared on the sea, blocking out the sunlight. The storm raged, with lightning and thunder. The waves rolled and whirlpools were numerous. The eerie black fog and the harsh weather caused Xiaoyu to frown slightly. He turned to Shui Yeta beside him and asked, "This is the legendary Sea of Death? Is this our destination?" Xiaoyu had also heard of the infamous Dead Sea. Countless ships and Pokémon had perished there. If it weren't for the colossal size of Gigantamax Laplace, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the surging waves. Shui Yeta gazed through the glass at the distant sea shrouded in black mist, a hint of longing in her eyes. Her expression was complex, and she was lost in thought for a long moment before finally speaking. "Boss, you should know the legend of the Ocean City secret realm, Audiobooks." "Audiobooks, what does this have to do with the Sea of Death?" After Shui Yeta finished speaking, she looked at Xiaoyu with a gaze that was sharp and piercing, as if she could see through Xiaoyu's true nature. Sensing Shui Yeta's gaze, Xiaoyu frowned and slowly nodded. "I know, but Audiobooks has been submerged for many years, and no one has ever been able to bring Audiobooks back to life." Xiaoyu paused slightly, unable to fathom Shui Yeta's purpose in bringing him here, before asking, "What is the connection between Audiobooks and the Sea of Death?" A faint smile appeared on Shui Yeta's lips as she spoke softly. "Of course there's a connection, and a very deep one at that. You should have heard that no one has ever opened the Audiobooks secret realm." Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Of course he knew that no one had ever opened Audiobooks, and the key to open the secret realm of the ocean city of Audiobooks was still on him. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Shui Yeta, quietly waiting for what would happen next. Shui Yeta smoothed her hair and continued softly, "Legend has it that to open the Audiobooks secret realm, you need a key. That key is called the heart drop. A drop of water from the heart. How does the water monkey know?" Xiaoyu was startled, his pupils contracted slightly, but his face remained expressionless as he silently stared at Shui Yeta. How did Shui Yeta know that the key to Audiobooks was called the heart drop? This is news that even the divine coffin didn't know. "But the drop of water from the heart is only the first step," Shui Yeta said, looking at Xiaoyu. "First step? What does it mean? Step 1. Is there a second step?" "The heart drop can only open the Audiobooks secret realm, but it cannot bring Audiobooks, which is submerged in the ocean, back to the surface." Shui Yeta's eyes were sharp and her face was calm as she slowly said, "If you want Audiobooks to see the light of day again and completely break the curse of Audiobooks, you need something else." Hearing this, Xiaoyu frowned even more deeply. Where did Shui Yeta hear these secrets? How come he had no idea? "What is it?" Xiaoyu asked. "A broken, water-dripping stone slab." Shui Yeta's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu as she spoke, word by word. A water-dripped slab. The slate of Arceus. Upon hearing about this legendary item, Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but race. If we were to rank all the items in the world, the 18 tablets of Arceus would undoubtedly be at the very top of the pyramid. The creation tablet of this world and the tablet in the game are two completely different items. In the game, the stone tablet can only increase the type of move a Pokémon can use by 20%. If Arceus holds it, it will change the type of move it is held by. However, the stone slabs in this world can not only directly grant immunity to attacks of the corresponding attribute, but also greatly increase the power of moves of the corresponding attribute. It can also continuously improve a Pokémon's aptitude, greatly accelerate its growth, and allow it to learn the corresponding type move, Light Shard. The Slate of Arceus is an extremely powerful tool. So far, Xiaoyu has only seen 2 stone slabs. One of them was an evil-faced stone tablet in Su Xiu's hands, which helped Su Xiu grow rapidly. In just a few years, he grew to the level of a champion. One of the emerald tablets in the hands of Champion Meyer made Meyer's already extremely powerful Swampert even more invincible. Mega Swampert paired with Emerald Slate is a godlike existence at the near master level. Now that Xiaoyu has heard about the water drop slab, how could he not be excited? If I can obtain the water drop slab and have my Gigantamax Lapras carry it. Super Giant Laplace already possessed near master level talent and champion level strength. If wearing a water droplet slab, Xiaoyu's blood was boiling just thinking about it. He couldn't even imagine how strong Gigantamax Laplace really was. With its aptitude at least at the master level, its growth rate will accelerate dramatically, and it will be immune to water-type moves. Who could possibly be a match for Gigantamax Lapras in the ocean? Unless that fathead fish comes, who can fight against Gigantamax Laplace? Xiaoyu was already imagining himself dominating the world after obtaining the water drop stone, but then he quickly calmed down. First of all, the water droplet stone slab mentioned by Shui Yetu is only broken, and is definitely not as powerful as the complete water droplet stone slab. Secondly, if it were really that easy to obtain, Shui Yetu would have taken it herself. There would be no way it would be her turn. Last but not least, Shui Yetu asked him to help her get it. Even if they obtained it, the broken water droplet stone slab would still be given to Shui Yetu. No matter how despicable and treacherous I am, I could not bring myself to forcibly take what belongs to Shui Yetu. Suicune, in particular, was extremely loyal to her. Her strongest ace, Mega Garchomp, died in battle to cover everyone's retreat. If I were to actually steal something from Shui Yetu, I would be truly despicable. Chapter 640 Yonghai Island. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Xiaoyu felt a slight regret, but he quickly rallied. If I get it I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. These things can't be forced, Xiaoyu said slowly, looking at Shui Yetu. So what we've come to find this time is the broken water droplet stone slab. Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Shui Yetu nodded slightly, looking at the sea in front of her. Yes. The broken water droplet stone slab is in this sea area in front of us, the Sea of Death. The name of the Sea of Death is so famous that almost everyone knows about it. Legend has it that if a ship accidentally enters the sea area, even if it is escorted by a water-type Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member, it will almost certainly not be able to escape. Only a water-type Pokémon with near champion level strength would have a chance to escape. But if you venture deep into the Dead Sea, even a champion level water-type Pokémon might not survive. The Sea of Death has always been an absolute forbidden zone, and it has been known by many names such as the Sea Graveyard and the Sea Mass Burial Ground. Broken, water-drip stone slabs could actually happen in a place like this. The reason the sea area has become like this is because of the broken water drop stone slabs, Shui Yetu said softly. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the sea shrouded in black mist before him, which resembled an abyss. Are you confident you can obtain the broken water droplet slab? We're fairly confident, Shui Yetu's voice rang out. Even if we don't get it, at least, we can guarantee we'll get back alive. Hearing Shui Yetu's confident words, Xiaoyu nodded slightly and said, okay, so what should we do now? I will lead you into the heart of the Dead Sea, where a battle will be necessary. Succubus's eyes flashed as she said in a deep voice, there are extremely powerful Pokémon guarding the broken water drop slab. Only by defeating the guarding Pokémon can you take the broken water drop slab. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, wondering how Shui Yetu would lead him into the core area of the Sea of Death. Come out, Greninja. Sukuto's voice rang out as she pulled a Pokeball from her waist and released her signature Pokémon, Greninja. Greninja, go and guide Laplace. After saying this, Mizuki turned to Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Greninja was born and raised here and knows the safe routes to and from the Sea of Death. With its guidance, we can avoid the dangers within the Sea of Death. Hearing Shui Yetu's words, Xiaoyu's doubts deepened. Since Greninja was born and raised here, how did Sukuto capture it? Has she been here before? Xiaoyu suppressed his doubts and then looked at Greninja. Upon hearing Sukuden's command, Greninja leaped and bounded on Gigantamax Lapras's shell, landing on its head and emitting a deep croak. Woo! Page 440. Gigantamax Lapras responded to Greninja, then swung its body, braving the wind and rain, and plunged into the endless black fog. Dark fog filled the air, the sea surged, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. When Gigantamax Laplace entered the Dead Sea, even its massive body began to be affected by the waves, rising and falling and tossing with the tide. A chilling aura swept over us. Through the glass window, Xiaoyu could only see endless darkness and the ever-churning black mist, which, like an evil spirit, was filled with death and eeriness. A bolt of lightning struck by chance, piercing through the black fog and illuminating the sea. Pokémon skeletons floated on the sea, emitting a putrid, fishy smell. Under Greninja's command, Gigantamax Lapras navigated the Dead Sea, constantly navigating its way through undercurrents and whirlpools. After countless turns, the wind and waves gradually subsided, and the black fog gradually thinned. The torrential rain gradually stopped, and the thunder subsided. Xiaoyu looked out the window. Behind Gigantamax Lapras was still an endless expanse of black mist and the occasional bolts of lightning, while in front of it, the view gradually opened up. It was clear that they had also crossed the Sea of Death and entered its core area. Xiaoyu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, without the guidance of Greninja from Succubus, even with Gigantamax Lapras, it might not have been able to enter the core area of the Dead Sea. Shueyeta then came to the window, looked ahead with a flicker in her eyes, and said softly, "We've arrived. Our destination is just ahead. Yonghai Island. Yonghai Island." Xiaoyu silently repeated these 3 words in his mind, certain that he had never heard of this name before. "Let's speed up." Shueyeta's voice rang out. Woo! The closer it got to Yonghai Island, the more excited Gigantamax Lapras became. It sensed the extremely rich water energy and couldn't help but let out a joyful cry, swinging its flippers and accelerating towards Yonghai Island. As they got closer, the scenery on Yonghai Island in the distance became clearer and clearer. The island of Yonghai is covered with lush vegetation, and the clear calls of Pokémon can be heard from time to time. However, just as Gigantamax Lapras was about to approach the island of Eternal, it finally encountered an obstacle. Beneath the surface, a host of Pokémon, including Spikeback, Melodic, Gyarados, and Kingdra, also discovered the intruder Gigantamax Lapras and approached it. However, perhaps intimidated by Gigantamax Lapras's immense power, they did not launch an attack, but instead surrounded Gigantamax Lapras. Looking at these tiny creatures in front of him, Xiaoyu frowned, wondering whether he should let Gigantamax Lapras show its power and drive these Pokémon away. At that moment, Greninja leaped down and landed steadily on the water surface, letting out a warning cry towards the group of Pokémon. Upon hearing Greninja's voice, all the Pokémon turned their attention to it, vaguely recognizing it as Greninja. After a few moments of negotiation, all the water-type Pokémon retreated, making way for each other, and then submerged back beneath the surface of the sea. Gigantamax Lapras continued swimming toward the shore and came to rest a moment later. "Where are we going now?" Xiaoyu turned to Shueyeto and asked. "There's a shrine in the center of the island," Succubus's voice rang out. "If you defeat the Pokémon guarding this place, you can take the broken water drop slab. Stay close to me." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded. "Come out, Salamence." Sukato released Salamence, then rode on its back. "Greninja, lead the way." Greninja nodded, pushed off with its feet, and leaped into the forest. "Follow them, Bloodwing Wyvern." Upon hearing the command from the water jaguar, the Bloodwing dragon flapped its wings and followed closely behind the Greninja into the jungle. Xiaoyu also released Metagross, lightly leaped onto its back, and followed behind the Bloodwing dragon, flying into the jungle. Chapter 641 Guardian Pokémon. In the dense jungle, the Koga Greninja frog leaps and bounds among the tree branches, moving forward swiftly. Bloodwing Wyvern and Metagross followed closely behind it, weaving through the jungle. A few minutes later, a light appeared at the edge of the jungle. After passing through the jungle, the view suddenly opened up. Bright sunshine, azure sky, and drifting white clouds. They finally arrived at the center of Yonghai Island. An ancient temple stands in the center, covered in moss, with green vines climbing on the gray brick walls. Outside the temple was a patch of uneven, muddy ground, with puddles reflecting the clouds in the sky. "We've arrived." Shueyeta looked at the temple before her, her expression solemn and complex. The Greninja beside her leaped lightly, almost as if flying, across the muddy ground, and arrived at the starting point of the temple steps, then slowly walked up the steps. Just then, from the depths of the temple, a figure slowly emerged from the temple, looking down at Greninja. A slender body, a deep blue hue, a pink scarf wrapped around the neck, and a pair of eyes gazing intently at the crowd before him. Another Greninja. Coming. Miss Wiyua's gaze fell on the Greninja in front of her, and at the same time, her Greninja stopped and raised its head to look at the Greninja opposite it. The flames of war burned in their eyes. A champion-level Greninja? Is this the guardian of the broken, water-dripped stone slab? Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Its strength wasn't that great. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Succubus's champion-level Greninja was enough to handle it. And many more. Xiaoyu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stared intently at the Greninja in front of him. His eyes were sharp and piercing. He was shocked to discover that the Greninja in front of him was different from the Greninja in the water Uzu. Because of this suddenly appearing Greninja, its ability description clearly states bond transformation. This means that this Greninja can undergo a bond transformation just like Ash's Greninja. The prerequisite is that the bond between you and your trainer reaches a certain level. What a blessed place this is. Surprisingly, we encountered Greninja, which possesses the bond transformation ability. Looking at the Greninja in front of him, Xiaoyu was also very tempted and couldn't wait to catch it. How can you come to the Pokémon world without catching a Greninja that can transform through bond phenomenon? Even if I didn't get the broken water droplet slab, just getting this Greninja made the trip worthwhile. Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement and reached for the Pokeball, wanting to make a move. Just then, another Greninja emerged from the temple. Compared to the Greninja from before, this Greninja is larger, more muscular, and stronger. A Greninja with master-level strength. The item Broken Water Drop Slab also has the same characteristic, bond transformation. Xiaoyu gasped, looking at the newly appeared Greninja with a serious expression. Fortunately, I haven't acted rashly yet. It seems that the Greninja that appeared earlier was just a decoy, and this Greninja should be the real guardian. However, given the Greninja's formidable strength, even if I were to take action, it would be almost impossible for me to defeat it. If Zekrom were stronger, he might have a chance, but right now Zekrom only has the strength of a king-level being. To defeat a Greninja with a master-level weapon and a broken water drop stone slab, one would need at least a near-master level of strength, which seems like an impossible dream. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then turned to look at Shueisha beside him. Just as he was about to speak, Shueisha's voice suddenly rang out, "Boss, you stand aside, you don't need to take action." Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing Shueisha's words. Page 441. No need to take action? She can handle the two Greninja frogs in front of her by herself. Although Xiaoyu was filled with doubts, he chose to believe Shueisha and stood aside. At that moment, the two young Greninja frogs were already full of fighting spirit and eager for battle, and a battle was about to break out. The other master-level Greninja stood on the steps, watching from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the scene before him, his eyes filled with even more confusion. The Koga Greninja clan guards the broken, water-drip stone slabs on Yonghai Island. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the water rabbit, both Greninja frogs suddenly unleashed a surge of water-type energy. They also made their moves almost simultaneously, the swirling water converging in their hands and transforming into the shape of shuriken. They were using their signature move, the water shuriken. Shuriken made of water energy flew through the air, and the Greninja of the water jade leaped up suddenly, turning into a blur, and rushed towards the Greninja on the steps. Boom! The torrent erupted, and in that instant, the energy of the water system surged, sweeping across the entire area. The two Greninja frogs flashed by, frequently clashing and making crisp sounds. Sukato stood aside, silently watching this scene, without directing the Greninjas to fight, instead letting the two Greninjas fight freely. She turned to look at Xiaoyu and said softly, "Ever since the sinking of Odomare, the broken water drop slab has been guarded by the Greninja clan. That larger Greninja was the guardian of the previous generation. And both this Greninja and my Greninja are descendants of this guardian. The previous guardian's lifespan is coming to an end. It's almost over, and a new guardian is needed to take over its position. Or a hero will appear, take away the broken water drop slab, and let Odomare see the light of day again." As Shueisha spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu, and just then, the Greninja with the bond phenomenon ability unleashed an astonishing burst of water-type energy, which forced back the Vaporeon Greninja. The two Greninja frogs leaped backward, creating distance between themselves. They stood still, gazing at each other from afar, temporarily ceasing their fight, but the fighting spirit in their eyes only intensified. Xiaoyu looked at Shueisha, his brows furrowing slightly. "What do you need me to do for you now?" "Nothing is needed for now," Shueisha's voice rang out, her expression becoming serious and earnest. "If my Greninja wins, we can take the broken water drop slab and break the curse of Odomare. If we lose, that Greninja will become the new guardian. Now we just need to wait until we finish this game." "Greninja." Mizuki's voice rang out, her eyes burning with what seemed like flames. "We've already given them a heads up, so let's get serious and get ready to go." Hearing Mizuki's suddenly cold voice, Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Then Mizuki's voice rang out again, "Greninja, garbage shot." Chapter 642 The Battle of the Temple. Its nimble figure danced in the temple, and with a light tap of its feet, the Koga Greninja leaped high into the air. At the same time, purple poison energy erupted, transforming into a purple torrent that enveloped its body. Its ability to change freely was activated, changing its attribute to poison. Garbage shooting. Purple venomous mud formed in front of him, bubbling and emitting a foul odor, before flying toward the Greninja of the temple. Faced with the trash shot skill, the temple Greninja reacted extremely quickly. Almost instantly, water-type energy surged from its hands, transforming into several water shuriken, which it then hurled out. The palm-sized water shuriken suddenly expanded in mid-air, unleashing astonishing water energy and blocking the trash shooting skill. Boom! The poisonous mud exploded, and poisonous energy sprayed out in all directions, scattering everywhere. Seeing the splattering venom, the Greninja nimbly leaped backward, performing a series of backflips to dodge the splashing purple mud. He crouched slightly, stood still, and gazed at the Greninja of the water rabbit. Greninja, break the tile. The voice of the water-type Greninja rang out again, and the fighting-type moves were undoubtedly an effective way to counter the water-dark dual-type Greninja. Upon hearing Suikun's command, Greninja unleashed fighting-type energy and activated its change of type ability again, switching its type to fighting. His thin fist was filled with fighting-type energy. He pushed off with his feet and instantly became a blur, rushing in front of Greninja. That's fast. Greninja lives up to its reputation as a standard speed attacker. Although its speed is not as outstanding as Dragapult, it is still among the top speeds of all Pokémon. Almost instantly, Vaporeon's Greninja was close enough to strike, unleashing a powerful punch that sent fighting-type energy surging forth and hurtling towards the Temple Greninja. Faced with the attack from the Waterloo's Greninja, the Temple Greninja remained remarkably calm. At this moment, it actually intended to take the attack head-on while launching a counterattack. Psychic-type abilities appeared on its body, and its eyes shone with a purple light. Supernatural powers. Normally, psychic-type moves are ineffective against Greninja, which is water or dark. However, Vaporeon's Greninja switches its type to fighting due to its adaptability ability. Fighting-type moves are twice as weak to psychic-type moves. In this way, both sides used moves that countered each other. An invisible psychic energy surged towards the Greninja of the water rabbit, slamming into its body. At the same time, Suikun's Greninja delivered a powerful punch to the Temple Greninja, and the force sent it staggering backward. Boom! The Greninja, also a water-type frog, was forced back by the supernatural power, a look of pain on its face. It staggered back several steps before finally stopping and raising its head. Its gaze fell upon the Greninja on the temple steps. The Temple Greninja took a hit from a brick break attack and also sustained considerable damage. Its gaze was also fixed intently on the Koga Greninja, its eyes burning with intensity. His aura was rising steadily. The Greninja of the temple gently moved its wrist, rubbing the injured area, then twisted its neck, its gaze fixed on the Greninja of the water rabbit. The battle just now was merely a test. The real battle is about to begin. Boom! At this moment, a surge of water-type energy erupted from the Greninja of the temple, transforming into azure water that enveloped the Greninja's body, surging and converging towards its hands. The spiraling water flow eventually settled into the shape of shuriken and kunao. The Greninja of the temple gripped a water shuriken in one hand and a water kunao in the other, its eyes seemingly swirling with water as it stared intently at the water jade. Champion level, peak strength. Xiaoyu looked at the temple Greninja with a solemn expression. Its strength and aura were very similar to the previous Iron Warrior. It had already reached the peak of the champion level and could break through at any time. It's even possible that they could break through in this very battle. On the other side, Vaporeon's Greninja, while also a champion level player, is slightly inferior to Temple Greninja. However, the Greninja from the Waterloo has advantages in both skills and abilities. As long as the Temple Greninja doesn't break through to the near master level, this battle is still going to be a good one. Seeing the Greninja's imposing momentum on the other side, Mizuki remained calm. Looking at her own Greninja, she said, "Greninja, in that case, let's use water shuriken too." As the voice of the water jade rang out, her Greninja also erupted with astonishing water-type energy, forming a water shuriken in its hand. With a sudden leap, it charged forward. Boom! The water shuriken clashed together, making a loud noise and splashing water everywhere. Bang, bang, bang! The continuous close-quarters combat resembled that of assassins, with water blades slashing repeatedly. All that could be heard were the crisp sounds of their collisions and their dancing figures, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the two separated again. Waves of water. At this moment, Greninja in the temple used the water pulse skill. Secret attack on key points. Page 442. On the other side, the voice of the water rabbit rang out, prompting Greninja to unleash its ambush skill. The Greninja of the temple burst forth with water-type energy, leaping high into the air. Countless giant water spheres instantly formed and flew towards the Greninja of the water jade. At the same time, dark-type energy suddenly erupted from Greninja, forming an energy dagger in its hand, which it gripped tightly as it moved closer. A sharp, dark-type energy dagger flashed by, its black energy surging as it cleaved the incoming water spheres in two. Boom! The water balloon burst open, creating a downpour that soaked the bodies of the two Greninja frogs. Immediately afterward, the Greninja of the water jade didn't stop for a moment. It leaped up, danced in the air, and wielded a short blade formed from dark-type energy. With a single slash, it fiercely struck at the Greninja of the temple. Boom! The sharp dark-type energy dagger pierced Greninja's body, but in that instant, Greninja's body suddenly dissipated, transforming into a substitute that blocked the attack. Stand ability. At that moment, a dark blue figure appeared to the side. Water cannons. Greninja of the temple unleashed its signature move, Hydro Pump, and boundless water-type energy materialized before it. Boom! The torrent erupted, shooting out like cannonballs. A torrent of water-based energy erupted, shooting straight at the Greninja of the water rabbit like laser beams, creating an astonishing spectacle. Hold on. A shield of light appeared, like a transparent glass dome, blocking the terrifying attack. Greninja, Power-Up Punch. Chapter 643 The Broken Water Droplet Slab. Crimson fighting-type energy burned on its fists, blazing like flames. At the same time, Greninja once again used its Change of Fortune ability to change its type to fighting. The Greninja of the water rabbit unleashed a punch, its aura surging ever higher. Although the enhancement fist is not particularly powerful, it can increase one's attack power through attacks, making one stronger the longer the battle goes on. On the other side, Greninja in the temple once again unleashed Psychic-type energy, using the familiar Psychic-type move. If Greninja uses its adaptability ability to change its type to fighting, Temple Greninja will be able to use the Psychic move. An invisible surge of supernatural energy erupted, whipping up a massive gale that swept up fallen leaves as it blasted out with all its might. Greninja, charge! As Suikoden's voice rang out, Greninja bravely withstood the attack of the supernatural power and leaped forward. Boom! A tremendous force struck, hitting Greninja, but at the crucial moment, Greninja used a substitute move to block the powerful blow. Its main body quickly closed in and bombarded the Greninja with punches. The Greninja of the temple also let out a painful hiss, retreating backward to dodge the attacks from the Greninja of the water rabbit. The continuous injuries had severely weakened its physique, and its eyes were also blazing with anger. Secret attack on key points. Then, its body was filled with dark energy, which transformed into a short blade in its hand, and it approached Greninja of the water jade, preparing for a desperate fight. Greninja, full power, water shuriken. A clash between a flying water shuriken and a sneak attack on vital points. The two Greninja frogs pushed off with their feet almost simultaneously, propelling themselves forward and leaping out. His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed intently on the other person. Boom! Energy surged, and azure water energy and black evil energy erupted, illuminating the entire temple and causing a massive explosion. The Greninja of the temple flew backward out of the smoke, like a kite with a broken string, streaking across the sky before crashing to the ground and tumbling several times before coming to a stop. It struggled to support itself on the ground with its hands, raised its head to look at the Greninja of the water jade, its eyes filled with resentment, still wanting to continue fighting. But its legs were already trembling slightly, clearly indicating that its body had reached its limit. It struggled to stand up, and a small black evil energy dagger materialized in its hand once again. It let out an unwilling roar, staggered, and desperately tried to launch one last attack. On the other side, the Greninja of the water rabbit stood still, its body slightly bent, panting heavily. Although he looked terrible, at least he was still standing there. Greninja, Mizuki's voice was filled with reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, her voice finally rang out, the final wave of water. Water-type Greninja gathered water-type energy in its hands once more, and water balls shot out, flashing past and accurately hitting the temple Greninja. Although it was a very weak water wave, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back, knocking him away, causing him to collapse to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. As Suko watched her Greninja win the battle, Suko watched calmly. Then, she took a deep breath, her expression becoming complicated. She turned to look at the elderly Greninja beside her and slowly said, "I won." Upon hearing the words of the water frog, the elderly Kogagreeb leaped down. Approaching Xiaoyu and Shueyeto, it lowered its eyes and gazed at the two of them, Finally, its gaze settled on Shueyato, and it let out a clear chirp. Gorge. Xiaoyu frowned, unable to understand Greenanjia's words at all, and turned to look at Mizuki. Meanwhile, Suikun was clearly prepared, having already released a Gardevoir with the telepathic ability to communicate with the elderly Greenanjia. The elderly Greenanjia's gaze fell upon the water jade, and it slowly spoke. Gardevoir, standing to the side, acted as a simultaneous interpreter. You won, you proved your strength, and as agreed, you can take the broken water stone slab. Greenanjia looked at the water jade and let out a low croak. But I can't sense the key on you. You must produce the key before I can give you the broken water drop slab. Upon hearing the word key, Shueyato turned her head and looked at Xiaoyu, saying softly, Xiaoyu, the heart's water drop is on you. Take out the heart's water drop. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Shueyato in surprise. She knew her true identity was Xiaoyu, and she knew the drops of heart's water had fallen on her. However, before Xiaoyu could ask a question, Shueyato reached down to her chin and forcefully removed the ditto mask, revealing her true face. A cool, aloof face, and flowing, fluttering hair. Looking at Chi Hanking, Xiaoyu paused slightly, but he was not surprised by the result. He had actually guessed Shueyata's true identity. Xiaoyu, I'll tell you the details later. Let's take out the heart drop and show it to it first. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu had many questions in his mind, but he still chose to believe Chi Hanking and took out the heart drop. Once repaired, a shimmering droplet of heart-shaped water appeared in Xiaoyu's hand. The elderly Greenanjia and Chi Hanking were taken aback. You've repaired the drop of heart. Xiaoyu nodded. At this moment, the aged Greenanjia's gaze fell upon Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him intently. After a few breaths, its voice slowly rang out, I will give you the broken water droplet slab, but I hope you will also keep your promise and break the curse of Odomare. Now. Chi Hanking looked at the elderly Greenanjia, shook his head, and firmly refused. It's too early, there's no need to rush, we can wait a little longer. I came here today just to show you that my father has a successor. I will definitely fulfill the promise my father failed to keep. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, the elderly Greenanjia's gaze fell on the two of them. I believe you. You and your father are very different, but he and your father are very similar. The elderly Greenanjia pointed a finger at Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Chi Hanking's lips curled up slightly. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have brought the heart drop to see you. Let's come back another day. The broken water drop stone slab, we'll come back to retrieve it at a more suitable time. The aged Greenanjia looked at the two of them and said in a deep, hoarse voice, there's no need to wait any longer. I don't have much time left to live, maybe a few months, maybe a month. Today is the best opportunity. Chapter 644 Koga Ninja Frog. Yonghai Island, Temple. As soon as the elderly Greenanjia finished speaking, a surge of water-based energy erupted from its body, sweeping across the entire temple like a torrent. A bright blue light shone throughout the temple, so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The entire temple is centered around it, forming a huge vortex of water, with endless water energy flowing towards it. Page 443. Enveloped by the water flow, the elderly Greenanjia frog's body floated uncontrollably into the air, hovering there, its body enveloped by a transparent curtain of water. Dong dong. The heartbeat sounded like thunder, accompanied by the heartbeat of the old Greenanjia frog, as endless water flowed towards its chest. Upon hearing the thunderous heartbeat, the Greenanjia, which had fallen to the ground, slowly regained consciousness. Looking at the elderly Greenanjia floating in the air, it got up and tried to stop it. But the elderly Greenanjia simply waved its hand gently, and a gentle stream of water enveloped the temple Greenanjia and carried it away, placing it gently aside. The situation before him left Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. Chi Hanking, standing to the side, had a cold expression as he looked at the elderly Greenanjia floating in the air, a faint sadness appearing in his eyes. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the chest of the elderly Greenanjia. A small, bright blue cube-shaped stone slowly peeled off from the chest of the elderly Greenanjia frog. The small cube-shaped stone was enveloped in endless water energy, radiating brilliant light. This is the broken, water droplet slab. Xiaoyu and Chi Hanking both focused their attention on the broken, water drop-shaped stone slab. A continuous stream of water gushed out from the cube-shaped stone, shimmering with dazzling light, attracting the attention of Xiaoyu and Chi Hanking. Boom! However, at that moment, a huge roar resounded, and all the water energy around the cube-shaped stone spread outward in a ring, forming a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. The huge impact caused Xiaoyu and Chi Hanking to fall to the ground together. The cube floating in the air also lost its dazzling light at the same time, turning into a blue cube of stone, which fell to the ground. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and a torrential downpour began. The elderly Greninja had lost its energy and was about to fall to the ground when the water rabbit Greninja leaped forward and caught the old Greninja, gently placing it on the ground. After peeling away the broken, water-drop stone slab, the aged Greninja frog seemed even older. His once strong body seemed to have been drained dry, and he lay on the ground, barely alive, as if he might die at any moment. Xiaoyu was startled by what he saw. He looked at Chi Hanking beside him and asked, "What's wrong with it?" "It has lived for a very, very long time. It has been alive since before Odomare sank. It had long since reached the limit of its lifespan. If it weren't for the broken water-drop stone slab, it would have died. Now that the broken water-drop stone slab has been removed, it has lost the energy of the slab, and its aged body can no longer hold on." Chi Hanking had known this would happen, which is why she kept saying there was no need to hand over the broken water-drop stone slab to her today. She looked at the elderly Greninja in front of her, a touch of sadness appearing in her eyes. The Greninja from the temple also stumbled over, looked at the dying, elderly Greninja with a sorrowful expression, and knelt down on the ground. Looking at its two children, the elderly Greninja showed a relieved smile and said in a hoarse voice with difficulty, "I was already dying. Even without the stone tablet, I wouldn't have lived for more than half a year." Greninja turned its head with difficulty and looked at the temple Greninja. "You can go and see the outside world now, go out and see it." As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly Greninja slowly closed its eyes and peacefully passed away. The parting came too suddenly. Xiaoyu never expected to witness this scene of life and death on Yanghai Island. Perhaps the Greninja in the temple just fought desperately to win, simply so that its father could live a little longer, even if it was just a few more months. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and at that moment he thought of the items he had obtained. Iridescent crown feathers. Rainbow-crested feather can revive people or Pokémon that have been dead for no more than 30 minutes, so it should be able to revive an elderly Greninja that just died. However, Xiaoyu was not sure, because the Greninja frog's life cycle is natural, and its iridescent crest might not necessarily have any effect. Xiaoyu took out the rainbow crown feather from the system space and tried to use it, but he got a disappointing result. People or Pokémon that die of natural causes cannot be revived. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, as the elderly Greninja died, the temple Greninja let out a painful roar. The torrential rain submerged its body. After a long while, the Greninja of the temple slowly raised its head, its cold gaze falling on Mizuki, Natsum, and Mizuki's Greninja, carrying an undisguised chill. He had clearly attributed the death of the elderly Greninja to the three of them. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. What kind of mess is this? He said he was going to capture this Greninja with the bond phenomenon ability, but now it seems the chances are quite slim. Xiaoyu felt wronged. The old Greninja itself wanted to peel off the broken water droplet slab, it was determined to die, and yet they blamed it on them. The Greninja of the temple had eyes that seemed almost tangible. After staring at the two for several breaths, it carried the old Greninja's corpse, staggered into the temple, and disappeared into the torrential rain. Watching the Greninja of the temple depart, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with regret. While he could indeed get the Iron Warrior to take action, forcibly keep Greninja in its place and capture it, then, Greninja might hate him forever. It will be very, very difficult for him to form a bond with Greninja. Watching Greninja disappear into the rainy night, Xiaoyu turned his gaze back to Chi Hanking, his mind now filled with too many questions. Chi Hanking seemed to sense Xiaoyu's gaze as well, and walked to the broken water-drop stone slab, gently picking it up. The once shimmering, broken, water-drop-shaped stone slab is now dull and lifeless, looking just like an ordinary blue stone slab, plain and unremarkable. Holding the broken, water-drop stone slab, Chi Hanking then did something that surprised Xiaoyu. She reached out and handed the broken, water-drop stone slab in her hand to Xiaoyu. "What are you standing there for? Take this, it's for you." Chapter 645 Chirugui's Past. The torrential rain continued to fall, soaking their clothes. "Give it to me?" Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at Chi Hanking, suspecting that something was amiss, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. "Okay, let's find somewhere to shelter from the rain first. Here, don't worry, if I would harm you, I wouldn't have brought you here," Chi Hanking said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gave Chi Hanking a deep look, and finally took the broken water-drop stone slab from Chi Hanking's hand. The two returned to the room on the back of Gigantamax Lapras's carapace, sat down in chairs, and found freshly brewed tea steaming on the wooden table. "Xiaoyu, I know you have many questions, now you can ask them?" Chi Hanking crossed her legs, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at Chi Hanking, he had too many questions, and for a moment he didn't know where to begin. After a moment, Xiaoyu finally spoke slowly, asking the question that concerned him most: why did you choose the identity of Shuiyu too? Qi Hanqing smoothed her hair and looked out the window at the relentless downpour. My father is dead, and my grandfather is old. It's inevitable that the Qi family will decline. We must leave ourselves a way out. Qi Hanqing's cold voice rang out, with a faint smile on his lips. Instead of letting others slowly erode the Qi family, it's better to build our own power, hand over the Qi family's power voluntarily, and create the illusion that the Qi family is being devoured by the Dragon Sand Society. After Qi Hanqing finished speaking, his gaze fell on Xiaoyu. From beginning to end, the Dragon Sand Society has always been the Qi family's power, and David has always been a member of the Qi family. So, that time you robbed your own family's goods? Xiaoyu asked. Of course, or rather, that batch of goods was originally intended for the Longsha Society, but it was inconvenient to hand it over directly to the Longsha Society, so we could only think of a way to do it. Qi Hanqing said in a low voice. At the same time, the Qi family, whose goods were robbed, can also receive insurance compensation. Okay, any other questions? Qi Hanqing asked Xiaoyu. With your strength, why don't you become one of the 4 heavenly kings? Xiaoyu asked, looking at Qi Hanqing with a frown. The Elite Four? Qi Hanqing sneered as he looked at Xiaoyu and said coldly, the Pokémon Association isn't as glamorous as you think, and my strength is all thanks to the Pokémon I inherited from my father. Greninja, Garuda, these are all my father's Pokémon. Qi Hanqing said, looking at Xiaoyu, and slowly said, if some people knew that I inherited these Pokémon from my father, they would be restless and unable to sleep. What do you mean? Xiaoyu looked at Qi Hanqing with a cold gaze. The literal meaning, Qi Hanqing said softly, then stood up and looked at Xiaoyu. You think my father simply died in battle? Someone from the Pokémon Association betrayed him. Hearing Qi Hanqing's words, Xiaoyu was shocked. It was the first time he had heard such a secret. That's why I've never supported you forming the rockets and going on adventures abroad. With your talent, you don't need to take any risks. You can become a champion simply by growing steadily. I'm afraid you'll repeat my father's mistakes. Qi Hanqing's eyes were bright as she looked at Xiaoyu, recalling her father's past 20 years ago. Xiaoyu really was very similar to her father. 20 years ago, my father and you were both hailed as once-in-a-century geniuses, the most talented water-type trainers, and future water-type champions. As Qi Hanqing finished speaking, her gaze fell on Xiaoyu, her eyes flashing. You and him really look alike. He has no rivals in his age group, and he defeated a champion-level trainer with the strength of a near-champion-level trainer. Qi Hanqing took a deep breath, paused, and looked at Xiaoyu with a self-deprecating smile. The only difference between him and you is that he knows nothing about scientific research. Qi Hanqing stared blankly at the torrential rain outside the window, her memory seemingly returning to more than 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago, my father accidentally obtained an item in a secret realm. A drop of water from the heart. My father never knew what the heart drop was for until one day, by chance, he stumbled into the Sea of Death. Page 444. You should know the dangers of the Dead Sea. Water-type Pokémon without the strength of an Elite Four member have no chance of surviving. At the time, my father only had a Gyarados with the strength of a gym leader, but the energy released by the heart drop attracted the attention of Greninja, the guardian of the temple. In the legend of the ocean city of Odomare, a warrior carrying the heart drop came to retrieve the broken water drop slab and break the curse of Odomare. He found his father, who was dying and carrying the heart drop, and rescued him. But my father was too weak at the time. To break the broken water drop slab, one would need at least champion-level strength. So my father made a promise with Greninja that once he reached champion-level strength, he would come back here to prove that he had the strength to break the seal on Aldermare and then take the broken water drop slab. At that time, the old Greninja was accompanied by 2 Greninjas. One is the Greninja in the temple, and the other is the Greninja next to me. The old Greninja told my father that it left behind one Greninja and would do its best to train it to be the next generation of guardians, while my father took the other Greninja away. Next time we meet, let them fight. If the Greninja trained by the old Greninja wins, then it will prove that my father was not the legendary warrior. That Greninja will inherit the broken water drop slab and continue to guard this place. If my father wins, he can take the broken water drop stone slab. But my father never fulfilled this promise before he died, and he was not the legendary warrior. Qi Hanqing's words finally revealed the story of Yanghai Island. He waved his hand gently and continued. After leaving Yanghai Island, my father took this Greninja with him and secretly nurtured it as his last trump card. He never showed Greninja's existence to anyone, and no one could ever get him to use his trump card. My father became a water-type gym leader step by step. And just 1 year after he became a gym leader, he was promoted to Elite 4 trainer. Even when he had just been promoted to Elite 4 level trainer, my father's strength had already surpassed that of most Elite 4 level trainers. He was the most dazzling genius at the time. My father left all his peers, whether it was Li Rulin or Su Xing, far behind. Chapter 646 Reincarnation. If my father hadn't been so dazzling and had grown up peacefully, he probably wouldn't have died. Some people can't stand to see the Qi family produce a second champion. Qi Hanqing said, his eyes flashing with undisguised coldness. Shortly after my father was promoted to Elite 4 level trainer, a transfer order came and transferred my father from water-type gym leader to Gyurado's special operations team as a squad leader, to participate in the Great Battle 20 years ago. At that time, his squad received a secret mission to support the battle in the East China Sea. On the way to provide support, they were ambushed by the 4 heavenly kings of the enemy country. None of my father's squads survived. My father and Garkamp were also shot down and fell into the sea. The only good news was that the battlefield was very close to the Dead Sea. My father's last trump card, Greninja, caught the Elite 4 off guard. With the other water-type Pokémon providing desperate cover, Greninja took my father's body and ventured into the Dead Sea. Otherwise, my father might have been completely destroyed. Old Greninja never got to see the promised meeting. All he got was my father's body. After that, my Greninja and Garkamp stayed on the island to recover from their injuries. Only after they recovered did they return to the Qi family and find my grandfather, which is when we learned the whole story of my father's death. My father's death was full of mystery. The enemy knew his exact route of action. To know my father's route of action, apart from the 7 champions at the time, and the captain of the Gyurado's special operations team, no one knew anything about it. Moreover, the reinforcements that came from the Pokémon Association were ambushed. It seems that the enemy had planned everything in advance. Hearing Qi Hanqing's calm words, Xiaoyu frowned. He hadn't expected that there was such a secret behind Qi Rugui's death. Qi Rugui, a genius with dazzling talent, should have become a top champion like Duan Hengji, but he was killed by his own people. Humans are truly complex beings, possessing both divine and animalistic qualities. You cannot imagine that a person can be as great as a saint, just as you cannot imagine how terrifying the malice in a person's heart can be. Xiaoyu felt regret over Qi Rugui's death, but at the same time, anger was burning within him. After that, you know what happened next. I announced to the public that because of my father's death, I was devastated and gave up my identity as a trainer to become a Pokémon researcher. Because I know, if the person who killed my father finds out that I inherited my father's Pokémon, he will definitely try to kill me. Qi Hanqing's voice was cold, and her eyes flashed with hatred, but she quickly concealed the light and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, do you know when I started paying attention to you? It all started when you took the heart drop from the Pokémon vault. Qi Hanqing's words made Xiaoyu suddenly realize something, and his gaze fell on her. That heart drop, you put it in the Pokémon vault. Qi Hanqing nodded, a faint smile on his face. It's obvious that my father is not the legendary warrior, so I put that heart drop in the Pokémon vault, waiting for the true warrior. After you took the heart drop, I immediately had someone investigate everything about you. You and my father are so alike. Both of you are College Cup champions, both of you are invincible among your peers, and both of you are dazzling. Qi Hanqing's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, seemingly with a hint of emotion, and then there's the heart's drop. I have a feeling that you are the legendary warrior. You will fulfill the promise my father left unfulfilled. I don't know if you believe in reincarnation. Qi Hanqing's clear gaze fell on Xiaoyu. My father's death date and your birth date are exactly 10 months apart. It's all too much of a coincidence. Qi Hanqing's words sent chills down Xiaoyu's spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I'm not going to be reborn as Qi Rugui in my next life, am I? Qi Hanqing. Xiaoyu looked at Qi Hanqing with a serious expression. I'm sorry, I'm a staunch materialist. The reason you think I'm similar to your father is probably because we both have a heart that yearns for the sun. Of course, if you insist on calling me dad, that's fine too. Qi Hanqing looked at Xiaoyu, who had a serious expression, and gently waved his hand to end the topic. He smiled and said, that's why I strongly opposed you establishing Team Rocket. You just need to grow up safely and peacefully. There's no need to take these risks. Besides, there are quite a few people who are hoping for your death. You may not know this, but before you joined Team Zero, someone suggested that you temporarily join the Charizard Special Operations Team, and after you become an Elite 4 trainer, you could serve as the squad leader of the Charizard Special Operations Team and carry out secret missions. Qi Hanqing's words made Xiaoyu break out in a cold sweat. Why did this storyline sound so familiar? However, due to the strong opposition from Long Fan and Lu Ting, the matter was dropped. Chi Hanking paused slightly at this point. However, after working with you last time, I've come to realize that with your current strength, most champions are no match for you, but you must not be careless. Some people in this world are more powerful than you imagine. At least I know that with your current strength, even if you use all your tricks, you are no match for Duan Hengji. But even someone as powerful as Duan Hengji, who wanted to implement sweeping reforms, had to proceed cautiously and step by step. At this point, Chi Hanking's face lit up with a bright smile, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she looked at Xiaoyu. We've gone a bit off topic. Now that you know the origin of this broken water droplet stone slab, you can accept it without worry. Xiaoyu, Chi Hanking's smile faded, and she stared straight at Xiaoyu. Do you remember the one thing you promised me? I hope you can take good care of Chi Hangxiao for me. She is my only sister. Chi Hanking's tone seemed to carry a hint of entrusting his daughter to someone, which made Xiaoyu frown and look at Chi Hanking, asking, I won't agree to that. You live well on your own and take care of your sister yourself. With my grandfather dead, those who covet the Chi family should start baring their fangs. Chi Hanking's eyes flashed. The entire Chi family is now just me and my sister. One of us is a researcher who can't even kill a chicken, and the other is just a recent college graduate. They should be eager to make their move. Someone from the Chi family has to step forward. Chi Hanking's tone seemed to carry a hint of fearlessness. After I go back this time, I will inherit all of my grandfather's Pokémon, and I will go to the Northwest region to challenge the Elite Four. I will track down the culprit who caused my father's death. But this would expose the fact that I inherited my father's Pokémon, and those people from back then would definitely try to kill me again. Xiaoyu, the only thing I'm worried about is Chi Hangxiao. I hope you can take care of Hangxiao for me. Chapter 647 Leaving Yanghai Island. Hearing Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu also fell into deep thought, frowning as he looked at Chi Hanking. Just as she said, after old Master Chi died, leaving only her and Chi Hangxiao and the entire Chi family, the two young women were undoubtedly lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of others. Someone from the Chi family had to step forward, and Chi Hanking, as the elder sister, had to stand up to confront those covetous enemies and uphold the Chi family's honor. I will do my best to take good care of Chi Hangxiao for you, but Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chi Hanking. But is there no other way besides this? Chi Hanking waved his hand, his eyes flashing. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of determination. There is no better way for the time being. Xiaoyu looked at Chi Hanking with a thoughtful expression on his face, hesitating to speak. He had actually thought of a method. Actually, I have a solution. Instead of taking the initiative, you should hide and continue to stay in the lab as a researcher. You can publicly announce that all of Elder Chi's Pokémon are being fostered in the giant laboratory, but secretly you will still be in charge of these Pokémon. At the same time, we'll arrange for your sister to be put in the lab as well, to ensure your safety. However, it is better to quietly wait for the enemies behind the scenes to make their move and reveal their true colors than to take the initiative and instead feign weakness to lure them out. Xiaoyu's suggestion made Chi Hanking frown slightly as he pondered Xiaoyu's words. Xiaoyu continued, the giant laboratory, with so many Gigantamax Pokémon inside, can better protect your safety. Chi Hanking's face showed a thoughtful expression, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were piercing as he stared straight at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's suggestion is not without merit, but in doing so, it would mean that Xiaoyu's giant laboratory would bear some of the pressure for her. Seeing that Chi Hanking did not object, Xiaoyu continued, and secretly you can continue to act under the identity of Team Rocket, Mercury to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. Page 445. The Rockets can help you too. Hearing Xiaoyu's promise, Chi Hanking hesitated, her brows furrowed, before changing the subject. Let me think about it. Let me think about this some more. Let's talk about the broken water drop slab first. Now that you have the heart drop and the broken water drop slab, you can go and break the curse of Aldo Mare. Chi Hanking looked at Xiaoyu and said, when do you plan to make your move? Let's talk about it later. Xiaoyu waved his hand. The incident with Mei served as a warning to him. He needed to become even stronger, at least until he reached the level of a near master, like the Gigantamax Laplace. Once Gigantamax Lapras reaches the near master level and carries the water stone, he won't be invincible, but he'll at least be able to come and go as he pleases, and no one will be able to stop him. He had to prepare for the worst. He couldn't let what happened last time repeat itself. After chatting for a while, the two sat on the soft sofa, looked at the dark clouds outside the window, and prepared to embark on their return journey. At the same time, neither of them noticed that a dark blue figure was lurking in the dense jungle. The Greninja, still recovering from its severe injuries, quietly dragged its wounded body and followed after burying the old Greninja. In the dense jungle, Greninja perched on a branch, its gaze fixed on the towering Gigantamax Lapras in the distance. Looking at the colossal, ancient beast-like Colossus Laplace, it was filled with awe. This was the first time it had ever seen a Pokémon of such a large size. Even Wailord was no match for the Gigantamax Lapras before it. At the same time, I could sense the immense power emanating from Gigantamax Lapras. This made it begin to doubt whether it could really take revenge. But after only a moment's hesitation, its eyes immediately hardened. No matter how strong the enemy was, it was determined to take revenge. Come on, it's time to leave. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Gigantamax Lapras swung its deep blue flippers and leisurely swam towards the outer edge of the Dead Sea. Even though Xiaoyu had obtained the broken waterdrop stone slab, the harsh weather in the Death Sea did not dissipate. Thunderstorms and dark clouds still blanketed the Sea of Death. This left Xiaoyu with a sense of confusion. Perhaps there are still unknown secrets on Yanghai Island that have not yet been explored, but this trip has already wasted too much time. He had to rush back to discuss it further. He would definitely come to Yanghai Island again sometime in the future. The unknown secrets and that Greninja frog, all make it worthwhile for Xiaoyu to make another trip. The Sea of Death. Chi Hanking's Greninja was still standing on the back of Gigantamax Lapras, pointing it in the right direction like a sailor, not far behind the supergiant Laplace. The heavily injured Greninja swam in the sea, quietly following behind Gigantamax Lapras. Unfortunately, its stealth and tracking skills were not up to par, and Chi Hanking's Greninja discovered its presence not long afterward. That Greninja is following us. Chi Hanking glanced out the window and said to Xiaoyu, "What are you planning to do?" They caught up? Upon hearing this news, Xiaoyu smiled. It was good that they caught up. As long as he could still see the Greninja, he was afraid that the Greninja would disappear without a trace. Of course, we'll try to capture it. However, it will take some time to clear up the misunderstanding between us first, Xiaoyu said. I'll go out for a bit. After all, it was seriously injured and forced its way into the Sea of Death. If something goes wrong, we'll be in big trouble. And this is also an opportunity to let Greninja know that I have no ill intentions towards it, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Okay, be careful. Chi Hanking nodded, then looked out the window, lost in thought, his mind wandering to other things. Xiaoyu commanded Gigantamax Lapras to turn around and swim towards Greninja. Seeing Gigantamax Lapras suddenly turn around, Greninja realized that it had been discovered. Before it could escape, it saw a blue four-clawed monster carrying a Pokémon wielding a double-edged blade fly in front of it, with Xiaoyu riding Charizard behind it. Seeing Xiaoyu and several Pokémon approaching, Greninja's eyes flashed with a cold light. It struggled to its feet, wanting to launch an attack. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, "Iron Warrior, knock it unconscious, and don't hurt it." As the water-based energy in Greninja's hands began to gather and the flying water shuriken was just formed, a terrifying pressure emanated from the Iron Warrior. It was only then that Greninja realized how powerful the mysterious Pokémon wielding the double-edged blade was. A feeling of suffocation washed over it. Already severely injured and on the verge of collapse, it only felt a blur before its eyes. A flash of purple light passed by, followed by a sharp pain in its head. Greninja could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, then threw out a Pokeball and collected it inside. I originally planned to come back to Yanghai Island to catch Greninja next time, but since you've followed me, you can't blame me. Let's go, Metagross, take it back to heal its wounds. Although he had captured Greninja, Xiaoyu knew that there was still a long way to go before Greninja truly trusted him. Chapter 648. The First Challenge. On the soft bed, the Greninja suddenly woke up, leaped up, landed on the ground, and looked around warily. Awake? Xiaoyu looked at the Greninja in front of him and asked with a smile. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Greninja's eyes flashed with a cold light, and it almost made a move, but when it saw the Iron Warrior standing next to Xiaoyu, it paused slightly. It still remembers the scene before it fell into a coma. The terrifying power of that Pokémon wielding the double-edged blade is still vivid in my mind. Iron Warrior maintained his cold demeanor as he stared at Greninja. Greninja is quite strong, but it's definitely no match for it right now. Iron Warrior suddenly pointed his double-edged blade at Greninja, startling both Xiaoyu and Greninja. Immediately afterwards, the Iron Warrior's cold, hoarse voice rang out. Iron Warrior, you are very strong, but you are not my match yet. Come and challenge me again when you have improved further. Greninja, already deeply affected by its defeat to Chi Hanking, was further agitated upon hearing Tetsuyu's words. It had been hesitant, but suddenly made up its mind and acted decisively without hesitation. Greninja's deep blue form pounced on Xiaoyu like a blur, displaying a desperate, reckless attitude. In such a small room, at such a close distance, given Greninja's impressive speed, it would be almost an instant. But the Iron Warrior was faster. Its purple double-edged blades burst forth with dazzling light, and with a single slash, it sent the Greninja flying, blasting a large hole in the wall. The commotion also attracted the attention of Chi-Hanking and all the Pokémon. Chi-Hanking's Greninja also rushed over immediately, and Gigantamax Lapras also stopped. Despite the protection of the Iron Warriors, Xiaoyu was still startled. He looked at the Greninja lying in the pile of rubble and said, "I know you hate us, but I want to tell you that your father's lifespan has come to an end. Birth, aging, sickness and death are just normal things. Even without our presence, your father wouldn't have lived more than a few months. Your hatred for us is just hatred for your own incompetence, hatred for losing to your brother." Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he gazed intently at Greninja. "I can understand your feelings. So, Greninja, I will give you 3 chances to challenge me." Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Greninja. "If you can defeat Iron Warrior, I will let you do whatever you want with me. But if after 3 times you don't get it even once, you're at my mercy." "This is the first time. I accept your challenge." Xiaoyu's cold voice rang out. For a tough nut like Greninja in front of him, he had to use both kindness and force, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him. "Iron Warrior." As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the Iron Warriors also tacitly assumed an offensive stance. "Don't hold back, attack with all your might." The Iron Warrior paused slightly, his right hand twisting slightly to split the double-headed blade into 2 short purple blades, which he held in both hands. His gaze, sharp as a knife, locked onto Greninja. A terrifying power swept in, and the strength of a near-master level was overwhelming. Greninja's body trembled slightly. Its terrifying strength was as heavy as a mountain and as terrifying as an abyss. They practiced benevolence and righteousness, as steadfast as mountains and as deep as the ocean. With a stump of his foot, the Iron Warrior shot out like an arrow. He wielded his twin swords. A purple moonlight flashed by, blood splattered, and a cross-shaped wound appeared on the Greninja's chest. Its body flew backward and plummeted into the deep sea. The Greninja flying in the air felt as if time and space around it had slowed down. At this moment, its thoughts were racing, and scenes from its past cultivation days floated into its mind. Page 446. The enormous gap in strength made it feel powerless. "So, I'm actually this weak." Compared to her father, she felt utterly powerless. Thump! The sound of someone falling into the water was heard. The sparkling sea. The dazzling sunlight shone warmly on my body. It raised its head and looked at the enormous Colossus Laplace. On the carapace of Gigantamax Lapras. The Iron Warrior looked down at Greninja from its high vantage point, its indifferent gaze like a sharp blade piercing its chest. Iron Warrior merely glanced at Greninja, who resembled a spoiled dog, then brought his twin swords together, turned and left, leaving behind a cold and aloof silhouette. Greninja was deeply stung by the Iron Warrior's gaze. Boundless power surged from its body, and it suddenly leaped out of the sea, jumping back onto Gigantamax Lapras's back, unleashing a torrent of water-type energy. Flying Water Shuriken. Several flying water shuriken flew towards the Iron Warrior from several directions, spinning as they went. Faced with Greninja's attack, Iron Warrior suddenly unleashed fairy-type energy, shining with a dazzling light. Magic shines. Enveloped in light, fairy-type energy bombarded Greninja, blasting it once again into the deep sea. But then, Greninja leaped out of the water again, its chest wound now dripping with blood, its deep blue skin stained crimson. Its eyes held a hint of determination and unwavering focus as it gazed intently at the Iron Warrior. Secret attack on key points. Dark energy coalesced in its hands into 2 black energy daggers, and then it launched another fearless attack on the Iron Warrior. Seeing Greninja's desperate efforts, Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. What a reckless fool. Iron Warriors have 4 times the resistance to darkness, and using a dark-type dark strike on a vital point against an Iron Warrior is no different from courting death. However, that willpower is commendable. The methods of winning can be learned gradually, but the will to win can only be cultivated by oneself. Iron Warrior, defeat it. Be careful not to hurt it too badly. Xiaoyu. The Greninja rushed over, blood dripping from its chest wound and splattering on the ground. As the two drew closer, the Iron Warrior finally moved. It was incredibly fast, and with a single swing of its blade, a flash of purple light appeared as it slashed directly at the Greninja's abdomen. Boom! At the crucial moment, Greninja used its substitute ability to block the Iron Warrior's slash. Iron Warrior's single strike severed the appearing stand in 2. On the other side, Greninja appeared, wielding a dark-type energy short blade, and launched a surprise attack, slashing out with its blade. Even if it is no match for the Iron Warrior, it will still injure him. However, to Greninja's despair, Iron Warrior seemed to have seen through its thoughts at this moment. A light shield appeared in front of it, blocking Greninja's sneak attack on vital points and also blocking Greninja's hope. Boom! After the light shield was activated, Greninja was no longer able to resist. A purple light flashed, and with a fierce slash from the Iron Warrior, energy surged, and Greninja plunged into the deep sea once again. Chapter 649, the sequel to the Song of the Ocean mystery. Early yesterday morning, Team Rocket attacked the Ocean Song secret realm in the Sakura Islands region. Wang Mokun, the chief of the 4 heavenly kings of the Cherry Blossom Islands region, swore to protect the secret realm to the death and died a heroic death. The Ocean Song secret realm was completely looted, resulting in losses exceeding 10 billion yuan and causing devastating damage to its ecological environment. Experts estimate that it will take at least several years or even decades to restore the ecology of the Ocean Song secret realm. The Sakura Kingdom has declared war on the evil organization Team Rocket, and issued a global warrant for the arrest of all members of Team Rocket. The TV was showing the latest news, followed by photos of the Rocket's members, with Giovanni naturally at the head. Although the photo is slightly blurry and not particularly clear, you can still vaguely make out Sakeka's resolute middle-aged face. The next image is a picture of Giovanni wearing a feather-shaped holy flame mask in the dark. Giantsa, the leader of Team Rocket, of unknown origin, Chinese, extremely powerful, whose signature Pokémon are Lapras, Metagross, and Darkrai, and he wears a feather-shaped mask made of sacred fire. The second wanted poster then featured a photo of Shueyu 2, showcasing her perfect figure, signature motorcycle helmet, and the twin flame masks hanging next to it. Suikoden, a member of Team Rocket, a Chinese national, and the leader of the Dragon Sand Society. His signature Pokémon are Greninja and Garchomp. He is suspected of possessing a giant Cinderace and wears a motorcycle helmet and twin masks made of sacred fire. Skull, a member of Team Rocket, of unknown origin, whose signature Pokémon is a giant Charizard, and who wears a skull mask made of holy fire. Troll, a member of Team Rocket, of unknown origin, whose signature Pokémon is a giant hairy troll, and who wears a troll mask made of holy fire. Dragon, a member of Team Rocket, of unknown origin, whose signature Pokémon is a giant Corviknight, and who wears a dragon-shaped mask made of sacred fire. Phoenix, a member of Team Rocket, of unknown origin, suspected to be a foreigner, with blonde hair and his signature Pokémon being a giant Centiscorp, and wearing a phoenix mask made of sacred fire. Watching the news on TV, Jiangyu's face showed a hint of displeasure. He complained to Jiangchen Zhen beside him, "My nickname is Hell." "What, Skull? Next time I'll definitely write, Hell was here." Jiangchen Zhen frowned slightly and said to Jiangyu, "Keep a low profile. From now on, don't use your Gigantamax Charizard in front of outsiders. Even if you have to use it, be prepared to kill them off. I've already taken care of the person who saw you using Gigantamax Charizard last time." A sly glint flashed in Jiangchen Zhen's eyes as he said, "To avoid causing trouble." "I see." Team Rocket's attack on the Ocean Song secret realm caused a huge uproar around the world. Numerous countries have issued statements condemning Team Rocket and announced arrest warrants for them. However, China's attitude is quite ambiguous. The Pokémon Association of China first issued a righteous statement strongly condemning Team Rocket's illegal actions, but it only condemned Team Rocket for plundering the Ocean Song mystic. However, they made no mention of Wang Mokun's death. Furthermore, the Chinese Pokémon community only issued a condemnation and did not announce any arrest warrants for Team Rocket. Chinese netizens also expressed their opinions after seeing the news of Team Rocket's surprise attack on the Ocean Song secret realm in Sakura country. "Why are you only starting now? Was it inconvenient before?" With tears in my eyes, I condemn the Rockets. "Can you do a livestream next time? I'm sending rockets to the Rockets to express my condemnation. I suspect that Sakeke is Chinese. I don't mean anything by this, I just want to condemn him and give him some money. It's good that Wang Mokun died. Let's open the champagne." Xiaoyu's friends had varying reactions after seeing the news. Although Long Yaning appeared calm on the surface, she was actually quite nervous inside, and couldn't help but worry about what would happen if her identity was discovered. Sylvia was also very excited. After returning, she vividly recounted her experiences on the mission to Eve, Carl, Xiaoyu, and others, making them eyes light up and eager to join Team Rocket immediately. On the other side, Qi Hanqing and Gao Yangzhen were quite calm. Qi Hanqing was already used to acting as Shui Yato and was used to other people's opinions. In addition, he was busy dealing with the affairs of the Qi family, so he acted as if nothing was wrong. However, her younger sister, Chi Hanking, kept pestering her, asking all sorts of questions, wanting to join Team Rocket and meet her savior, Giovanni. Gao Yangzhen's composure is related to his personality and experience. Having fought his way up in a place like Siam, he has developed a calm personality and acts as if nothing is wrong. In addition to the Rocket's members, Xiaoyu also received calls from many other people. For example, Xiao Wanyu. Xiao Wanyu didn't care at all about the results of the operation. As her due date drew closer, her only concern was Xiaoyu's safety. She repeatedly emphasized that Xiaoyu should not take any risks and should think more about her and the baby. On the other end, Long Fan also called, exchanging a few brief pleasantries and telling him to be careful. Su Muzi also called, showing great interest in Team Rocket and wanting to go on an adventure with Xiaoyu and do some chivalrous deeds. He wished he could join Xiaoyu in personally killing the traitor Wang Mokun. Finally, Xiaoyu unexpectedly received a call from Xie Tianming. Page 447. Since joining the Rockets, Xie Tianming has never participated in a Rockets operation. During this raid on the Ocean Song Secret Realm, seeing so many Gigantamax Pokémon made him extremely envious. Therefore, Xie Tianming called Xiaoyu to ask him to allow him to participate in the Rocket Team's operations and give him a chance to make a contribution. He promised to be at the forefront. Boss, next time you need to kill a traitor, could you take me with you? I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Xie Tianming, I have other plans for you. For now, focus on the detective agency. I'll reward you with a high potential Pokémon. If you do well later, I'll reward you with a Gigantamax Pokémon. Okay, boss. Hearing Xiaoyu's assurance, Xie Tianming's restless heart calmed down temporarily. The more enthusiastically the people around him discussed it, the more low-key Xiaoyu became, wearing fine clothes at night, low profile, and most importantly, Xiaoyu has had a lot going on lately. He first secretly handed over Wang Mokun's family to the China Pokémon Association for handling. Then I took some time to contact Director Zhou and started preparing for the G1 match with the gym owner. Secondly, regarding the giant laboratory, Xiaoyu also decided to release some Gigantamax experimental results to reassure the Pokémon Association. Otherwise, the Pokémon Association would have been frantic long ago, watching Team Rocket's forces grow stronger while they themselves remained completely silent. Besides these things, Xiaoyu has many other things to do. For example, how should all the Pokémon eggs and Pokémon stolen from the Ocean Song Secret Realm be distributed? There's also the plan to launch a surprise attack on the British Empire and to explore Otomari, etc. He also needs to find time to check on Xiao Wanyu. Chapter 650 G1 League. Breaking news. Chi Hanking announced that he will donate all the Pokémon left by his grandfather Qishir to the Giant Lab free of charge. At the same time, he will comprehensively increase his investment in the Giant Lab, carry out in-depth cooperation with the Giant Lab, and sign a strategic cooperation agreement. Have the Xiao and Qi families reached a secret cooperation agreement? Experts analyze the secrets behind their collaboration. A new champion is rising? With their backs against the wall, the Qi family has staked all their future on Xiaoyu. According to inside information, there is a very high probability that among the Pokémon left behind by Master Qi, there are Pokémon with near Master level strength. Xiaoyu's rise to prominence is unstoppable. Dowry? According to Chi Hanking's close friend, Chi Hanking and Xiaoyu are already secretly engaged. The Pokémon left by old Master Qi and the Qi family's huge fortune are the dowry. The news of Wang Mokun's death remained a hot topic for 3 days before a new news story went viral. Chi Hanking ultimately chose to heed Xiaoyu's advice, publicly announcing that she would donate all of her grandfather's Pokémon to Xiaoyu's giant laboratory free of charge, while secretly going into hiding and continuing to act as Suakun. At the same time, Chi Hangxiao was also brought back to the capital and placed in a giant laboratory to work. This move instantly attracted attention from all sides, and ordinary people naturally watched with a "let's see what happens" attitude. Trainers at the elite rank and above, however, saw through the trick. The Qi family is a declining family, while Xiaoyu is a rising star. The cooperation between the two can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. The Qi family helped Xiaoyu through his early years, and Xiaoyu was able to protect the Qi family after he grew up. From this perspective, Xiaoyu's rise is unstoppable. Is China about to produce another figure like Duan Hengji? Or even stronger than Duan Hengji? It shouldn't be possible, right? Duan Hengji has almost reached the pinnacle of championship. April has arrived. Xiaoyu temporarily placed all the Pokémon he had poached from the Ocean Song Secret Realm in the giant laboratory. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanyu's due date is getting closer and closer, and Xiaoyu is also preparing to go directly to Shanghai after participating in the G1 Professional League. As with the previous 2 events, this year's G1 League will once again be held at the Rayquaza Arena in Beijing. Xiaoyu sat in the luxury car, with Carl acting as his driver and bodyguard in the front, while Eve sat beside him, arranging his itinerary. After so much time, Eve and Carl had started to resemble a driver and assistant. The two followed Xiaoyu's advice and dyed their hair brown to avoid being recognized because of their special identities. Director Xiao. Don't be so formal, just call me Xiaoyu or Brother Yu, Xiaoyu said, waving his hand. Brother Yu. After the G1 Pro League match, Director Zhou from the Pokémon Association would like to invite you to a dinner party. Would you like to attend? Eve, wearing a white shirt and a pencil skirt, sat beside him, her long, wavy hair cascading down her back, and black high heels on her feet. I'm not going. Xiaoyu waved his hand, but his gaze fell on Eve's hair. When did you get your hair permed? Your hairstyle looks pretty good. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Eve blushed slightly, but having been an assistant for so long, her skin had thickened considerably. She replied, Sister Sylvia took me there yesterday. I'll call Director Zhou and ask him to refuse on your behalf. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, then asked Eve, I have good news for you. Starting tomorrow, you can take a break. I have to leave for a while. It could be as short as half a month or as long as a month. Brother Yu, where are you going? Eve asked Xiaoyu curiously. What? You're meddling in my affairs now. This is a secret. If anything happens, you can call me. By the way, you can go and coordinate with Chi Hanking during this time, and work with her to plan the lab results presentation in June. Listening to Xiaoyu's arrangements, Eve nodded, but she was still very curious about Xiaoyu's whereabouts. She cautiously said, I am your assistant, knowing your plans will allow me to better arrange your schedule. Hearing Eve's words, Xiaoyu smiled and said, Sylvia taught you to say that, didn't she? I'm going to Shanghai. Okay. Eve paused for a moment, but then, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Are we going to see King Xiao? Sylvia told you everything? Xiaoyu was speechless. Sylvia had been getting more and more arrogant lately. As the car drove into the Rayquaza arena, Xiaoyu had just stepped out when the flashbulbs went off, stinging his eyes. The fans' frenzied shouts made it hard for him to breathe. Carl and Eve followed closely behind Xiaoyu as they got out of the car, startled by the frenzied fans. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I love you. Some excited fans even tried to force their way in to take a photo with Xiaoyu. Fortunately, the bodyguards arranged by the authorities were quite effective otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to stop these crazy fans. After making his way backstage, Xiaoyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, most of your opponents this time are not a match for you, there's only one person you need to be careful of. Eve flipped through all the contestants' information, looking like a little strategist, and analyzed with a serious expression, Wei Xianzi. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. He had also prepared in advance and looked through the information of all the contestants. I have already looked at his information. Most of them posed no threat to him, except for Wei Xianzi. Wei Xianzi was also the champion of the previous 2 years high school cup, with amazing strength, and he is also a rare general-type trainer. Wei Xianzi has many signature Pokémon, such as Smeargle and Kangaskhan. Eve continued, flipping through Wei Xianzi's file and saying, I've compiled all his information for you. His possible ace Pokémon include Snorlax, Slaking, and so on. You must be careful and not be careless. You must qualify for the main tournament as a Triple Crown winner. Eve's bright eyes fell on Xiaoyu, and she earnestly gave him instructions. Compared to Xiaoyu, the contestant, Eve, the strategist, seemed more nervous, seriously analyzing the Pokémon that Wei Xianzi might send out. Besides these Pokémon, he might also send out a normal/fairy-type Pokémon like Jigglypuff to counter you. Seeing Eve's serious expression, Xiaoyu smiled and said to Eve, I didn't realize you were doing so well now, you could even be my analyst. By the way, do you want to become a trainer? Xiaoyu asked Eve. With Eve's psychic abilities, she could go much further as a trainer. I don't have a starter Pokémon, Eve said softly, her head down. Actually, she's been wanting to become a trainer lately, but she's been too embarrassed to ask Xiaoyu. Although Sylvia kept encouraging her to speak directly to Xiaoyu, she was too embarrassed to say it in front of him. I'll prepare one for you. Xiaoyu promised Eve. While you're at it, ask your brother which type of trainer you want to become, and I'll prepare your starter Pokémon. Thanks, you're welcome. The fee will be deducted from your salaries. You'll have to work for me for at least another 5 years, no, 10 years. Chapter 651 G1 League begins. Dear viewers, welcome to today's G1 Professional League match. Page 448. I am your old friend Li Zhenhai. I am Yan Ryu, the host of this match. I'm very happy to bring you today's commentary and analysis. First, let me introduce the 16 contestants for this competition. The first contestant is someone everyone is quite familiar with. I know that most of the audience came here today for him. Let's give Xiaoyu a warm round of applause as he enters the stage. Xiaoyu, a dragon-type trainer, is the champion of the previous high school cup. He has won the G3 and G2 leagues at the gym leader level with his strong skills. Today, can he win the G1 League Championship and achieve a three-peat? Let's wait and see. Unlike the previous two competitions, Xiaoyu's team this time can be described as quite impressive. Besides Dragapult and Ndidi, who remain in the team, our familiar veterans Charizard and Sceptile have also returned. The other two Pokémon are Dragonite, which has never appeared before, and Gengar, which has hardly ever appeared. I'm really looking forward to seeing how amazing Xiaoyu's new Pokémon will be. At this point, Yenryu said with a smile, "Of course, it's a pity that Xiaoyu's Noivern didn't appear in the team. We haven't seen Noivern appear for a long time." Li Zhenhai, who was standing next to him, also analyzed seriously. From Xiaoyu's battle in the High School Cup, it can be seen that his Noivern strength and aptitude are not outstanding among all Pokémon. He can only play a support role, so naturally his appearance opportunities will be greatly reduced. Moreover, Xiaoyu has now captured another Dragonite, which is also a flying/dragon type, and can be said to have replaced Noivern, further reducing Noivern's chances of appearing. Li Zhenhai paused here, then steered the conversation back on track. We've strayed a bit from the topic. Let's continue with the next contestant. The next contestant is someone you're probably familiar with, the prodigy Wei Xians, the hope of normal-type trainers, and the champion of the previous high school cup. Li Zhenhai's tone was tinged with envy and admiration as he said this. Moreover, Wei Xians is quite special, unconventional, or rather, geniuses always have their own pride. He almost never participates in any amateur competitions, and he almost never accepts challenges from other trainers. Oh, Yenryu, standing to the side, also feigned surprise. Wei Xianzi's ranking in the grade can be said to be near the bottom. Anyone who challenges him will immediately admit defeat, and he doesn't care about his ranking at all, but he is recognized as the strongest in his grade. Li Zhenhai introduced Wei Xianzi to everyone. He has a very special trait: he only accepts challenges from opponents he respects. In his own words, fighting trash only makes you trasher, and it's a complete waste of your time. Wei Xians, he's a bit arrogant. Yenryu sighed as she listened to Li Zhenhai's introduction. A young man who is not arrogant is not a good young man, and of course Wei Xianzi also has the strength to match his temperament. So far, Wei Xianzi can be said to be undefeated among his peers. If Xiaoyu hadn't come to participate in the G1 match, I don't think Wei Xianzi would have come to participate in today's match either. He probably would have waited until the relegation match to participate. His team participating this time is. Listening to the introduction about Wei Xianzi, Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Wei Xianzi standing beside him. He squinted slightly, a kind smile on his lips, and waved gently at Xiaoyu in greeting. Her eyes were squinted into slits, her long, fluffy hair was loose, and a beauty mark under her eye gave her a delicate and refined appearance. Wei Xians looks very refined and gentle, not like the people the host described. Moreover, Wei Xianzi's gift of flowers last time was also crucial. "I'm really looking forward to sparring with you," Wei Xianzi said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Just like last time, perhaps it was to create buzz. Xiaoyu and Wei Xians were placed in opposite halves of the bracket to ensure they would not face each other before the finals. The first 1v1 singles elimination match started quickly, and Xiaoyu and Wei Xians both showed their outstanding strength, turning the elimination match into a race. Xiaoyu's Flash Dragapult gave his opponent no chance at all, using Phantom Assault and Dragon Pulse to shut out his opponent and win the match without taking any damage. On the other side, Wei Xianzi's signature Pokémon, the agile blue Snorlax, also displayed overwhelming strength, easily winning the first battle. After that, the two overcame all obstacles and easily met in the finals. The stage for the finals was packed with people. Welcome everyone to the final of the G1 League. The two players in this final are Xiaoyu and Wei Xianzi. Will Xiaoyu win 3 consecutive matches, claim the title of triple champion, and advance to the Hall Master ranking competition, or will Wei Xianzi continue his invincible path? Of course, no matter who wins, one of them will have their undefeated record broken. Let's welcome our two players to the stage. As Li Zhenhai's impassioned voice rang out, Xiaoyu and Wei Xianzi simultaneously entered the arena from the contestant entrances on both sides. The spotlight shone on the two of them as they waved their hands and interacted with the audience. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Xiaoyu, Wei Xianzi, game start. As the referee's voice rang out, the once lively scene immediately fell silent, and everyone held their breath, watching this exciting battle of geniuses. A showdown between the highest level competitors in the same age group. It's about to begin. Wei Xian smiled slightly as he looked at Xiaoyu. Junior brother Xiaoyu, it's a pleasure to spar with you. Only dueling with a genius like you is one of the greatest joys in life. Wei Xianzi's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. When the referee announced the start of the match, his entire demeanor changed. He, who was originally gentle and amiable, was now like a sharp blade being drawn, revealing his sharp edge. Young trainers are as numerous as carp crossing a river, but only you and I can be called dragons among men. But what disappoints me is that you are timid and hesitant, lacking the heroic spirit to forge ahead. Wei Xianzi's face showed a conceited expression, and his arrogant tone made Xiaoyu frown. Even if you become the champion, you won't be 1/10,000th as good as Duan. Once a person loses their sharpness and courage, they will be doomed. Autumn leaves fall and fade away, while winter sweet blossoms bring forth their fragrance in spring. Unleash your full power. Hearing Wei Xian's arrogant words, Xiaoyu said that he really didn't expect Wei Xian's to be like this once he stepped onto the battlefield. Alright. Xiaoyu nodded. He wanted to see just how capable Wei Xian's really was. Chapter 652 Tutu Dog. Come on, Charizard. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and then he gently tossed the Pokeball. A flash of red light, and Charizard, which hadn't appeared in a long time, once again stepped onto the competition field. With jet-black skin, piercing eyes, and a tail ablaze with flames, it floated in the air, its mouth glowing with fire and sparks occasionally flying out. The appearance of the shiny Charizard was met with deafening cheers from the crowd. Xiaoyu, ah, Charizard, I love you. Mega Evolution. Hearing the cheers from the audience and seeing the Charizard posters held high by the crowd, Xiaoyu smiled. Having so many fans who support you is truly a wonderful thing. Roar. Charizard responded to the audience's shouts with a loud roar. Shiny Charizard has always been Xiaoyu's signature Pokémon. Seeing the scene before them, the two hosts smiled and said, "Today we are back to the High School Cup. After almost a year, we are finally seeing Xiaoyu's signature shiny Charizard appear again. However, I must remind everyone that Mega Evolution is not allowed during the Gym Leader G1 League. Using Mega Evolution will result in an immediate loss. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to see Mega Evolution in this match." On the other side, Wei Xian watched Charizard enter the fray with a satisfied smile on his face, and at the same time released his own lead Pokémon. Very good, unleash your full power, go, Smeargle. Smeargle is a very special normal-type Pokémon. Smeargle is one of the few Pokémon that can only learn one move, but it is also the Pokémon that can learn the most moves. It is said that it can only learn one skill because it can only learn sketching. However, the sketching skill is like the Sharingan in the Pokémon world, which can copy the enemy's moves and turn them into your own. Smeargle can learn legendary Pokémon exclusive skills such as Cliff Sword, Time Roar, and Origin Pulse. Once learned, it will be permanently mastered, but only if it has seen these skills up close. This is why Smeargle is a Pokémon with an extremely low minimum potential but an extremely high maximum potential. In the game, to limit Smeargle, its total base stats are only 250, which is even less than Charmander's, and it doesn't have an evolution form. At the same time, there is a limit to the number of times Tutu Dog can use the sketching skill. Page 449. In the game, a Tutu Dog that reaches the maximum level can only use the sketching skill 10 times, which means it can learn 10 skills. In reality, the number of times a Tutu Dog uses its sketching skills depends on its aptitude and ability. The higher one's qualifications and abilities, the more skills one can learn through sketching. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Tutu Dog in front of him. Wei Xianzi's Tutu Dog had extremely high aptitude and strength, and had already learned more than a dozen powerful and cunning skills. Without a doubt, the Tutu Dog in front of them was an extremely difficult opponent, especially since the Tutu Dog had also learned that skill. Wei Xian's gaze fell on Xiaoyu's Charizard, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at Xiaoyu and said, "In 3v3, I am invincible. Xiaoyu, let me see just how strong you really are." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Then let's get started. Let's see who's the best." Listening to their conversation, the two hosts laughed and said, "It's clear that there's a lot of tension between them. Of course, this is mainly because of Wei Xianzi. In fact, Wei Xianzi is a gentle and easygoing person off the field, but he completely changes when he enters the competition. Let's wait and see who will win this match." The match has begun. Xiaoyu. Although Wei Xian's was arrogant, he acted with a gentlemanly demeanor. Before attacking, he reminded Xiaoyu first, and then commanded Tutu Dog, Mushroom Spores. Mushroom Spores, the most powerful transformation skill, releases spores with a hypnotic effect. Once they hit, they can put enemies to sleep. Spores filled the air and surged toward the fire-breathing dragon. I was prepared for this move. Xiaoyu smiled. Mushroom Spore is one of the skills that almost all Smite dogs must learn. The learning conditions are not demanding, but the effect is very powerful. Charizard. Heat Wave. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard flapped its wings, raised its head, and gathered flames in its mouth. A fierce burst of fire energy surged forth, creating a sky full of scorching flames. A scorching wave of flames swept in, the heat rising intensely. The inferno raged, accompanied by a fierce wind, like a vast sea of fire surging towards Tutu Dog. At this moment, Charizard was like a fire queen, dancing in the fire, flapping its flaming wings and stirring up waves of fire. The raging flames ignited the mushroom spores that filled the sky, and the burning spores illuminated the night sky like a sky full of stars. The heat wave rolled in, igniting the mushroom spores, and the hot air skill continued to surge towards Tutu Dog. Tutu Dog, protect. Seeing the powerful heat wave skill, Wei Xianzi smiled. He was very satisfied with Xiaoyu as his opponent. The heat wave completely engulfed Tutu Dog, but before that, Wei Xianzi had already had Tutu Dog activate its guard skill, erecting a light shield to block the surging heat. The flames completely engulfed Tutu, and apart from the endless flames, Tutu could no longer be seen on the field. Xiaoyu, I told you, I'm invincible in 3v3 singles matches. Smeargle, let Charizard see our strength. Watching his Tutu Dog being engulfed in flames, Wei Xianzi showed no panic whatsoever, but rather appeared remarkably calm. As Wei Xianzi's voice rang out, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the sea of fire. Roar! A strong wind blew, causing sparks to fly and clothes to billow in the air. A jet-black figure flew out of the sea of fire, its black wings flapping, its body bathed in flames, floating in the air, its red eyes staring at Xiaoyu's Charizard, the flames on its tail burning fiercely, its aura imposing. Another shiny Charizard. No, it's Tutu Dog that learned the transformation skill. Ditto's signature move, transform. Li Zinhai's voice came from the commentary booth. The transformation skill can copy the opponent's appearance, skills, characteristics, attributes and ability changes, but the stamina remains the same, and the strength and aptitude will not change, nor will the items carried. Although Xiaoyu's Charizard has extremely high aptitude and great strength, Wei Xianzi's Smeargle is also quite strong. Now that it has transformed into a shiny Charizard, the two can be said to be evenly matched in strength. The battle turned into a fight between real and fake fire-breathing dragons. This will test the trainer's decision-making and judgment. Can Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard defeat its mirror image? Will the real Flash Charizard win this match, or will the fake Flash Charizard prevail? The game is getting interesting. Chapter 653 The Amazing Skill of the Tutu Dog. Xiaoyu had actually seen that Wei Xianzi's Tutu had learned the transformation skill when Tutu Dog appeared. To be honest, the transformation skill has always been extremely annoying. It is weak when facing the weak, and strong when facing the strong. Looking at the flashy Charizard opposite him, Xiaoyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Although the skill was disgusting, sometimes fighting against him was also a fun thing. Compare the Pokémon's aptitude and strength? Compare the trainer's decisions and judgment? Come on, Charizard. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. Are you confident? Xiaoyu looked at his old partner and said with a smile, roar. Charizard let out a deep roar and gave a thumbs up to indicate that it was okay. Then let's go. Xiaoyu was full of confidence in his old partner. We could beat stronger opponents during the high school cup, so how could we possibly lose to opponents of the same level now? Charizard, nasty plot. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, he stared intently at the shiny Charizard opposite him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Could the shiny Charizard transformed from a Smeargle use the nasty plot move? Perhaps Wei Xianzi had overheard Xiaoyu's thoughts, for his voice rang out. In that case, let's use a trick too. As the two gave their commands simultaneously, the two shiny Charizards on the field used nasty plot at the same time. As dark-type energy surged into their bodies, the two Charizards roared, and their special attack increased significantly. That's so unfair. How can a Charizard learn the nasty plot move? Charizard, primal power. After the special attack was enhanced, Xiaoyu and Wei Xianzi gave the order almost simultaneously, both choosing to have Charizard use ancient power. Upon hearing the other's command, the two exchanged a smile. After all, Charizard is 4 times weak to rock, and it can only learn 3 rock-type moves. Rockfall, Rock Blockade, Primal Power. Rock Slide and Rock Tomb are physical moves, while only Primal Power is a special attack move, which is their only option. Rock-type energy surged from the two shiny Charizards. Compared to their absolute control over Fire-type energy, Charizard's control over Rock-type energy was slightly inferior. but still very powerful. The surging rock-type energy gathered in front of him, forming rock-type energy orbs, which clashed with the opponent. Boom! Rock-type energies collided in the air, creating a huge explosion. Two shiny Charizards moved constantly in the air, dodging and attacking at the same time. A mirror match, the same moves. No one can do anything to anyone. But at this moment, something strange happened. Wei Xianzi's shiny Charizard suddenly surged with energy, boosting all its abilities. It's clear that the additional effect of the primal force has just been triggered, with a very low probability that all abilities will be enhanced. It seems that in this match, the goddess of victory is on my side. Wei Xian smiled as he watched this scene. In battles between equally matched Pokémon, a level up in all stats is an overwhelming advantage. In just a moment, the situation reversed dramatically, and Xiaoyu was put at a complete disadvantage. The initiative is now in my hands. Wei Xian's eyes burned with fighting spirit. With a wave of his hand, he passionately commanded Charizard, "Charizard, use Dragon Pulse." Having just gained the advantage, Wei Xianzi immediately chose to change tactics. As a professional top trainer, you should naturally expand your advantage and turn it into a winning position, giving your opponent no chance at all. As Wei Xianzi's voice rang out, the Charizard that Tutu had transformed into erupted with surging dragon-type energy. The indigo dragon-type energy flowed across its jet-black body, and a deep dragon roar seemed to faintly resound. Roar! The erupted dragon-type energy transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it flew towards the fire-breathing dragon. The reason Wei Xianzi chose to have Charizard use Dragon Pulse at this time was clearly because he predicted that Xiaoyu would replace Dragapult in the field. In the current situation, apart from the stronger Dragapult being able to save the day, no other Pokémon can match Charizard, whose stats have been boosted across the board. He was forcing Xiaoyu to make a choice. Continuing to let Charizard fight will put it at a complete disadvantage. Switching in Dragapult will force it to take a hit from Charizard's Dragon Pulse, which has a huge boost to its special attack. Even if Xiaoyu's Dragon Ball is strong, he would definitely be seriously injured if he took a hit head-on. Seeing this, Xiaoyu realized for the first time that his shiny Charizard was really troublesome. Charizard, protect. Page 450. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to have his Charizard use Protect. A light shield appeared, directly withstanding the opponent's Charizard's Dragon Pulse attack and temporarily averting the crisis. He hadn't felt this kind of tension in a long time, fighting against his peers. As expected, only another version of myself can bring out my full strength. Xiaoyu's expression became serious and earnest. He had to be extra careful now, as the current situation did not allow him to make any mistakes. A misjudgment of the situation or a commanding error could really lead to losing the game. Xiaoyu stared coldly at the shiny Charizard opposite him. Although he was at a disadvantage in all aspects, he still held an advantage. That means he knows all the skills his Charizard has learned. Although Tiffany can learn all of Charizard's skills after transforming, Wei Xianzi doesn't know what skills his Charizard knows. Therefore, even now, the skills that Wei Xianzi uses on Charizard are the same skills that Xiaoyu used on Charizard in previous matches. What he feared was that if he ordered Charizard to use some uncommon moves, and Charizard didn't know them, then the battle opportunity would be wasted. Those uncommon skills that Wei Xianzi dared not use first, are Xiaoyu's only chance to turn the tide. During that year, Xiaoyu also tried his best to find TMS for his Pokémon to learn. After all, learning more skills means having more opportunities. There is now a skill that can turn the tide of battle. Charizard, use a bluff. Xiaoyu's sharp voice rang out. Roar. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Charizard unleashed normal-type energy, which surged towards the shiny Charizard opposite it like a rope, attaching itself to it. This greatly increased their attack power, but also plunged them into chaos. The chaos, this is Xiaoyu's only chance of victory. Although Lady Luck may not be on my side, Lady Victory is definitely on my side. Charizard, keep using ancient power. As soon as Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the shiny Charizard instinctively unleashed rock-type energy, forming several rock-type energy orbs in front of it and blasting them towards the Charizard opposite it. The Charizard, in a state of chaos, has absolutely no chance of escaping this overwhelming primal force. Chapter 650 for the real and fake fire-breathing dragon. Charizard, roost. Facing Xiaoyu's Charizard attack, Wei Xianzi remained remarkably calm. Even when the Charizard, after transforming into a tug-of-war, was in a state of confusion, he calmly directed it to use the Feather Roost skill. Hashu. You should know that Xiaoyu's Charizard has never used the Roost move in a competition, so it is very likely that he has not learned the Roost move. Wei Xianzi made Tutu Dog transform into a Charizard and use the Feather Perch skill, which was really too bold. If Xiaoyu's Charizard doesn't learn the Roost skill, it will have wasted a lot of time and will also have to take a hit from ancient power. In that case, it will be difficult for Wei Xianzi to win. It must be said that this was an extremely risky move. If Xiaoyu's Charizard doesn't learn the Roost move, it's like a waste of time, getting hit by a primal power that's 4 times super effective against it. But it was clear that Wei Xianzi made the right bet. Xiaoyu's Charizard did indeed master the Feather Roost skill, and the Charizard after the Smeargle transformed also successfully used the Feather Roost skill. The Charizard that Smeargle transformed into folded its wings and landed on the ground, its body enveloped in flying-type energy. As the primal force bombarded its body, causing damage, the flying-type energy was also healing its injuries. Wei Xianzi smiled confidently. Xiaoyu's Charizard had even learned an obscure move like Swagger, so how could it not have learned a recovery move like Roost? A perfect response. I really can't think of a better way to deal with this. Li Xinhai, the commentator, couldn't help but praise the move. The Roost move will temporarily remove Charizard's flying type, turning it into a pure fire-type Pokémon. As a result, Charizard's original fourfold weakness to rock will now become twofold, and the power of ancient force will be greatly reduced. With the recovery of Yuki's stamina, the damage received by Wei Xianzi's Tutu dog transformed into a Charizard has been greatly reduced, which is a perfect solution. Bold and meticulous. This match was truly spectacular. It was also a huge test for both trainers. Just as Li Xinhai was praising Wei Xianzi's clever response, Xiaoyu's Charizard suddenly unleashed rock-type energy. This time, Lady Luck was finally on Xiaoyu's side, and Charizard's abilities were enhanced in every way. The continuous use of primal power finally triggered its additional effects, giving Charizard a comprehensive boost to its abilities. In this way, both sides are back on equal footing. No, it should be said that Xiaoyu's side has a slight advantage. After all, Wei Xianzi's Charizard was still in a state of confusion. Wei Xian's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Fire-breathing dragon, fly up and use hot air. Upon hearing his voice, the fire-breathing dragon, which had just landed on the ground, flapped its wings and flew back into the air, while fierce flames surged from its body. The Charizard that Twitch has transformed into is still in a state of confusion and has not fully recovered. Therefore, Wei Xianzi directly abandoned the primal power skill, which requires precise aiming, and instead allowed it to unleash the hot wind skill with a very wide coverage area. Roar. Amidst the chaos, the Charizard let out a deafening roar, its body erupting in raging flames. As a Pokémon developed purely for special attacks, Charizard's strength in special attacks has reached a terrifying level. A blazing cloud rolled in, and waves of heat surged forth, like a surging tide, blocking off a large area in front of them, threatening to devour Xiaoyu's fire-breathing dragon. Charizard, in that case, let's use the fiery abyss. Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he looked at his Charizard and shouted. In the fire-type move battle, Xiaoyu was full of confidence in his Charizard. In terms of fire-type energy control, his Charizard was absolutely invincible among its peers. A fake is always a fake. Charizard will definitely win. Furthermore, Xiaoyu did not choose to have Charizard use the Heat Wave skill, but instead chose to have it use the Blazing Abyss skill. Flames erupted wildly from the Charizard's body, dancing like blooming flowers, rushing towards the Charizard that Smeargle had transformed into. The flames spread. The Blazing Abyss and the Heatwave skill collided, illuminating the night sky with flames. The rolling flames engulfed the entire arena, transforming it into a scorching inferno. Apart from the endless flames, nothing else could be seen on the field. That's how terrifying it is when two Charizards reach the pinnacle of special attack. Flames roared, and both Charizards sustained damage. Charizard, use Hurricane. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. This time, he changed his tactics and chose to have Charizard use its stab flying-type move. Storm. A surge of flying-type energy caused Charizard to emerge from the sea of fire, hovering high in the sky and flapping its wings. Wei Xianzi narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said loudly, in that case, we'll use Storm. Same Pokémon, same moves. Xiaoyu, let's see how you deal with this? Hearing Wei Xianzi's words, Xiaoyu's expression darkened slightly. If Wei Xianzi really does completely replicate his commands as he claims, then Xiaoyu really doesn't have a good way to deal with it. The two Charizards on the field simultaneously flew out of the sea of fire, their bodies bursting with flying-type energy. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and an endless storm swept in, like a tornado, carrying endless flames across the field as it hurtled towards the opponent. The storm and flames merged into one, transforming into a fire tornado that swept across the entire area. Two fire dragons danced in the arena, their flames illuminating the dark night sky. While the storm skill is powerful and effective, the storm skill unleashed by the Charizard transformed from a Smeargle on the other side is equally astonishing. Xiaoyu's expression was quite gloomy. Winning this battle didn't seem easy. On the other side, Wei Xian's remained unusually calm, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. He was undefeated from the very beginning of the match. No matter what moves Xiaoyu makes Charizard use, he only needs to make Charizard, after Smeargle transforms, use the same moves. In this way, although he might not be able to beat Xiaoyu, it would also be difficult for him to lose the match. Of course, this is only a last resort. Page 451. In a life-or-death battle, Wei Xianzi would definitely choose this strategy without hesitation, ensuring that Tutu could trade 1-for-1 with Charizard. However, in such a competition, the proud Wei Xianzi disdained to seek a draw in this way. It's either win or lose. Only a coward would choose such a despicable method to seek peace. He wants to win. Chapter 655 Fierce Battle. Xiaoyu. Wei Xianzi's voice rang out. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. I've said before that I'm invincible in 3v3. As long as I keep copying your instructions and both Charizards keep using the same moves, it's almost impossible for me to lose this match. However, that would be too boring. Wei Xianzi's voice suddenly became loud. Charizard. Wei Xianzi's voice rang out. This time, he did not choose to passively defend, but instead chose to let the Charizard transformed from Tutu Dog take the initiative to attack. Explosive combustion. Wei Xianzi's proactive attack also delighted Xiaoyu. He wasn't afraid of Wei Xianzi taking the initiative to attack, he was afraid of him taking the initiative to defend. As long as Wei Xianzi takes the initiative to attack, he will expose a weakness, and Wei Xianzi will have a chance to win the game. Good timing. Xiaoyu was full of confidence in his Charizard. Charizard, let's keep using Hurricane. As the two voices faded, the two Charizards unleashed different skills. Xiaoyu continued to use his signature move, Hurricane, while Wei Xianzi had his Charizard, transformed from a Twitch, use the move Burst Burn. Both fire-breathing dragons simultaneously unleashed surging energy. Flying-type and fire-type energy surged from the two Pokémon, enveloping their bodies. Roar. They roared simultaneously, their high-pitched dragon cries echoing throughout the entire venue. The howling wind and surging storm instantly formed a huge tornado, which flew out like a dragon. On the other side, the Charizard transformed from Thumbelina had a crimson glow on its black body, and the fire energy it spewed out spiraled outward, turning into a raging inferno. The endless flames turned the sky into a purgatory. This was the true fiery cloud. Wei Xianzi looked at the Charizard that Tutu had transformed into, his eyes flashing. This power, even without Mega Evolution, already had the strength of a champion. Xiaoyu truly lived up to his reputation. With Dragapult, Abominance, and this Charizard, Xiaoyu is sure to be a contender for the championship in all 7 regions of China in the future. The premise is that Xiaoyu must grow up and not fall like Chiribui. Xiaoyu, please don't perish. With the Pokémon left behind by Elder Chi protecting him, he should be able to grow stronger. Wei Xian stared intently at Xiaoyu. The stronger Xiaoyu became, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but raise his arms and shout. Talented people emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. The thought of facing a genius like you in the future fills me with immense excitement. Ha 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 ha. Wei Xian's hearty laughter and domineering aura deeply impressed everyone. Xiaoyu also smiled, thinking, he's indeed arrogant enough. Boom. The flames erupting from the Charizard, transformed from Twitch, swept across the entire arena, as if it were the dawn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyu's Charizard had already unleashed its hurricane skill. Roar. The gale and flames intertwined, dancing in the air and transforming into a flurry of sparks that scattered across the entire field. The flames dyed the night sky red. Apart from the endless sea of fire and howling winds, nothing could be seen. Xiaoyu frowned, gazing at the boundless sea of fire. His voice rang out again, Charizard, use Hurricane. Wei Xianzi's Charizard, after transforming into a Twitch, has just used the Burst Burn skill and is now in a stunned state, making this the perfect opportunity to attack. Charizard flapped its wings, and flying-type energy surged once more, instantly forming a raging storm that swept towards the sea of fire, dancing together with the flames. Just then, Wei Xianzi's voice suddenly rang out, Charizard, Dragon Dive. Roar. In the endless sea of fire, the Charizard transformed from Thumbelina was bathed in indigo dragon energy, its black body enveloped in flames, and flew out of the sea of fire as if it were surrounding a queen. With an angry roar, Charizard released a terrifying killing intent, its body enveloped in dragon-type energy, resembling a phantom dragon, and let out a deafening roar. Flames spread across the outermost layer, launching a fierce attack. a physical attack move. A gasp came from the commentary booth. Wei Xian's is really too bold. Xiaoyu's Charizard is a pure special attacker. He actually made Charizard use a physical attack move. Actually, it's not impossible. After all, Charizard's attack power has been greatly enhanced by ancient power and bluff. But in terms of special attacks as well, the combination of trickery and primal power also provides a huge boost. Just as the commentators were having a heated discussion, the Charizard suddenly appeared, catching Xiaoyu completely off guard. Because he never expected that Wei Xianzi would let Charizard use physical attacks. At such close range, Charizard has no chance of escape. They're getting close. Wei Xian's Charizard, transformed from a tutu dog, was bathed in flames and indigo dragon-type energy. It withstood the howling wind and endless wind blades, and with an indomitable momentum, it bombarded Xiaoyu's Charizard. Boom! The dragon's dive slammed into Xiaoyu's Charizard, blasting it away a distance. Although Charizard is a pure special attack Pokémon, its attack power is greatly increased, and its dragon dive is still quite powerful. The two fire-breathing dragons separated again, gazing at each other from afar. The competition has now entered a heated phase. Both sides knew that victory or defeat could be decided in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Ditto transformed from a Smeargle on the other side, Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, looked at his own Charizard, and smiled brightly. Charizard, it's been a long time since we've faced such a difficult situation. Xiaoyu's voice became incredibly serious. This time, we will definitely win the match just like before. A counterfeit is still just a counterfeit. Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. Charizard. Hurricane. Wei Xian's voice rang out at the same time from the other side. Imposter. Ha ha ha, the victor is king, the loser is villain. People will only remember the final winner, not care who is real or fake. Charizard, let's use our final hurricane. Roar. The two Charizards roared to the sky almost simultaneously, unleashing flying-type energy that swept across the entire area. They unleashed their storm skills at the same time, the howling winds like sharp blades, slashing at each other relentlessly. Boom. A strong wind howled, making a loud rustling sound as it blew against the clothes of the two people. The huge waves stung people's eyes, and their bodies were uncontrollably pushed backward. The two hurricanes collided and eventually merged, forming a huge shock wave that spread outwards. Who's winning? Everyone held their breath and looked towards the arena, only to see that the two shimmering Charizards simultaneously raised light shields in front of them, blocking this terrifying attack. Xiaoyu and Wei Xianzi exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a formidable opponent.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.